All systems operational.
Oh, good. Hey, welcome to Rocktober, Funkadelic Tuesday, and we're here ready to go. Another day here at Topstep TV. So welcome aboard. And hey, this is opening call. He's Ren. I'm Stimpy, and we are going to have a great show today. Really good show today. Really good show today. So stick around. Lots going on here. So let's say hello to our good friend, our trading mentor, the man with the plan, John, aka the Hoagland.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, happy Tuesday, October 1st, Rocktober. Ren and Stimpy here with you. As always,
Blithering idiot.
it's a pleasure to be with everybody. Top of the chat, we got Command, Ezra, Nick, Dan, Pete, Frizzo, Anastasio, John Jones, JT, Rizmoy, I'm going to kill that name. I apologize. Ajerim, Kingdom Citizen, Mark Landers, Bill Phillips, James Hanson, and again, good morning to each and every one of you. It's a pleasure to be with you. Let's have a good trading day today. Let's see what's going on.
James
Great to see
Hanson.
you, Eddie. How you feeling?
I'm feeling with my fingers. Yeah. Still. You see one of the Hanson brothers is with us today? Nice. Well, there it is. Yes, one of the Hanson brothers. Great team of hockey players. Yes, it is Rocktober. October 1st here, and boy, I tell you, Johnny, we talk about this all the time, how these days are flying by. So let's just remember this October 1st. We'll see how far we can get before we say, damn, October, November already. So anyway, up with the news. What do you say we do some news here? Welcome to October. And Jimmy Carter is not dead. I think we reported that about a couple months ago that he was dead. He is not dead. He's 100 years old. The first
Holy cow.
former president to hit that. Wow, 100 years old. God bless him. God bless the old man. U.S. stock futures pointed. Yes, they pointed the finger today as investors begin the final quarter of the calendar year with an incoming of economic data. We had some just a little bit ago. And of course, comments from Uncle Jerry, our Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. We did see the Dow was down 0.24%, S&P dipped 0.06%, and the NASDAQ down 0.05%. Benchmark S&P ended a fresh record high yesterday, recovering from a temporary dip sparked by, yes, that guy, Powell's statement that the Fed is in no rush to roll out interest rate reductions following that 50 basis point cut last month. Now, funny as it may seem, a lot of the other Feds that did talk were talking just about almost the opposite of what his patience was. They were talking a lot more, maybe 2 in September or 2 in October, or maybe 3 in December, or well, anyway. Meanwhile, the 30-year stock Dow Jones Industrial Average registered at a all-time peak. Tech-heavy NASDAQ gained 70 points, or 0.4%. Now, all three of the main averages on Wall Street advanced both September and the third quarter. Speaking of the Fed chair, as I mentioned, he signaled that the Fed would likely opt for a more traditional quarter point interest rate cut moving forward, but stressed that the future path of borrowing cost is not on a preset course. So Powell added that the rate setting for the FOMC is not in a hurry to cut rates quickly, despite announcing the outsized cut September 17th and 18th. He defended that decision, saying that the FOMC growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strengthen the labor market can maintain the context of a moderate economic growth, inflation moving down to a 2%. And that's what I got so far, John. And I'd like to know what you can share with us today.
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, at 7:55, the Red Book came out. Not usually going to be very impactful, but at 8:45, we have the U.S. S&P Manufacturing PMI final due out. 9 o'clock. All of these are, of course, Central Chicago time. The job opens. Labor turnover survey comes out. So that's the first uh, employment number due out this week. Again, ending the week with the unemployment and non-farm payrolls on Friday. And also at 9 o'clock, we have the U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI and construction spending. Bostic, I guess, one of the talking feds is due to speak at about 10 o'clock
Raphael.
today. At 10:30, we've got a 52-week bill auction. And at 3:30, we have the API crude inventories. You
Mhm.
get a quick look at the volatility index. The VIX is currently 16.84, a little bit lower than it was yesterday at this time at 17.34. Take a look at the yield on the 10-year is lower this morning, 3.74%. It was 3.78% yesterday. And the dollar index, getting a quick look again, a little bit higher this morning, 101.22. It was 100.37 yesterday. So a little bit of a rally going on here in the U.S. dollar. The dock strike International Longshoremen Association is striking. They walked off last night at midnight, so going to shut down most of the ports on the East Coast and the Gulf Coast. Let's just hope this does not go on for a long period of time. It can be, very costly and put a big dent in the economy if this goes on for too long. So let's hope that does not last for very long. Eddie, that's about it for
Yeah.
economic numbers and that strike. And what else you got? Dude, where is your
Yeah,
crude?
crude. I'm going to tell you where the crude is, but I tell you yesterday, um, trying to be ahead of the masses that are going to panic. I would say if you got time here today, folks, go to the store and get your supplies. I know I ordered um, Walmart and they're going to deliver today. Hopefully, they don't cancel the order.
I've got a
But
delivery coming too from Costco.
there you go. There you go. Be smart about it. Get your necessities. Anything can happen, as John says. And I mean, this can be very big. I don't want to freak anybody out, but get what you need. Get what you need. Make sure you got your water, your toilet paper, water and toilet paper. That's all I ordered. I ordered a truckload of water and a truckload of toilet paper. But anyway, crude oil prices slipping today. Yeah, all the way down to 66.33, as JD would say. Topping out here at 69.17. We're not even that 72 level anymore. We did see Brent dropping 0.8%, 71.13. And the WTI, yeah, it's when we trade down 0.9%, 67.59. Israel said early today that its troops had begun limited raids against Hezbollah targets in the border area near Lebanon, a move that risks escalating a conflict in the oil-rich Middle East. So if you're trading crude today, let's watch the wire. Anything that does hit, if you see it before I do, please share it in the chat for our crude traders, and it's probably going to affect a lot of other markets also. Brent ended September down 9%, the third month of declines in the largest monthly drop since November 2022. It also slumped 17% in the third quarter for the biggest quarterly loss in a year. WTI falling 7% last month and dropping 16% for the quarter. And that's what we have for the news. And yes, Jimmy Carter is checking right now. Yeah, he's still alive. Yes, as this very moment, he is still alive. God bless 100-year-old Jimmy Carter.
100 years old.
I'm
My
100 years old.
my dad's mom lived to 101. She was born in 1899 and died in 2001. She lived an entire century. She used to
Wow.
tell some really unbelievable stories about when she was younger and first toilet, first indoor plumbing, first car.
Oh yeah.
Really was it was amazing to have her around for so long.
Oh yeah. I had a great grandmother. She lived to be 93. She used to tell me how they would make bath gin during the um,
Prohibition.
Prohibition. Thank you. Yes. And she'd smuggle it. She'd catch the cable car into Chicago, and she'd smuggle it, make some money, and really made in the bathtub. But anyway, tip of the week: don't make gin in the bathtub. No, don't do that.
Yes.
Uh what is it? We've got it. This we do. Tip of the week: adapt. Well, she adapted pretty well, didn't she? Markets move
Hmm.
in cycles. We know this. Trend shifts. Now, you, the trader, need to focus on particular market conditions, bull market, bear market. You got to adjust when a bear market emerges or when the trends become more unpredictable. And markets, we notice if you're new, they move in cycles, trend shifts. Now, you, the trader, need to focus on market conditions, like a bull market, and adjust there. So keep that in mind. Um, you've got to adapt. Okay? And today, coming into today, we are adapting of what Jerome Powell said yesterday. Markets had taken effect on there, but we'll see where we go from there. But otherwise, Johnny, what do you got for adapting?
Well, I really like this one because, if markets are always changing, and if we can't, we are going to, suffer the consequences of that. If you really come down to it, being able to adapt correctly is a lot about being able to recognize market state change, being able to hypothesize what to do during that, if that changes, and being able to change what you're doing relatively quickly. I think a lot of people, a lot of humans, they get stuck in one way and they don't want to change that way. And if the market changes and we don't, we just have to be able to adapt, accept what the market is telling us. Market generated information is all around us. And if we can be open enough to recognize those changes, it might help you adapt a little bit faster. Right? Market state changes. When something's been working for a long time and all of a sudden it doesn't work, look to adapt, figure out what has changed and how you can adapt to it. So I like this tip of the week this week.
A good one. All right. I'm looking in chat here, and Adam says, my neighbor turned 100 last month, still lives by herself in the country. Wow. Adam, do us all a favor and go check on her today. Um, and not
Yeah.
being funny, it's somebody that
Yeah.
age needs to be checked on a lot. So cool.
Well, my grandma used
Anyway,
to say the secret to her longevity was scotch.
scotch. Really?
Scotch. A little scotch every night.
Wow. How? I mean, what did she just put in a glass, or? I mean,
No, she would have me go get her a scotch and she'd say, "Give me a scotch and water, not too
uh,
much water.
wow, not too much water.
I
Not
love
too much
scotch.
water."
I love scotch. Scotch is got scotch. Here it goes down into my belly.
That was that was your grandma. We have a recording of John's grandmother. She loves scotch. Yum 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 in my belly, belly, belly. All right. Without further ado, let's get to the charts. I know that we're having too good of a time here on the first day of October. Shame on us.
Hmm.
Okay, let's go. Charts, Johnny. What do you got for our contestants today?
All right, daily in the S&Ps. We've been kind of, seeing the market continuing to push higher over time, kind of questioning the quality of the upside, kind of suspecting that it may be some shorter time frame laggard longs coming in here. And yesterday the price probe to the downside after Powell started really kind of created a long wick to the downside. We've got a long wick after off the all-time high, which did occur in the extended trading hour session. Um, but it seems to be that this has kind of started us into an area of balance. We can kind of look on the 30-minute chart and see 4 or 5 days where the market has, in regular trading hours, really kind of fallen into balance. And that's not a bad thing. Instead of a deep pullback, sometimes a consolidation can even out inventories and bring us to a place where we're ready for the next move. So really, we're kind of falling into 4 days of balance with lots of new information expected later on in the week, especially regarding employment, which is something that is going to be a focus. Yeah, I got the wrong chart up here. A focus for the Fed and for traders and investors moving forward as we continue to see rates continue to fall. So a lot of focus is, how is employment holding up? All right. So the daily, the 30-minute chart. Well, on yesterday, we had a really kind of a small range bound day. Powell started speaking. We dove to the downside. And on the recovery, you can see the volume on that last move, that last bar to the upside was the largest volume on any 30-minute bar that we've seen in probably quite some time, at least a couple of weeks. So what does that mean? Well, when we look at the increase in open interest, which is approximately 32,000 additional contracts added yesterday, you can take a look at the volume throughout the day and saw that it was really kind of small. There wasn't a lot going on yesterday until much later in the day. We had the drive to the downside and twice the volume back on the move back to the upside. I think that this little dip to the downside was bought by traders, increasing the open interest by, again, 32,000 contracts, adding new longs to the marketplace. Where is the market now? Well, we don't really have any overnight inventory. The market opened, let's just call it around 58.05. It's trading 58.11. It's traded higher. It's traded lower. It really hasn't gone anywhere. So the market is seeking new information. One of the nuances that we see from the profile from yesterday was the fact that we did put in a late spike to the upside. A late spike is when late in the day, in the last half an hour, the market leaves the previous range and closes outside of it, which it most certainly did, closing all the way up at 58.14 quarter, up about 23 points on the day. Well, what does this mean? The rules around the late spike is the market left balance and started seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Opening inside the late spike, which the base of the late spike I've marked here with this blue line is about 57.9875. Actually, 99 is the base of the late spike. So we're opening with great likelihood in the late spike, which is an indication that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. The base of the late spike can become a support level, as we can see as the overnight approached that level. Buyers did come back in the overnight session and bring price back into range and basically balance for the overnight session. Now, if this were a late spike above previous ranges, I would be more into the idea that it was trying to accept higher pricing, but it's still relatively balanced. So I'm not all that really excited about seeing a big upside move here until we get really kind of break out above that 58.30 all-time high that occurred last week in extended trading hour session. So I'm going to try and remain calm today and look for opportunities as the day goes on. So we're likely to either come down and check the base of the late spike and see if we can continue this move to the upside, or if we fail to hold the base of the late spike, we run the risk of coming back into value acceptance, which could bring price back down to value low around 57.78 approximately. Remember, all these levels are not finite; they are approximate, and the electronic, in trading is never finite like that. So the market is opening in the S&Ps with the implication that it is attempting to accept higher pricing. If it fails to accept higher pricing, again, a value area move could bring us, value area acceptance could again bring us back down to around 57.80, 57.75, somewhere in there. Okay. Again, the profile yesterday was normal variation with a late spike to the upside. Again, basic rules: opening in or above the late spike is a probable acceptance of the attempt of higher pricing. Remember, there is a lot of uncertainties out there, and this port strike is certainly something that can throw a horseshoe into any of our plans as traders and investors if it lasts for a long time. And then again, yesterday, as I said, I'm always keeping in the back of my mind how resilient these U.S. equities markets are. Now on to the NASDAQ. Again, we saw very similar to the S&P's, price probing to the upside, price probing to the downside, and then kind of falling in to an area of balance here. Well, balance isn't a bad thing. Instead of a deep pullback to adjust inventory, the longer we can stay in consolidation, the more it's going to kind of help us even out the inventories so we can get ready for our next leg, either to the upside or to the downside. Again, yesterday, buyers recovered after the comments by Powell and brought price back into range, back into balance, back into value. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. I got to do my little adapting noise there.
Running out of
All
time
right,
here.
so we are still kind of in the Nasdaq, especially putting in lower highs, lower lows. We've got a little bit of a higher high here now. Overnight inventory is flat. We don't really have any overnight inventory. We added 3,500 in open interest, and on the highest volume bar was that last bar at the end of the day that did create a late spike. Now, the NASDAQ is looking like it is probably going to open the regular trading hours session below the base of the late spike. Contrary information. We're not, but we're going to have to see what happens here. The value, profile yesterday was normal variation with a late spike to the upside. NASDAQ has been presenting as the weaker of the three, actually. It's pretty far from all-time high. Be cautious looking for value acceptance back to the downside, which could take us back down to around 20,144.75. Getting a little bit long-winded here. We're going to go right through crude here and gold. Overnight, we finally got a test of the weekly kickoff low at 66.60. Volume and open interest was lower yesterday. We lost about 7,300 in open interest. It would seem that yesterday we had some short covering, which does take buying power away from the market. Makes sense that we're getting a test of the weekly kickoff low here. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so overnight inventory got pretty deep to the short side. We saw some recovery of that. I think we're still holding some overnight shorts. We did open with a gap below the session range from yesterday. That low, 67.71. Yeah, I apologize. Holding below the range from yesterday could mean acceptance of lower pricing, of course. Again, we did lose open interest yesterday of 7,300 on an up day. Short covering takes buying power away from the marketplace. Better trade locations are likely to happen early today because we did open out of range and out of balance from yesterday. Be cautious. I'm going to be focusing on the weekly kickoff low and the low from yesterday, as well as our overnight high for opportunities today in crude oil. Now into gold. So yesterday, we had a pretty decent move to the downside below last week's weekly kickoff high of 26.65. I still believe that is a pivotal level. We lost 16,000 in open interest yesterday. So instead of sellers coming into this market, this was long liquidation by all likelihood by the loss in that open interest on lower volume. Weak longs, seems they got a little bit scared yesterday and liquidated. Long liquidation takes selling power away from the market. Is this beginning to look a little bit like perhaps a little bit of a bull flag is my question. Let's take a quick gander at the 30-minute chart and we'll get down to business. So here is our potential bull flag. We've now broken out above that. Yesterday's range, we did leave a gap. We have overnight inventory to the long side. We have not had the opportunity to close the gap. And according to gap rules, if we cannot close the gap relatively early, we should be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. So if this does play out to be a bull flag, we could see prices continue this move to the upside. We took out a lot of longs yesterday on this push to the downside. Didn't really last all that long because it came all the way back up. It did actually sort of leave a late spike. So obviously we're going to be opening above that late spike, indicating probable acceptance of higher pricing. Profile yesterday was normal variation day neutral with a potential late spike to the downside. Take your deep breath, folks. Remember to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, pray for peace. Pray for peace each and every day. So that is what we're looking at. Sorry, I had to kind of rush through the last charts there, but hey, we'll be here all day. We'll talk about these markets all day long.
time is of the essence. We've got Rips coming in here, also going to join us, Coach Dakota. And I do see somebody pulling up here in the driveway right now. We got him. Gabe, you get that front door for us? Let's get him in here. Yeah.
Where is he?
There he is.
Yo!
There he is.
What's
Hey,
happening?
Good
What are you
morning.
folks doing out there?
Good
Let's see if I
morning,
can
Rips.
get my screen share working here.
A
Make
little
sure we
cloudy
have
here in
this,
Chicago, but all good.
Nice. And how about you, Hogue? How you doing over there?
I'm doing good. Feeling a little better every day. I was sick last week and just a hangers-on of a virus I got going here, but doing a lot better. Thanks, Rips.
I think you got it out of the way early on because I think a lot of people are probably going to get sick again for the flu season, but hopefully, you're all good now, and it sounds like you're in much better spirits over here. I do have my screen share on right here now. If we want to go over to my charts, I do have the NASDAQ pulled up here and a couple key levels that I'm watching. We've had the NASDAQ try to tickle into these highs that we had up here towards that 330 level. We've had the NASDAQ fighting to push back into those highs, but we did not see that kind of plan out. Instead, it came much lower. We bounced at this level of 257 rather. And again, really having trouble making it over these peaks here that we saw in that overnight session. So we've been kind of making our way to the downside here. I'm going to be trading Topstep X combines today to see if we can pass a group of 5 and see if we can take this much lower. My low target is a rejection off of 257 here and making our way down to 213. If we actually do that to the downside, it would be an interesting play. However, if we do negate that, we do see action going above 257. We retest that level, and then we break above these peaks and valleys here, these peaks that are generated from these valleys, of course. We could be seeing a target of 307, if not 330. So that's what I'm looking for on today's opening, which is coming in just about 1 minute here, just 1 minute away.
Well, thank you, sir. And I think that since we've got 2 minutes, can we get everybody in? Let's get everybody in here, getting ready for the open here. You on here?
I'm here.
You're here, Johnny. Rip is here.
We got a whole party here. I see a lot
Yes,
of
we
folks
do.
here in the green
Yeah,
room.
we do.
Get them in here.
A little early to start drinking, but hey, I'll try anything.
Drinking, smoking. It's October, folks.
Oh my goodness. First day of October. Here we go.
New month through it. And here we go.
Oh,
All right. Gonna pass this over to my good friend Andre. But first, let's get our Jimmy Carters in the gates.
Jimmy Carter.
All right. Andre, how are you doing, buddy? Welcome back.
Hey, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Eddie. Everybody. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. This is the beginning of Q4 in 2024. Wow, where is this year gone? Hey, here we are. We are joined by, just beneath me, you saw him on opening call. You saw Hogue in the house beneath him. You got Dakota. We are open. Rips and Hogue, take it away. What are we seeing on this open?
Well,
We are seeing this auction above those 57s right now. What I want to see is a nice clean rejection into those 57s and potentially seeing this market take out these little perks that we've seen, kind of this midpoint of like 75, 65, somewhere in that range. If we can find a little rejection there, we could find a short. We are seeing Microsoft, Amazon, and NVIDIA kind of wrestling to get up higher. We're seeing Amazon starting to roll. NVIDIA might be looking to roll here too, but the strong ones of the Mag 7 here are Meta and Tesla, while Apple is rolling as well.
Rips, I'm with you on that 57 level. I've got 254.5 as the base of the late spike that was put in yesterday in the NASDAQ. If we can hold above that, I like the longs. If we can't hold it, it's telling me it's probable acceptance of lower pricing. We can see this thing roll over to the low of value, which I could see down at around 20,150 by the end of the session. But it all bases off this little area we're in right now. I like your little area here, Rips.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that can happen here. We could be sweeping much higher for these highs. But if we have a nice clean rejection up here, we could see this market tumbling lower and making new lows here on the session.
All right, well, sorry. What's up, Dakota? Sorry, just
Man, are you ready to sell this market?
Why is there a bear behind you?
Got the bear
What
up.
is that about? Yeah, what is that
Yeah,
about?
I'm bearish today. Market hates uncertainty. We have news coming out in 30 minutes. It's kind of just waiting to see what happens there. And then the strike. We'll see how this market's going to be reacting to the strike. I'm not looking.
You update us on that? Update us on that story.
I mean, it's strike's on its way. We'll see. The longer it lasts, the worse it gets. We'll see what happens. But market hates uncertainty, so we'll see. I'm not expecting too much out of the market. I always tell traders that regardless of our opinions of the market, we must trade what it gives us. So I might think it's going to go down, but the market might decide to do something else.
Well, we've left the opening ranges at the highs of the session in the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow. All three of them leaving the opening range at the high of the day. Sellers controlling right now.
Opening range high of the day.
160s, 170s.
Okay. Well, we're all looking the same way here, guys. Looking bearish, at least. They know leaving at the high of the opening range is typically an omen that we are going to see sellers coming in here.
Okay, I'm short.
I just closed my short across 5 Topstep combines. We're up $3,000 times 5, so $15,000 across our combines right here.
I'm short 231 for my live account.
So we are trading right off the bat. 231s. Go to short from 231 live account.
Responding pretty quickly here. Anything here for the house account?
You
right now. It's moving way fast.
Yeah, this is way too fast, I think, as well.
NASDAQ is a beast.
Yep. It is insane.
All right, Hogue, you got the keys?
You've got the keys right now, yeah.
Okay, cool.
S&P is right through the base of the late spike, back into value from yesterday. Again, I can see the NASDAQ trading all the way to the low of value yesterday. By the end of the day, I'm looking at that low of value from yesterday, right around 20,140.
Okay, I just closed
that
out.
Be an easy target right now.
Gold topping some pops here. 2683 gold high. Gold running north.
Wow, sellers coming hot.
I closed out a little early, but that's okay. That's okay. It started the trading session. Look at this sell off.
What a beautiful sell off it is.
Told you Q4 would be hot.
Oh, it's hot.
Welcome to Q4, MP.
Yeah, I know. Cold, 40 degrees out.
Is it? Ooh, really? Winter is upon us. Look at these sellers coming in here. Last trade in the ES, 57.85. We opened up at 5800s. Just when sellers look up below. Both these guys, Rips and Dakota, got short. NQ seen sellers as well. Last trade, 20,165. Like Hogue said, we left the high of the opening range of the day in both ES and NQ.
Crude and gold both ripping to the upside now.
Moving higher. What is going on?
Trend down day, maybe.
Q4, baby. Let's go.
Q4
is hot.
Fourth quarter, guys. Q4, fourth quarter.
Well, we made it those 60s and 70s instantly.
Nothing over the wire to explain these dashes out of the opening bell. I guess that's just first quarter stuff.
Yep, I think everyone's reacting to the strike that they actually did it.
Yeah, they did that midnight. Midnight was the go time.
There's nothing on the table as far as negotiations, right? So it's $4.5 billion. I don't know. This is what I read.
Nothing was shared. Nothing was talked about. No, at least that, as of yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah,
we do have.
We're getting a lot of comments here in chat saying that it's reaction to the strike also.
It looks like that we are having Iran news hitting the wire right now. Iran is preparing to imminently launch a ballistic missile attack against Israel. So that is an Axios reporter right now on Twitter that is claiming that. So that is also adding fuel to the fire to this downside move here.
I think we just short bounce today.
Crude, the pop in gold. Yeah, that checks. All right, MP, you got the house account. What's up, man? How you been? I missed you yesterday.
I missed you, buddy. Missed you.
Yeah. A little apple picking. I'll tell you about that later. Anyways, let's get in this market.
Did you get down on one knee? Is there a ring on her finger?
If there was an apple on the ground, I would get down on one knee. Go ahead and pick it up.
I used to do this fake with my wife all the time.
I got smacked upside the head for that one. I tried it once. Anyways.
All right, we're on a lows S&P. And
Yeah, we
we're
are.
trying
Yep.
to get off our lows just a smidge on NASDAQ.
Market
Who's
on
on
open here. S&P 12 million to the sell side. NASDAQ 9 million sell side. Dow 6 million buy side. Mag 7 million sell side. That's a
Let's
complete-
I think we could
a-
hit 20,000. I think we could get to 20,000 evens today.
Let's keep an eye
20,000.
on the other markets, Eddie. Keep us up to date too on the other gold, crude.
Watching gold,
Iran,
watching
crude.
crude.
Yeah, we got
NASDAQ
headlines
just
coming
traded
up.
yesterday's
69,
value area
65
low
here.
to the tick.
Where at, Johnny? Which one?
141.
141 to the tick. 42 is the low.
All right, Rips.
Yeah,
and
this
Dakota.
is looking pretty juiced up here.
Yeah,
Well,
I
just
see
think about if
20,000
that
fitting soon.
headline hits, then you got other people
Yeah.
start making decisions, aka taking risk off.
There we go.
Wow, more selling here. Just
You guys got any
Okay,
positions
sure.
on?
I'm flat
No,
because
I'm
I
flat.
hit my profit target in the combines.
Okay.
The question to me is how do we get in short? And it's not giving us an opportunity. It's an elevator down.
yeah, elevator downstairs, up. Gold's still catching a bid. Crude still pushing higher here. Headline out of Iran definitely juicing the markets up, like Rips was saying.
Yep, I
Ready
could
to
see
get
us
in
touch or
short.
maybe even peak below 20,000 today.
Yeah,
As
we
soon
do
as
have.
that story develops here.
Yeah.
I see that missile attack against Israel. It's coming off the wire also. So
Well, they give it a heads up that we're going to be shooting you.
They've always been doing that. Yeah, they've always been. I know.
I don't get it.
Most of
I
the
don't
time.
get in those talks.
I
That's
don't
me going
either.
on with them. Yup,
I'm not
stay
giving my
out of that
thoughts. I'm
one.
simply stating the facts. They've done that in the past. Like, hey, it's coming.
they did that in Desert Storm. They'd have the news going, okay, this is what we're going to do.
Hey, I don't know. They know better than we do. But anyways, Eddie, I'm looking. We got this news highlight coming out of Iran. We're seeing a reaction. We're seeing a pop in gold. We're seeing a big pop in oil. Major selling in the NQ and ES now as well. Although, Eddie, I see we got some stuff on the calendar today, but it's going to be an action-packed day. I did see the Powell comments yesterday. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for today? Starting in about, 6 minutes or so.
Yeah, coming up here in about 6 minutes here, we will be seeing our jolts. 8:40. That's going to be 9 o'clock. 8:45. We got our S&P manufacturing PMI. We also have 9 o'clock jolts, which is a big number. Manufacturing PMI also 9 o'clock. We do have also coming down here construction spending at 9 o'clock. Bostic. Raphael is going to speak about 10 o'clock. We got our distillate stock here, and that's about it. Fed speakers later this evening. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Yes. A lot going on right here, folks. And we got main man Dakota and Rips in here trading up. We got the house account open. MP going to be executing. So you guys make sure you guys know they're going to call out trades. How do we get in,
Crude
Dakota?
70% long in a tilt here. Average 60.
I like a short off 100 here. I really do.
Sure.
I like a short off of 100.
Good job, Rips. MP got that 20,100 short off.
Yeah, what do
100.
we got at Dakota talk? What's Dakota thinking?
What's Dakota say? What say you, Dakota?
Direction's short. I mean, it's just a matter of how you get in.
5 minutes
I-
remaining.
Kind of like it. I've got an afternoon pullback low from a few days ago at 20,108. We hold below that. I still like the shorts.
Nice, guys.
Where would you guys be risking though?
To
Yeah.
me, it's 5,000. If we're talking house account, 5 to 10,000.
Yeah, that's the question: is where's the technical risk?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, price.
Yeah.
I get the dollar, but like, what's wrong?
The way that I like to do it in the house account, because we don't have a lot of time, is like to enter in with, say, 5 contracts, put our stop loss, and we add to it until we get to that dollar amount.
Okay, trading 20,000 90s, 88s, 85s. Can't catch a bid.
Never
low.
got those hundreds.
Sorry.
Wow.
70s now. Whoops.
Yeah, great.
Open
great
door.
call, Rip.
Open door. Yeah, it was door opening, door shut. I get one more stab at it.
Yeah, this could perk right above the 90s. I think that's a good area as well. So
Okay. 90s,
Got
92s.
short interest above the 90s. We have Hoagland saying 108s. We have Dakota just saying get short, but I don't have a risk in here though. I mean, I can.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Technically,
me,
it's a big risk trade.
It's a big risk trade, right?
So it's got to go when we get in. It's got to go.
It's got to go, or else it's just going to hang around, possibly firm up,
Or rip us.
Anything can happen.
Right.
Coach Paul's talking about the ES here. ES 5797 daily pivot. Next level of support. We're there right now. 5774.
5774. All right, you guys.
Talking support. Right.
Number in 3 minutes here. Number 3 minutes. Last trade 20,080. Trying to take a short up against the hundreds. Got into like the 92s, 93s. Just sellers come in. Look at this. 20,070 last trade. More selling in the ES.
Seeing bottom pickers here in the ES.
Get the tilt 50 in the ES and Q50 as well.
Another nice trade rips on that one.
Yep.
We're consolidating here at the 80s, so maybe waiting for that news to pop out.
Yep. Hey, pin to the top of the chat. You'll see Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have that open, or you can have it overlaid on your charts here on Topstep X. However you like. Here we go. 900s. Or 1,000. Sorry, 20,100.
Here's a little bit of a reversal. Let's see if we could find some buyers to step in to sell this.
Sell into
Testing
1
down
minute, 30 seconds.
low here.
90 seconds. Thank you, Eddie.
I like to see 130s, 120s, 130s.
So we got Iran, and we have an Israel thing. And then we have the East Coast strike thing.
Yep.
Laporte.
And then we have Q1. Let's see what you can do thing.
We had Paul talking about more rate cuts yesterday. A lot coming in. A lot in the blender right now.
Ooh, I like that, Dre. Just put a poll in there. Who already has FOMO today? Who already has FOMO? I just want to see if you
raise your hand, Michael. I do.
I don't. I'm trying to. I'm in that state where it's an opportunity making machine. It's getting thin right now. So there'll always be a new opportunity. Can always go higher.
45.
Always go lower. Always go higher.
Jimmy Carter has a little FOMO today.
Jimmy Carter. Pete Rose, Eddie. How about that? All right, Pete.
Pete Rose to Matumbo.
Yeah. Some legends going in.
Rose.
All right, we go.
Stop or something.
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Here's a call. Yep. Pull up. Did you have FOMO today? Yes. No. Caps stress me out.
All right, they're looking at 47. 47 previous. 47 is the tag.
You're above 100s now. Just right at it. No, you're not. No, you're not even close. You're at 75.
Man,
at 47.3. 47.3. That is our manufacturing PMI final.
No liquidity. Like everything's less than 5 on the DOM.
Just a heads up, big numbers coming here, top of the hour, 15 minutes.
Honor lows, new lows.
Wow.
S&P.
It's hammer time.
I almost just want to just close your eyes and sell this to 20,000.
Yeah.
We got 100 lot in the S or 100 lot in the Nasdaq's in the 20,007 bid, 20,007 bid 100 times downside.
Oh shit! I've got to cancel. Sorry.
I'm out. I made it about $1,000 on that reject with one contract in the live account.
Nice.
Nice.
Good work, man.
You sell hundreds, Rips?
Yeah, of course. We don't just talk about it; we be about it.
Hey, walk the walk.
Break below 69. I think this thing goes to 20.
I agree.
Even.
Yesterday's low 56.
Oh, there's that 100 contract sitting there right at 70.
Yeah, there's a big air gap between 70s and 12. Big old air gap there.
12s, okay. Eye on the Nasdaq. We got more numbers coming out here.
Top of the hour.
Top of the hour. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, tilt is not really giving any indication left or right. It's been like that lately. Just about sitting on the fence. Very close to 50-50 S&P and NASDAQ.
More headlines coming out. I'm seeing here. United States has occasionally Iran is preparing to imminently launch a ballistic.
Oh, it wants to so bad.
It does. All right, guys. If you guys see it, pull.
There it goes.
Whoa.
There's a break.
There's
There's a
your
break.
100 lot.
Yep, filled.
Yeah, big break here, below 70. A lot of stops being popped as well. Yeah, this is going to probably fade down to 12 now.
20,000. Here we come.
Man.
Q4, baby.
Guys, yeah, Q4.
So
let's go.
Netanyahu telling
I'm
people
still
to run for shelter is the latest breaking
Damn,
news.
really?
Yeah.
Shit. This is getting pretty
What's
real.
What's a
these
ballistic
bounces.
missile different than all these other missiles? Doesn't their Iron Dome protect that?
Guess we're gonna find
Wow,
out.
look at this. Coming
Color
down
results.
hot here. I'm going to close that. That puts us up $1,500 now in our live account.
There you go.
Another single lot there. Just trading singles on this.
Great.
It's coming from the White House. A direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry a severe consequence for Iran. It's coming from the White House. Thank you, White House.
Man. Yep. Still seeing oil moving to the upside. Gold as well. Last trade in oil, $69.80. High of the day, 86 cents.
New high gold.
How do we get
Gold.
in
New
this
high
market?
crude. I'm sorry. New high crude.
Yep.
This is, with that news hitting, crude is just, we're going to see it bull here. Very strong.
Yes. Small size wide stop. Dolby says in the chat, yeah. Nothing showed on tilt. I have a check. What's that?
Crude 65% long
Nothing.
in tilt.
Thank you, Eddie.
Remember,
Love
this
the
data is for
updates.
entertainment purposes only and should not be used as a buy or sell indicator or tilt.
However, nothing should be used as a buy or sell indicator unless you are making your own decisions. Teach a man.
You're the
first.
boss.
Here's a
Okay,
big
here's
bounce
a-
there
here's
off
a-
the lows 30s, striking into these 65s now. Big 35 handle bounce. I think that we do have another opportunity potentially for a trade if we break above 82s, potentially the long side looking for a scalp up to 131. If we reject around 70 and 80, I'm looking for a short down for a piercing of 12 into 987.
Say that one more time. You got above 80s, you got a 130s.
Yep, 82 and 3/4 brings us 131 and a quarter. Below that is 12 and 3/4. Below that is 987 halves.
All right. Go above 80s. Looking to all right, sell the 70s, buy 80s.
Got some size here. Coach Vince talking about 500 on the bid here in the ES, around 57, 61, 75. New high in the crude. And then we're knocking on the door here in gold for a new high also.
You're going to be hearing that a lot today.
Yeah.
There's strikes going off in Beirut as we speak. Precise strikes going off.
I mean, this is close your eyes and sell day.
Feels like it.
Yep. Any little bounce that was a 30-point bounce. We could have just. There's another 100 lots sitting at 30.
That's going to get swept immediately.
Yeah, it's gone. Here comes 12s.
Yep, 12s are on the docket here.
Coming for that liquidity down below in the S&Ps at 40, at 61.75, 475 on the bid.
Yep. Call.
Yeah, once we break 20,000, we hammer right into 987, probably get some buy stops being hammered, and then make our way down to 938/4.
Boy, this is a wild open, guys. Wild open. Got another number here in about 10 minutes.
I know that's the only thing.
Got a lot outside the market that is affecting the market.
Yes, we do.
New highs here in crude. New high in
Today's a
gold.
good day to adapt.
Exactly. That's our tip of the week.
500 on the bid. 61.75. Boom, gone.
Gone.
All right, thank you,
300
Coach
on the
Vince.
bid on the 60s.
Every bid just getting.
They are just wiping out bids.
Eat them up.
Tilt is still 50-50 all the whole time. The whole sell-off here. Got a little Tom Petty free falling happening. We need that.
Need the timber.
Coach Day, 229 bid, 20K NQ.
If only we had a runner.
Yeah, Eddie, where's your timber? Timber.
It's right behind your lumberjack shirt. Hold on a second. Let me dig it
So
out.
here's our 12s right here
I'm
on
paying
the
attention to
ticket.
the numbers.
We are bouncing, of course, at those 12s. 12s and 3/4 was the area that I'm watching for that first initial bounce. We need to judge how high this pop is. If we don't clear out of 40s here and start making our way up towards 82, we do have 987 halves on the ticket here.
All right, looking to perhaps sell into the 40s, Rips.
Mm-hmm. 987 will bring us 938 1/4.
Go timber!
There you go.
I could see us 950s, 930s.
Sell 40s if we get a pop. See how we react around the
Still have-
12s here.
I don't see anything.
Okay, 987s will be hot on the ticket here.
Right. Crude above the 70 level here.
We're below 20,000 right here, right now.
Yep.
In the NASDAQ. Trading 20,000 now. We're about 20,000, 05, 010, 07.
Keep an eye on the 40s, MP.
What am I doing? 40 what?
Selling into the 40s. Rips talked to us. We got a 500 lot here on the bid in the ES 5759.
News in
Yeah, we
7
just
minutes.
rejected again off those 12s, 12 and 3/4, coming back down below, looking for 987.50 as a target. So if we reject again underneath 12s, that means that the market is tremendously weak. 15s would be a breaker point. Above 15s, we bring 30s, and then up that we have 50s. So watching for a break above 12s to show us that that would be a larger bounce. Right now, we're just kerfuffling at these 12s here. So there's your break up to 25.
Focus, yeah.
20,000, 020. 20,000, 020, we're trading out.
Yep. So this
What's
bounce
underneath
up to
the 20,000?
25. If this is rejected at these 25s and we get that confirmation through 12s, we will be trading 987 halves. So there's your flush of 12s. We should snap right through 20,000 and start trading 987 halves here.
Still pushing, gold still pushing. Got an eye on the NASDAQ right now.
Big sellers here, still on the tape. Do you have any trades on Dakota? I'm curious.
I should have had a runner from 230, man. I seen
Shoulda, woulda,
20,000
coulda.
coming, and I didn't. Yeah, it's one of those. And now it's just
I know,
hands
we
off
see that.
until a setup shows up.
Right. So here's your 20,000 trading. Not a lot of defense here. Only 250 lots traded at that price for now. There are some people front running that 87 level that we're tracking, and we should tag it right about now. About 10 handles away here. Some front runners there, 95, 97.
Whoa.
Right
Wow.
into there.
And there you go. There's our 87s right on the ticket. Flushing that brings us all the way to 938 1/4. But as expected, we had a trigger point right there at 87.
I could see 950, 960s coming in. News in 5 minutes.
And there's
We're only 30 minutes into the trading day. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Rips
you
is
can make your day.
938
remaining.
Yeah.
Rips is 938 1/4 lines up with that 5% off the all-time high, which is 935. It's still hanging out there.
Yep. 950.
Say that one more time. What market?
NASDAQ, 5% off the all-time high is 19,935. Rips was talking about
35.
938s. Rips?
70 handles away. Okay, cool.
Yep,
70 handles is
935,
70
I got it.
points. Points and handles are the same thing.
So as expected, we do bounce at 87 halves there. That was the line in the sand that we were trying to target for those downside pulls. Congratulations to anybody in chat who caught that. We've been calling for the short since the reject at 20,100. We took it ourselves here in our Topstep live account. And I saw Dakota catching that as well. So congratulations to anybody who caught that beautiful short from hundreds down to 987.
4 minutes.
Is today a dollar risk? Here's my question: is today a dollar risk number, or is it a price level stop? Sorry, stops. Is it the dollar value, or is it a price level type of day?
These prices are pretty clear, at least from what I'm seeing. Like the hundreds were pretty clear, the 87s, the 12s, all of these have been pretty clear. But outside of this now, I would remit to my check marks are gone from trading the house account. That the easiest trade of the day is now gone.
See what we can do here.
I mean, we took that from level to level, hundreds down to 987 halves, and the reject there exactly right there. So I can only do the trick one time, like a magician. The trick only works once.
20,000.
All right, so far coming over the wire here, Israel does not see any launches yet from Iran. It's a good thing. See what's kicking there.
Just over 2 minutes.
Crude pulling back a little bit here right now.
20,000.
I like to
trading
see us
40s now.
Boy, what a pop here.
Yeah, the question I'm thinking of is where do we get in? And it's just wait until after this news. I like to see this news drive us up a bit.
2 minutes.
Now, keep in mind, since we are very much, we're waiting for this news that's going to be coming out in 2 minutes. We also are in a headline market here, which means that any headline can stir up in a massive amount of volatility here, meaning that if we have some news that comes out that says that the strikes in Beirut were false or that Israel is no longer being attacked, that would jettison the market to the upside very quickly. And conversely, if we get some very negative news and some unfortunate news, we could see the market dropping 50 to 100 points in the NASDAQ almost instantly. So please be careful out there. It's going to be a very volatile session until the news subsides.
So, Rips, let's talk about that. How do you trade a headline market?
That's kind of my bread and butter. I'm an events-driven trader. I'm a momentum trader. This is kind of my bread and butter market. And when you have this type of sort of catalyst that kicks us off in the morning, that's the kind of events that you can kind of see dead to rights. So you're getting a fresh headline, you're trading a directional market, and you're following that direction with momentum and looking at key levels for reversals. Outside of that, once we have that move transpire, it becomes increasingly difficult until you have another headline that would top the prior headline that would change the shift in the market sentiment.
Yep. So, okay, we got the headlines. We got like an attack is imminent. Now we're looking for an attack that is confirmed, that missiles are in the air. Essentially, that would have to top, quote unquote, top the previous headline.
Yeah, and order book is cleared out now. We do have 30 seconds till the news. We will look for Eddie to give us what is the result of the ISM manufacturing data.
No liquidity.
We should wait patiently.
It's gone. Just nothing.
Also jolts. Sorry.
Jolt's looking at around 7.6, 7,693,000. That is what the expectation is. Manufacturing PMI 47.5. Looking for that.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Wowzers, is that thin? Look at this market.
All right, Jolt's coming in here. Oh, wrong one. Oh, that'll wake everybody's ass up. Jolt's coming in at 8 million. We got the U.S. manufacturing PMI 47.2. The prices paid 48.3. Employment index 43.9. They were looking at 47. And construction spending for the month over month, they were looking at a positive 0.2, coming in at negative 0.1%. And that's what we've got here. Bostic going to be speaking in about an hour, so we'll keep that open. So once again, Jolt's job openings here.
Here's a 60. What is it? What was our lows? 80s?
970.
80s.
978.
80, 90 handle pop. Right when it looked under the 20,000s, which you guys have been talking about, it's going to 20,000s. And again, headline driven, news driven, data driven, release. Things are very all over the place. Poked his head below there, a little head fake to the downside, and then shot up. Now we're
and look at where we auctioned to there, Michael. Almost back up to the ticket on 82 3/4 there, the level we were tracking. So again, there's still opportunities in this market. It just becomes that the probabilistic odds of succeeding in what I would call, this is a larger version of consolidation where we have 100 point bands of consolidation where we can have these fake outs. But you can still take these trades like a short into anticipation of that 82 brings us right back down to our 12 3/4. Those are the type of anticipatory moves that you're looking for in a price action like this. Me personally, it's too tricky, so I'm going to stay hands out.
Nick Vertick says there's 1,000 at the offer on.
See it. Yeah, I'm looking. I don't see it.
Where?
S&P Spoos. I don't see it. I don't know if it's
get
At one price in a range there is.
Oh, in that range, yeah. Might be the algos.
There was.
It's gone. Phil, thank you, Nick, for a tick.
Get level 2, guys. If you're serious about trading, level 1 is for
what?
No, it got pulled, not filled. Okay.
Got to get level 2. Well, I don't want to spend $35 or $10 or whatever.
It's worth every penny.
It's worth every penny.
I'm always looking for that liquidity. All right, last trade, 20,030. Got some numbers behind us.
If we reject at these 40s again, that is a lot of sellers that are capping off at these 40s. That will bring us back below to test that 20,000. And as I'm yapping right here, that's exactly what's happening. We do need to break 12s to the downside here. We break those 12s. That invites us back to that 987 level as long as we're clearing out those 20,000s.
There's just
Go ahead.
zero liquidity. Everything's below 5 on the bid and ask.
Upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Again, hashtag Fast Markets at TopstepTV on X. Share memes, battle station subs, want to share certificates, whatever you got. Well, let's get back to these markets. The markets are rocking and rolling. First day of Q4 in 2024. 3 months remaining in 2004. Wild. Markets are rocking and rolling right now. Dakota. Took one trade so far to the downside. Rips, I believe, took 2 trades to the downside. I believe that
I just took one
trade. Yep.
One trade for about $560. But hands off for me since.
All right, topping some new highs here in crude once again. 70.49 crude.
Tilts have been pretty 50-50. Seen a heavy long tilt in the crude. Besides that 50-50 across the board.
John Jones, I don't know that question, so if somebody else can possibly help.
Isn't there level 2 for gold?
Rips, all those levels that you're calling out, are those coming off of your book map, or are you looking at that on volume profile?
It depends. There's some levels that I have that factor in the option market. So looking at SPX, the options chains in SPX, NDX, where larger players are positioning themselves to hedge these larger positions, hedging their hedges. You're also seeing hedging going off in the SPY and the triple Qs, but mainly looking to the options market to derive these prices. And this is where a lot of liquidity is parked. And it's sort of a mathematical equation that designates that in these certain price areas, there's going to be a lot of transactions that are taking place because hedges need to come off and hedges need to go on. And then in addition to that, we're also looking at, like you said, volume profile. We're looking at previous day equal lows. We're looking at previous day highs. We're looking at value area lows, value area highs. There's a lot of different things that we can watch, but we're mainly looking for where are these transactions taking place and why did the transactions take place there? For instance, why did we reverse at 987 halves? It's very similar to the level that you were talking about earlier. Oh, we didn't tuck below and sweep that liquidity that we saw being swept on Tuesday, September 24th, or on Monday, September 23rd. But if you look back to say Friday, September 20th, we have a level all the way down there at 858. And that was a big rejection. In fact, the largest price point rejection that we've seen in the whole month of September. So when we're looking at these types of levels, these are transactions that are going to get front run. These are levels where we've already had a lot of liquidity, a lot of transactions taking place. So we're looking for high traffic nodes of price that we can then target to either upside or downside price action.
Yeah, this is what we was looking for last Tuesday, right, Rips?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Rips, what site are you looking at for your gamma flow and your options levels? Is that
I don't use a site. I actually, I had a thing that was a plugin that I used for eSignal back in the day, but I have I don't really like to share it, but it's a data site that I get that gives me all of the. There's a T word followed by data, and it gives me all of the data for that options flow. I don't like to give out that part of the sauce all that much.
Understood.
But yeah, there's a lot of services out there that sell that flow that you can get access to, and I'm not going to promote.
Here's the next move down. I think here we're starting the next move down. Break below these 12s, like you said, rips. Let's see if we could have a continuation. I'm looking for 950s.
Downside target?
950s.
Okay. Target 95. 935 again, 5% off the all-time highs. 935, 19,935, 5% off all-time highs. 950 downside target for Dakota. Last trade 20,000 even in the NQ.
Crude and gold here. Tilt basically on the fence here, 50-50. Very close to that. So no direction given right now.
The next thing that we have on the docket, of course, comes in the way of Fed speak. We have both voting members, Lisa Cook and Raphael Bostic, that are going to be speaking at 11 a.m. here. And prior to that, we do have the Dallas Fed Services activity that's coming out at the bottom of the hour, but that's not going to be that big of an event. We are continuing to cascade here to the downside. So just retesting those 987s here. If we do break below that again, 938 spot 25s are on the ticket.
Mm-hmm. $19,990 last trade. Dow still seeing some sellers as well.
Yo, guys, pump the brakes. If he doesn't want to share his information, he doesn't have to. You don't have to come. You know what I did? You know what I ate last night? You know what me and my wife did? Come on.
They do not like this.
I'll just come on here, and instead of reading price action to the tick, I'll just be silent from here on out. How's that sound?
Come on, boys.
They do not like the proprietary. They do not like
these Louise. I can't have anything for myself around here. How dare you? I've never somebody unleashed the wolves here. My goodness,
man.
And honestly, if you care that much, you could figure it out from the hints that I dropped. I mean, if you really
just
know.
like pay
it's out
It's
there.
really not that difficult to figure it out.
This isn't a gene. Yeah.
You can't give everything away, man.
Hey, more selling here coming in. S&P's new lows. 57.57. Low of the day, 57.54. It's like last trade, 19,990. We're looking for a downside target of 950. Another showing on the tilt.
There we go.
All right, there's that 987 break. We had to snap through that level. A lot of stops being popped. 938 spot 25 is the next level on the docket here.
Relentless. And we got the strikes on the ports of the East Coast, I do believe. I'm playing in this blender. What a smoothie. What a breakfast smoothie, Michael.
Oh.
Well, I do have a little bit of news on that, Andre. Obviously, everything's been dwarfed by the news so far. What's up, guys?
What's the level it's coming down to right now, John? 953? You have it.
935, Michael. 935.
Yeah, 935 is 5% off the all-time high. There's also
last week's low, 19,953. Your levels are showing up in my charts. Yes.
Yes, and there's also an afternoon pullback low from in the past here at 934.25. So there's a little bit of confluence here. I don't want to buy it. I feel like we're stepping in front of a train. But if we do start to get some basing here, that could be an opportunity. But I'm not doing it first time here.
Here's your 54s is the low. 53s is the number that you have on.
Yeah.
Guys, you can go to your on Topstep X, the trading platform, Topstep X. You can go to the indicators. You could add Topstep levels on there right now are the ones that John gathers for the Topstep community. And they show up right on your screen. Wow.
And there it is. Got to be a headline that made that happen. I'm listening.
35s. We're not buying. We're not stepping from this train.
30s or 27s or 19,927. We started off the day at 19,260.
Yeah.
260, 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, 200.
Yep.
Yeah, you have 250 plus another 80, 70. Who's been short since all the way up there? Who's been holding the short?
High of the opening range.
Short or short?
Yeah.
Hell, and then you got the rocket fuel from the news headlines. Just feel look, S&P is still getting hammered. Nasdaq's still getting hammered.
Man, this market
just short all the way, huh?
Yeah. We got the Dow still selling off here as well. All the equities are, I don't say.
But what's this 100 lot keep doing right at the lows all the time? You see this?
Yeah, I see that. All the
925s.
Every time there's a low that's established, they sit down there. What do they know that we don't?
And they're getting filled every time as well. It's been like
what if they're going to tell? What if they tell us everything?
Yeah, tell us. Someone in chat asked Rips for his social security number too. Oh, he's at it.
Oh yeah, it's 694206969.
There's 100 lot that just went in.
Just filled.
Yeah, I got
somebody has that one.
Lucky.
Yeah,
that was 1, 2.
Crude taking a jump here right now.
7.
About 60 cents off its highs. Last trade $69.87. Thank you, Eddie. Eddie always watching out for the other markets. My other markets we've seen the non-equities.
What a freaking move! Tesla's down 3%. Nvidia down 2%.
Hezbollah has launched missiles. Waiting to see for towards where.
I think if the missiles, crude would have taken off north. It's pulling back here right now. Pretty strong.
Wow, today is already shaping up to be a meltdown.
Yeah.
I got a 100 period moving average on the daily. I got a 50 period moving average on the daily, both around the 7 handle.
Jeez.
750s, 770, 750, something around there.
19,956 last trade. NQ.
It's just to me, it's just the question: where do we short this? And I'm struggling to find a way to enter. And I know it sounds bad, but
I think that's a dangerous game you're playing, Dakota.
It's just you have to be patient and wait.
Yeah, I think it's a dangerous game you're playing after a pullback like that.
Mm-hmm.
You think getting short is a dangerous game again, Rips?
Yeah. I mean, we fell out of bed here. We're waiting on news. If we get confirmation through the news, it makes sense. We're beholden to the events of the day at this point. The move happened.
25.
I don't think any of the economic numbers or anything else that's going to happen today are going to affect this market. The focus is on this news.
Correct.
Yeah, no one's going to care what the speakers have to say.
No.
Either.
Right, so it's headline market, very tricky, but also very profitable. Good opportunity.
I mean, if you look at the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, every 5-minute bars, 50 handle move or 100, between a 50 and 100 point move in a 5-minute bar candle.
Here we go again. Sell them.
Here we go again, indeed.
So on a 1 lot, that's a G. So that's you're swinging. You're swinging. That's in every 5-minute bar. You have a $1,000 swing. Yeah, I'd say that's playing pro ball.
Wow. All right, Dakota Rips. If you do see, I know we're staying very patient here. If you do see another opportunity, wait for that headline, Rips. You said Hezbollah has launched. We can't get a confirmation.
Nothing yet. So again, we're beholden to the news, and the problem is that the price action is going to move before I get the squawk in my ears. So
right,
we don't have a position now. Like I said, my check marks are gone for the day from the house account. I would not feel taking any trades. I don't feel comfortable giving an opinion on any trades down after a move like that.
See some sellers in.
Thank
gold
Lost
here.
Trader for some information in the chat.
They're stacking
Early
bananas.
morning.
What a free fall.
Yeah,
30 minutes.
the ticker algos are going to beat you to the sell-off if something does happen, and otherwise, it's right. We'll just be beholden if the longer nothing happens. And I believe I'd have to look around. This was based on the Axios story so far. Maybe it's been confirmed elsewhere. Yeah, it's just a very risky coin flip of a trade, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you're currently just made new lows, and this thing can pop 50 handles or 100 handles within that 5-minute bar. So there will be people that will roll their eyes and say, hey, this is a great trade action. It's also a lot higher risk.
Right, and your technical patterns don't really mean anything. It's like, are you really going to make a trade off of something like, we're heading towards a VWAP? It's like, well, any second this could be meaningful.
Headlines don't care. Headlines don't care about VWAP right now.
Well, regarding this, U.S. has indications that Iran was preparing to launch the ballistic missiles. This is according to a senior White House official. U.S. is actively supporting preparations to defend Israel against a possible attack. So we do see that warnings coming from Israel forces moving into southern Lebanon in an escalation campaign.
Okay.
Moving over there, it's just a matter of what we hear here over the wire, and that's going to affect us here most definitely, as we had seen earlier this morning.
Last trade, 19,920. NASDAQ, low of the day, 19,910. So about 10 points off the lows there. Again, market's a
if we
free
break
fall. Headlines coming
906s
up.
here, I could see us trading 858s.
906 down to, thank you, sir. 858 drips, 906 to 858.
Yep, 858 halves.
Okay, 858 half. Nice rips. You've been on it today.
Yep, I see that too. 850s, 860s.
What was that?
906. Sell into the 906 to ride it down to 858s.
Yeah, and then 858 should be the springboard, and then if we have a correction in news, that can be a great reversal point for longs there. 858 halves. But again, contingent upon whether or not the news is negated, if we have a de-escalation in what's going on in the situation. A lot of different ifs on the table, which again makes this very difficult because we're no longer riding the initial headline momentum, and that is the easiest trade on a day like today.
906. Keep an eye on that 906 level.
We got our auto OCOs are 5,000 up, 5,000 down.
Is there a way to do it without a TP?
Yes. You would want to get rid of that part of it. Absolutely, I wouldn't take 1-to-1 trades today.
Right. It looks like based on the price action here and now, the market participants are simply waiting for the next headline here.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't go without it. You got to have a 10. I put it 5,000, 10,000.
Okay. A 2-to-1 risk reward?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, that is what kind of bungled our trade last week, though. I will say that.
Actually, it did not. Actually, it did not because when we got filled, I got right back in 10 handles higher.
Oh, that was last Tuesday. I was yeah.
Yeah. If we would have just said done right there, that would have been good. And then we got caught in that pivot and then just to the moon, Alice.
We were looking for.
I mean, your 41s. I still go back to that. We traded down to 52s and 41s.
51. Yeah.
51,
10 handles off.
41s, 45s, and I was working all those down there. So I was working 45s, 46s, 41s, 40s, and then it just firmed up. Never looked back.
Basically the same prices we're seeing today. There's 941s, right?
It was 941s.
Correct.
It was right there.
And here we are again.
And here we are again. Same, similar sell-off. Interesting.
There's somebody here in chat from Tel Aviv, ready to meet the Iranian bombs with a big umbrella. I don't know. Will my city be here tomorrow? By now, only my account is gone today.
Man,
Be positive, my friend.
stay safe.
Yeah.
Stay positive.
Thoughts are with you. If you are in that area, guys, keep us up to date. If you like, folks in chat, it's always helpful. If you're a part of if your buddy, friend of a friend's a part of the strike, let us know. Stuff like that. That's all super helpful.
Now.
Yeah, buyers stepping in. 50 points off the lows in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 19,955.
Based on what I can see in the order flow, it still looks like people are interested in shorting this market, and that is likely a lot of shorter-term traders that are trying to get flat before the Fed Services activity, Dallas's Fed Services activity that's going to be out here at the bottom of the hour. It looks to me like this is some temporary short covering before that news.
Yeah.
Just think, you could have gotten short right there. And hearing the 06s, you said, I'm going to get in early. This is why it's risky, because already 50 handles higher when we were just talking about it. Bat phone, sorry. We were just talking about selling the 06s if it made new low traders room. And look at how high we are. So I don't care if it's a one lot. That's 50.
Pushing higher here in the S&Ps. Last trade, 57.60s now last trade. We bottomed out lows, 57.43, so about 17 points off the lows there. Tilt looking for about 65% short in the crude. We do see about 72% long. We just to the pop there last year in the crude, $70.24. Again, we got one eye on the headlines at all times today. Still coming up here. Do we like 20,000
So we're coming back up to that 87 halves level. 87 halves should be. I mean, again, we're beholden to the news here, and we have two events. We have the news that's live and active right now, which we cannot control, and we'll see the next release, and we have the controlled release coming at the bottom of the hour in the form of the Fed Services activity from Dallas. So I'm happy to be patient and waiting, and then trade a reaction off of that where we have a test and a retest, and then we can go.
Well, we do have almost 5,400 people watching. Quick, sorry, Jack, I'll throw it to you after this. Click like, click subscribe. 5,400 people watching on this Tuesday, first day of the Q4 of 2024. Go ahead, Jack.
Just some real quick updates on a few things we've covered already here. Going to China first, I mentioned it was up 20%. Chinese stocks are up 25% now in the last 5 trading days, the most dating back to 2002. This is in response to that epic stimulus that has been sent in by chairman. You guys were talking about the strike. Just for your own information, here are the top U.S. importing companies from the East and Gulf ports. Top, you'll see Walmart, IKEA, Samsung, Bob's Discount Furniture. Didn't realize they were so big at this point. LG, Home Depot, Hyundai, Dollar General. Amazon and Folgers doing about the same. Would not have thought about that. Okay, so just some companies to keep an eye on there. And one last thing. This is a big news day, but just wanted to point out that Pete Rose passed away. All-time hit leader. Yes. Given, it'll be interesting to see what the Hall of Fame does, given that it was a lifetime ban. So
that was bullshit.
Well,
bullshit. Yes.
The ban seems to have passed, it would seem. But also given the proliferation of online betting for sports everywhere you see. So we'll see what happens there. But great hitter. And that's what I got for now. We'll get back to the news that's happening all around us at the moment.
70% long NASDAQ in the tilt. 68, 69% long in the
what
tilt.
Price?
Average price, 20,000.
Yeah, chat did call out there's a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. It's just a technical pattern. I mean, there's so much momentum to the downside. Like Rip said, headline driven. I'm not in a hurry to trade anything right now.
I don't know if did you hear the news about that, Dakota? In the official book of trading, they're renaming the 3-bar reversal to the Dakota reversal.
Dakota reversal. Let's start calling it that. That's a great idea.
North Dakota or South Dakota?
It's not mine. Basic technical analysis.
I like that. It's a North Dakota.
North Dakota upside, South Dakota downside.
Anybody
All right,
here
looks
from
like we
North
are
or
having
South
a bit of a
Dakota?
rejection there through 35s. We do have a little bit of a volume shuff that's being painted here from 12.5 all the way up to 37.5. We're still looking for those 906s to trade to the downside here. In equities, we are seeing a little bit of downside. I mean, a lot of downside, I should say. Apple, of course, coming off of the overnight highs when we had that Taiwan news overnight, talking about how Taiwan is raising its power prices by 12% in 2025. Big reactions to a lot of chips here. We're seeing Tesla, Meta, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, all to the wayside. Coming down hot, and we're seeing if now 5750 can be defended on the S&Ps here.
Okay. Got a little update here. Lost Trader, thank you. U.S. Embassy in Israel says government staff should shelter in place. This is coming from the U.S. Embassy in Israel. U.S. government.
I remember these things happening so often in my trading career.
Oh, yeah.
You know, war's about ready to erupt. You're watching headlines. You're in the markets. I remember on the trading floor when there was the Iraq, U.S. is going to Iraq. Remember the whole pulling down the statue of, was it Saddam? Something like that?
Yeah.
The whole trading floor was like cheering. You know, it's crazy. Crazy. And then you're watching the markets. What is everybody thinking? Where are people moving their money? Headline markets are crazy.
Speaking of money, one of my friends at the VFW was in that Desert Star, was in that war, and it brought me back some Saddam money. I got some Saddam money.
We are 2 minutes out from the news. We are seeing this test into those 906s now. We are seeing that flush on through. So 858 and 858 halves are definitely the downside target as long as we're rejecting up against 19,900 here.
New low.
We're selling downside target 858. Rips is looking for a downside target 858 half in Q.
So those 06s traded out.
Yeah, there you could see the tremendous amount of sell stops that were positioned at 906 once we started to cut through that. It was a cascading effect, and this is why we look for those types of moves. Even though we're right close to that news happening, nobody could keep this market bid up. As I said, as we were perking up towards that 87 level, we did not see anything that showed us buyers. Instead, we saw short-term covering for the shorts that were on the move of the initial opening here.
Ooh, my sell stop got triggered. 1 second.
Did you have a 06s sell stop? Or
yeah, I had a sell stop, and it was I had some XFAs. I had some orders on, but I'm trading my live account right now. Give me a second. I'll give you an update on that one.
Right.
Well, that's a good reason to have orders in sometimes. I set overnight. You guys are gonna laugh.
What'd you get? What price are you short from?
06s.
No, this is much higher.
257. That's my bet.
Wow.
You short from 257.
Dakota's up $20,000.
I'm up 13,000 on these XFAs.
Yo, there he is.
Oh, gosh.
Come on.
What?
What price are you short from? Oops.
All right, here's the news coming out in 10 seconds, folks. Be aware, check your positions at the gate.
Yeah, I didn't.
We're above the 06s. We're trading 10s, 19,910.
What news do you got coming out at 9:30 here?
Let me get you that headline. It is the Dallas Fed Services activity.
What the hell?
Minor. Yeah, I'm not showing it.
Yep, minor. Drake's favorite thing.
You guys are taking trades. Help out the house account. Let us know what you're doing.
Yeah, this was an order that was set up last night. This is not a house account.
Got it.
Yeah,
we sleep with the phone by our head.
And P, you wouldn't sleep if you gave me if I was calling you.
Yeah, well, true.
Here's Dakota calling again at 1 a.m. There's a short. Short the market.
Short. Okay. All right. Let me log in.
Minus 2.6 is the read. Minus 2.6 versus a negative 7.7 prior for September's Dallas Fed Services activity print.
All right.
So we're still rejecting under 906 for now, but we are kind of pacing ourselves in this gully of despair because we don't have any new news that's related to the top of the morning headline news that we saw towards the opening of the market here. We aren't seeing any kind of buyers here. Sellers are still in control of this market. We are seeing equities continuing to fade. NVIDIA is rolling off quite nicely here. So that target of 858.5 to the downside could probably be reached, barring that there is no news headlines that are positive for the situation.
All right, sounds good, JD.
Yeah, I still see. Man, this thing could go all the way to 800.
We're on our lows
even.
this way.
Yeah, we are.
New lows. New lows.
85's looking for 858 as a target here to the downside. 70s are getting a little tussellation here. See if we can get this liquidity that's nestled at 60s here. We got a 40 lot sitting there, but I do believe we have icebergs perched below. I'd like to see a nice little buy stop go off here at 858 halves. That would make sense to me.
Keep an eye on that. Man, markets are fast and furious right now.
40s, 57. S&P's trading 57.40 evens. The low is 39.5. New low, no. New low right there.
How low can you go? 19,871. Looking for a downside target. 858. 858 half.
Sitting on our lows. Sitting right
Tesla's
here.
down about 5%. I might sell some puts on NVIDIA, actually.
Well, S&P tilt, 59% long, NASDAQ tilt, 56% short.
Yep. All right. I wanted to throw it to JD, but we got all these headlines keep jumping in.
Touch and goes.
Oh, by the way, just a quick little update there at the top of the board. I'm up 1,500, not 1,000. Not that it matters. Who cares?
Thank you.
It doesn't matter. It's 1,500.
It's important. Thank you.
It's not 1,000.
All right, let's do some payouts and P&Ls. If you want to jump in real quick, we'll keep it on the markets. But right now, JD, what do we got for payouts and P&Ls?
Yeah, let's burn through these real quick. First, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. All right, we've got Hector sitting up at the top there. Hector, Zhejiang, Kiyoshi, all trading the NASDAQ yesterday. $6,700 for Hector, $5,000 for Zhejiang, and $4,800 for Kiyoshi. Coach Dakota, there he is, trading the S&P, NASDAQ, and Nikkei for a total of $3,000 in profits yesterday. And Peter, Peter carved up the S&P for a cool $2,900 in profits yesterday. These are all traders. Live market traders taking money out of the live markets.
Right, Jay.
Nikkei's been on fire. I seen Dee's trading it too. Big shout out to her.
Hey, well, I changed up an overlay for the XFA P&Ls. You want to take a guess at what the payout number from yesterday was? It was a pretty big Monday. That's the only hint I'll give you.
I missed it. Was it 1.5?
I'm going to go for Monday's payout. I'm going to go for $2.36 million.
Ooh, I think just under that. That's a good call. I think it's gonna be like 2.1.
Wow, we're in the twos now.
Well, it was big, but not quite that big. Total number was 1.18. 588 payouts. That's
New
a lot
normal
of payouts for a Monday.
Yeah.
That's huge for one day. That's
plus
one day, right?
1 day. That was yesterday.
Told you this business is going to be bananas when we started in 2010. Told you. Where else can you go off the street for $49 and get into the markets, experience them without risking your kid's college fund? Put yourself in a position where you can become better. You don't even have to quit your day job. And you can do it. It's just like, or go risk your kid's college fund in a personal brokerage account that's been around for the ages, and that's the only route. Even though you don't know anything, you have no experience, just go risk it in the markets. No, not a smart move. Go to a prop firm, good reputable prop firm. Trade day, earn to trade. You're here, Topstep. Those are the three that I would recommend, in no particular order, even.
I'm excited for Robinhood futures.
Want to see what our top payouts were yesterday?
Yes.
Our boy right on top
He's number one on the
Go.
leaderboard. $58,500 for Rafa yesterday. Pulled that out of a single.
Incredible.
Pulled that out of a single live funded account. That's it.
Rafa ain't playing games, man.
Rafa does
That
not
man
play
is pro
games.
ball.
These top five, these top five payouts account for 12% of all funds paid out yesterday. Big numbers here. Almost 21,000 for Jacob, 20,000 for Gabriel, 18,800 for Damata, and 15,152 for Jonathan. That's
There's a
life-changing
pattern
money right there.
Yeah, it is. And there's a pattern of behavior that hopefully you guys have noticed. These guys are the grinders. They stay in one firm. They do not ask what the new shiny object is somewhere else. How do I get funded faster? How do I pay less? They get in. The market's already built in here very competitively, and it's put in a spot that you now have to go out and just deliver. And then be with the firm, of course, is going to deliver back on their promise, so to speak, of do X, earn Y, and we'll make it happen. So choose wisely and go grind it out. It's Q4 right now, people. Q4, end of the year, finish strong. 64 some odd days left to trading, whatever it is. Finish strong. Set yourself up for 2025. Whole new season starts. 2025 season, trading season starts in January. Everything starts from zero. You can be a nobody and now a hero, top of the leaderboard list, newfound success, mentoring people as well as taking in six figures, all that kind of stuff. That can happen to you in 2025. Put yourself there. But it will take some time. So stay patient.
And just to be clear, MP, that Topstep leaderboard that's been making its rounds across the Twitter sphere amongst a bunch of knuckleheads, that only shows people who have open active accounts, correct? So if somebody's taken a $200,000 payout throughout this year but doesn't have a current active XFA, they will not be shown on that leaderboard. That's correct?
I read some more.
Is that correct?
No
just so we can set the record straight.
Yeah, 100%. I read some of that on Twitter.
Okay, that's what I thought. It doesn't. It only shows people who have the active accounts.
Yeah, yes, it's active accounts.
Okay, because I was confused because there's a lot of Twitter heads with a lot of followers out there spewing a bunch of misinformation that, it's kind of like lawsuit worthy in my opinion. But hey, that's another story.
No,
fired up.
There's lots of rants going on yesterday.
What's up with this Topstep leaderboard, man?
I've lost hope on the internet. I've lost hope on some people on the internet.
Place to be.
I thought they were.
Oh yeah, I'm starting to realize it's just them puking whatever is on their mind.
No, you say Twitter's a bunch of garbage, Mike.
Yeah, I know, it's garbage.
Yeah. But hey, as long as they're talking.
Twitter is the place that people go when Instagram they can't post pictures, so they have to describe what their life might be like to you on Twitter.
Hey, I don't have a problem where they said their life. Yeah, they can be backwoods.
I can't
Nebraska
post pictures of my life, so I'm going to describe it to you.
Yeah, for all I care. They got to have a good character. I'm a character guy. And you just vomit whatever's on your mind. Okay. To me, I use an example of somebody that flips you off with the window up, even though they're right next to you in the car and screaming at you. And you're like, it's like literally a piece of glass between us. Then all of a sudden you're super tough. Yes. But it's there for free speech. Elon said so.
I think the Declaration of Independence said that.
It's amazing what just a little bit of research does.
Oh man.
Sorry. I'm not even joking. Yeah, because whenever there's a leaderboard, and I think it says it very, very clear. Current open accounts.
I know.
But you have to understand, that would require having reading comprehension. We're talking about folks that can't even read.
I love it.
You need to have reading comprehension. You're giving people too much credit here, Dakota.
Sorry, Jim.
Drama cells. Drama cells.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yes, Drama does sell. Last trade in Jack, you got me there. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,930. Low of the day is 19,866. So about 70 points off the lows there. Looking at the ES. Last trade 57.55. About 16 points off the lows there. Crude chop around the highs, about 30 cents off the highs. Last trade, $70.20. Gold trading sideways right now, 26.83. The market going to try to creep higher here with no one looking. Coast is clear. Again, we got one eye on these headlines coming out from the Middle East. Of course, the strike on the East Coast here in the United States. There's a lot coming in at random times. We also have Bostic speaking at the top of the hour. These guys are saying, I'm not going to put so much weight or credence into what Bostic or any more Fed data or data coming out of on the wire today. It's going to be a lot of headline-driven trade today. Tricky. But there's going to be opportunity. Rips, wait for the next headline. Until we get that next headline, is it just holding pattern for you?
Yes. I'm happy to just be done for the day, enjoy the rest of the day myself. I passed 5 combines. I hit my live account. There's a great trade in the morning. That's it for me.
Windows of opportunity. If you can get in there, grab it, and then you want to shut it on your own, walk away. It's the name of the business.
Yeah. Until 73% long in the Dow. 67% long ES, 68% long ES, I should say. Average price. Oh, stand by.
Nebraska Trader, what's up?
You know
$10
them?
away from your combine. I want you to wait for a high probability trade. I want you to get funded today. Passing
That sounds like Pass with the Pros is calling you.
I mean, if it's really $10 at the end of the day, I'm not going to say out loud, but I would just pass you. But hey, can't play favorites to my Nebraska, my Cornhuskers. Can't play favorites. Sorry, but you're right there.
Am I going to be? I need to rethink exactly what I was going to say because this is the internet. I'm going to be on the rail in October for you, right, Rips?
Yeah, so the first episodes are going to be filming in November and then December. So November, December, probably better. But we can play some cards in October. It'd be great.
Yeah, we have Las Vegas. AMODs are running in Las Vegas in November, so I might be down there as well.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a big trader convention next week as well.
And where?
In Vegas.
Las Vegas.
There's a trader convention in Vegas next week?
Oh, yeah.
Well, for what and who and what?
Yeah, there's a group of folks that put it on, and there's just a lot of traders that come into town for it.
What's it called?
T4AC.
T4AC. Never heard of that.
Yeah, that's probably a good reason. I mean, I live here, so I'm there regardless.
Mm-hmm. Andre and I went to one. We used to go to those in the very beginning. I think we went to one in New York. It was run. Jeremy Lin was like, no, it wasn't a Ben thing. It was a trace, whatever. The one in New York.
Yep.
Forget the name of it. That was back in 2011. Took a bunch of the traders that were trading at Topstep out of New York. Had a bar tab that said, "Hey, after the convention or whatever."
Money show. That's right.
Is that the money show?
I think it was the money show.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the money show.
Yeah, there's a lot of lost hope walking around there.
Kinda. Yeah. That's one way to put it. 67% long NQ. Look at that smile on his face. 67% long NQ here.
Yeah, you can see it. It's just like searching for the next thing. I just don't. It's been in this industry forever. Searching for the next thing when it's sitting right in front of you. It's called get to work in a safe environment. What's the new indicator?
What's the new T4AC? Traders for a cause. I like that.
Oh, Traders for a Cause. We sponsored that. Yes. All right.
Here you go.
Yeah, I think Topstep. Find out, Daniel, if you are, and I think you guys put it in here. We did something with them. Something. So find that out. I want to know. We gave them money or something like that.
Yeah,
there's something. There's something. They have a mission behind them. I don't know the details.
They do donations.
Yep.
A lot of charities.
Daniel, I'm here. Hey, Daniel.
I mean, that was another good short opportunity up there in those 60s. I was waiting to see maybe we could get those 70s or 80s. But this market's kind of Hands off right now. Let's just see where we go. The book is so thin. Any little news event could make this thing go either direction. 100 points.
Yeah, why don't we talk about the market internal since we have a bit of a lull in the market. The NYSE volume today. I know you love this, Andre. You look forward to it every day, don't you?
100%. 100%. Love it.
The NYSE is trading 6% in volume above its 1 month average. Decliners are leading advancers by 1.9 to 1, so about 2 to 1 here. NASDAQ volume is at 1.86 billion shares, 17% above its 1 month average. A bit of an outlier there. Decliners leading advancers in the NASDAQ today by 3 to 1. VIX is up 20% at 20.14. That's what we're looking at. Bottom of the hour here.
Thank you, Rips.
Oh, top of the hour, we got Raphael going to be speaking here in about 12 minutes. See what Raphael Bostic. And after that, 22 minutes, Fed Governor Cook will be speaking.
Cook on the docket. I did not see Cook on the docket.
Oh, yeah. Cook and Raphael Bostic. They're tag teaming the event together.
Okay.
Duet.
Why is that fun?
The old tag teams on OnlyFeds.
Oh, hey, I like that.
WFED.
Speaking of WF, blah, blah, blah. Anybody watch the McMahon Netflix?
My cue.
Well, oh, man.
Yeah.
It's Sour Boy.
Wow. Talk about, and I'm only halfway through. What a life. I'm saying like the whole wrestling world. Wow. I remember it from the 90s too. And early 2000s. Andre's a big wrestler.
I used to watch it. I used to watch Monday Night Raw. Shit's incredible.
You have a
very entertaining.
Now. Here we go.
Stone Cold. I like Stone Cold and The Rock. Those are the days. Anyways, let's get back to the trade.
I was the Undertaker.
Yeah,
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah, me too. I like the Undertaker.
They're wild, man.
You see all these guys now, they're interviewing them. They're like 180 pounds, maybe, soaking wet, 150. Like, they were monsters before.
There you go. All right, where are we on the list? Hey, where are we on the list? Markets have kind of taken a breather right now.
Undertaker. Yeah.
Danielle, you sure? She's like confirming no donations given. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess we didn't get any of that.
Guess we haven't done it.
They were on our list. I'm 60% positive we did something with them.
60? Okay.
Yeah, it just went down. I was about to.
It sure did. It went down a lot. But hey,
60% of the time, it works every time.
Oh, no, yes.
All right, JD, come on in. JD, come on in with hot streaks. I was out yesterday and back today. Please tell me Dilesh is still here. Is Dilesh still on the top?
I love giving you special treats, Andre. Dilesh is still here, and he's doing good.
What number are we on? We're at 59 now? What are we on?
Oh, we're at 60 days. 60 days for Dilesh.
Big 6-0.
Yep.
Michael.
Yeah, he did it again. Another $4 for Dilesh, trading the micro NASDAQ. He sent us another nice letter yesterday. I really like this guy. He's calm. He's cool. He's been around for a while. He knows what he's doing.
For 60 days. 60 days.
He's actually a really good trader, you know? I'm hoping to get him on TV sooner rather than later. As soon as he's ready, we're going to get him on here.
Pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
The last was 60 July. Since July. Been positive since July.
Yep.
Go on, Jay. Sorry.
All right. Then we've got Jonathan next. Jonathan added another $399 to his account value. He's now sitting on a 31-day hot streak worth more than $10,000. Jonathan is our hot streaks P&L leader right now. Next up is Michael. Michael was trading the MNQ, picked up $350, now sitting at 24 days on his hot streak. Daniel, also trading the MNQ, made $500 to extend the streak to 23 days. And Natalia, also on a 23-day hot streak, had $224 in profits trading the micro NASDAQ, and now has a total hot streak balance of $9,421. There are your hot streaks.
That's impressive by Jonathan.
Yeah.
Isn't it? 31 days, 10 grand.
Yeah, that's
just
legit.
Solid, consistent
that's really
trading.
good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got yesterday. We didn't get to yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. Do you want to see those real
I
quick?
gotta see this. Like it.
Here they are. Okay, all of these traders were either trading the NASDAQ or the micro NASDAQ. That's it. Mohammed, Steven, both trading the minis, just over $23,000 in profits for both of them. Yuan Sol, also trading the minis, $20,467 in profits there. Sean trading the micros and minis pulled 1,640 out of the micros and 16,362 out of the minis. Nice job to Sean there. And Scott trading the minis for a solid $15,683 in profits yesterday. Always impressive numbers coming out of the XFAs nowadays.
Yes, it is.
Nothing but big numbers.
And P said this thing was going to be huge. He told us on P 14 years
I told
ago.
you.
This funding
Told you
space
14
thing is going to be a big deal.
I know.
Someone
you're
like, show today's best.
Also, hey, really cool. In about 8 minutes.
Go ahead.
No, 8 minutes. We got Pass with the Pros. Stanley joining us. You saw him last Thursday, or saw him last Wednesday, then Friday. Stanley joining us in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Pass with the Pros. He's gonna be on All Stars, getting front and center of the major spotlight.
There we go.
Fast market. Stanley.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Sick.
His idol. There you see Stanley. Yeah, he's gonna trade with his idol there. Rips.
Stanley. Good looking.
Yeah,
cat.
man. He's going to trade with the CEO.
aura.
He's going to trade with one of the guy in the leaderboard. This is just huge, man. This will be really, really cool. Stay tuned. We got Stanley coming up in about 8 minutes or so. See if we can get him over the finish line. Pass the combine live here on TopstepTV. Fast markets, man. Getting the biggest and brightest spotlight. Man, when he saw Rips come on the screen with him, he lost it. Couldn't believe his eyes. But we're Stanley. That's what we do here. Let's everyone see if we can get Stanley across the finish line in the combine. Last we checked in, he was about $600 away from passing that combine in a 50K trading the NASDAQ. Well, that, Michael. Pretty good.
Right?
Market is seeing. I saw Nick for a tick in the chat saying shorts might get squished here, squeezed here. Nothing. You can catch that.
It's a trend down day. I don't see any as a fellow bull, I don't see any buying opportunities.
Yeah, all right. I may have misread that comment he made in the chat. If he can clarify.
Yeah, it was a crazy morning. Crazy morning. I did sell some Nvidia puts, 110. Markets just everything's red besides Meta. Meta's a lone green, up 3/4.
Okay. Just got some announcements here. We get a look at rest of the day. Again, we got Boston coming up top of the hour with Cook. Rips, we'll keep an eye on that. Again, we're always going to have one eye on the headlines coming, hitting the wire here. Thank you, Isaac.
I don't know that it's actually going to move the markets, given that I think most of the participants are waiting for the next chapter in the news that came out this morning.
That's very good advice.
17 days. 17
days.
What?
No, then last trade CL $70.34.
I do see something here in the NASDAQ now. Maybe a reverse head and shoulders. I mean, this is very, very early where we might have just made a higher low. We came down to this, 915, 912 level. So that is something to watch to see if this market's going to come back up to these 860s and look to test these 860s, 870s.
All right. Say it again. What's your trade?
The trade is find a way to buy right here. It's just so hard to buy this market, but yeah, technically it would be a long buy here. Look for a move to these 50s or 60s. If you're in multiple contracts, you'll hold one for a break, maybe push back up to 20,000. So 20,000, because this is a reverse head and shoulders, very early stages. It might not even come to fruition, but this is one where you get a really nice risk reward where you could enter, say, right around here, right around 920s. Stop loss is defined at like 905. Maybe you could have it at like 890s, and then take profit for a nice 1-to-1, and then hold 1 or 2 contracts up to 20,000 plus. So I like these trade ideas. They're not very probable because, like I said, it's early. This market's trending down. I don't like it. That's why I'm not taking it. But that's just an idea of some technicals that I like to look for.
All right.
It's off the 5-minute chart there, right?
Yeah, there's also a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute.
Got it.
Let's trade. Looking
I
for
think
his
that's a
19,920.
The 3 Dakota reversal?
The 3-bar reversal.
North Dakota. Let's take a look here. 19,920 last trade in the NASDAQ. Perhaps looking for a move to the upside here. We got speakers coming out in about 3 minutes. Again, we got headlines coming out. I'll keep, typically we can't see the headline per se right off the bat. Like Eddie was saying this morning, we'll look to the crude and perhaps gold markets. They might move first before the headline does hit the wire. So we'll always have one eye on the crude market today. If crude does pop big time, we saw off the open. Gold does follow as well. We might be thinking that there's another headline coming across the wire. So keep an eye on gold and crude. We'll see if that will indeed move equities lower from a headline in the Middle East.
Hey, Nebraska trader, where are you from? What part of Nebraska?
Lincoln.
Have you been to Runza before?
Have you been? Yes, he has. The rite of passage. Rite of passage.
You've been to Runza. You know. Have you
make that $10
fairway
yet?
dog? Have you had a fairway dog?
Mm-hmm. Fairberry
dog.
Fairway. What the hell's a fairway? Fairberry.
I don't know what the hell is a fairway. Is what I do not hit on the golf course. I tend to miss those very frequently.
You had a 350-yard drive. I saw the video. The
pretty good
crew hang out with
305. But yes, all right. Before we got Stanley coming up here, pass with the pros in a couple minutes. There we go. Runs are awesome. I'm gonna throw it to my main man Eddie. Eddie's got some announcements. We are cooking this morning. Day 1 of Q4, Eddie, go ahead. What do you got?
Oh, happy Rocktober, everybody. Boy, what a great day to start the month. Pass with the pros. Yes, we got Stanley coming up here, top of the hour. Also, we're going to be having Stephen will be joining us 1 p.m. I know he jumped on me yesterday for pronouncing that wrong. But yes, pass your combine on air with us. So hopefully we can get Stanley passing that combine. Also, I'm going to share a link with you. Pass with the pros. All right. So I'm going to put that link in the chat. Also, tomorrow, Wednesday, Sean Sawyer. Oh, my 10 o'clock sirens here sort of freaked me out. Sean Sawyer, Topstep trader and psychotherapist, is going to be back with us tomorrow. So we've got also a link if you have any questions for Sean. He will be with us. And of course, hey, if you like what we're doing here at TopstepTV, please take a moment, just a minute here, to leave a review for us here at our Trustpilot. And Andre, that is what I've got. I'm going to be putting these links in the chat. And back to you, Andre.
I'll take it from here. Nebraska trader, congratulations. Just passes 150K. Hailing from Lincoln, Nebraska, the home of the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Congratulations.
Full screen to you.
Linda, you have a daughter in Omaha and a brother in Ashland. Well, Gretna and Ashland, Gretna is where I grew up, our neighbors in town, both towns of 3,500. We did nickname Ashland Trashland, but now it's very, very nice. And I showed Andre Ashland on our way to a Nebraska football game. So I'm a fan of Ashland now.
The highway, what's Ashland? Wondering if you're going to call it the very mean nickname that you guys
They're our rival. Like we played.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, who are we
enough,
playing this weekend? Oh, we're playing Trashland. Oh, okay.
There you go. What was the nickname for Gretna? Did they have one for you guys?
G-Town, baby.
G-Town, I love it. He's just a farm boy, folks. He's just a farm boy.
Yeah.
The dream. Here we go. All right, hey, so we're starting to see oil creeping higher here again. $70.80, new highs put in here. We're going to keep one on that throughout. I just see Stanley in the green room for pass with the pros. But anytime I see oil spike, we go on high alerts. We start scanning the wires here. We're looking for gold.
Yeah, still nothing coming across the board here in the way of this market moving news that we had this morning. So just sitting patient, just chilling, just waiting.
We had all of our fun the first 30 minutes of the open.
That is correct. Absolutely 100%.
We have to put in our show notes that do not have Eddie go on Tuesdays once a month, the first Tuesday of the month at 10 a.m. Because that was exactly when he went on there. They do a tornado siren test every month.
Yeah, they're going to go off. You're going to really go off.
Going.
Oh, no.
Maybe we are having a tornado. Take a look.
Show notes. Little details, guys. Good job, everybody.
Mine are
working
going
the
off
back.
now, too.
Oh, can't keep John on there either.
100 lot to the downside here, 19,900 even. We got 100 lot on the bid in the NQ.
I'm watching time and sales right now.
Thank you.
See if it trades out. Oh, if MP's a farm boy, what is Andre? Andre's a city yet.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, city. Yes, I hear that a lot.
City, baby.
Hey, new high in crude.
Yep, we're pushing higher here. $70.78, or high of the day $70.85. We're gonna keep an eye on that. They like that city at once. Yeah, look at that. Look at those LOLs, Michael. You're getting a lot of LOLs for the city at once. Big hits.
Yeah. I spend the same amount of time in Nebraska as I spent in Chicago. Both about 18 years, 19 years.
Pushing higher here. Keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on crude here. Yeah, we got pass with the pros coming up here any minute.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Stanley joining us. See if we can come across the finish line in his 50K combine. Trading the NASDAQ.
How far away is he from his profit target?
It was $600 as of Friday.
It was 600. Do we know what it's right now? We'll find out.
We'll find out. Yep.
Rips. He looks up to you. And I always wanted a good mentor. Mine were never as great talking to and guy I would want to go out and drink with like you. So now you have your opportunity to get him over his finish line, mentor-wise.
It's all on you, Rips.
I'm excited. I'm up to the task. We'll have to see if we have some events that we could trade around here that would make this a little bit easier. So right now we're in this healthy consolidation right now because the market participants are waiting.
It is a healthy consolidation because we're in this state of just ripping through levels like butter.
I'm long 5 micros on NQ right now from 914.
House account worthy? Is house account worthy?
Maybe a very small size because this is counter trend and it's something I might just get out. I just might call on this right now.
There's 100 lot of
900s are looking to pierce here. 900s had some stops going off. We are seeing equities sort of roll over. Meta's finding some sell side pressure here. Tesla's looking to break the 7 EMA, and Google's not really making a stand to hold above 165 halves here. So if we do make our way down, we still have that 858 halves level to tag. That would be a nice area, I think, for a reversal potentially.
Right.
Yep, that was
a lot here,
and we immediately failed. So
a lot on the 85 even bid. See that, Michael? 19,895 bid 100 times.
They keep playing. There's 100 lot that keeps playing.
Yep,
Always on the bid.
870 as well.
Okay, they're stacked. Yep. Okay. Yep. Nice catch, guys.
This is just, this is a portioned out position from folks who are trying to cover their shorts from earlier today. Nothing too crazy. This is completely normal price action. Nothing outlier about this.
Beautiful shorts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're still not seeing any of the news that's coming out to complement what we've heard this morning so far. So we're just kind of waiting. That might be some news right there as I'm saying that.
Yep, just as you were speaking, just pop down.
Yeah,
as I'm speaking here.
It's getting a little dancey now. We were just talking about healthy consolidation. Now it's getting a little dancey.
Yep. This is definitely some news.
Boom. We got something coming in here. Yeah. Again, oil led this. Oil showed its rear its head first in this. It wasn't like a pop in oil, but you can definitely see it. The market's on edge right now. Very much.
Who's speaking? Is someone speaking? Maybe.
Nothing over the wire
hitting
yet.
The wire right now. And there's about 2,000 contracts exchanged in that kerfuffleation right there in the last 30 seconds.
Rips, that's my favorite word of yours, kerfuffle. Every time you say it, man, I'm just back here cracking up.
Seems to be a hot ticket. It seems to be a fan favorite. Bostic is speaking right now.
Okay.
All right, Raphael, what's good today?
MP's over there hitting the Urban Dictionary.
A commotion or fuss. The definition of kerfuffle. It's a noun. A commotion or fuss. A commotion or fuss, especially one caused by conflicting views. There was a kerfuffle.
That's why
over
we
the
use that for
chairmanship.
the. That's why it describes the market's action so perfectly.
It's from Scotland? No, Irish. 19th century. Perhaps from the 19th century.
All right, we got that. There you go. Add that to the glossary. Hey, you can see some gold right up against VWAP here. 26.
It's already in the glossary.
Okay, great. There we go. First heard from Anne Marie. There you go. All right, there you go.
Oh no, we heard from Anne Marie something about shanking. Remember? Hers is in the lingo. Share the link, guys. Share the link so people see that there's a lingo and save it. There's a lingo page. Lingo.
Robert already beat us to it. Here we go. More selling coming in here.
870's getting swept. There's your 858s. Finally on the ticket. Oh my goodness. And the bottom's falling out here.
Yep. Here we go again.
Oh my.
The Philly.
A lot of stops getting popped underneath this level. I think there could be a potential short if we get auction back up to the 80s or so. We are taking out the lows in the S&Ps here, but bouncing up accordingly. I'd like to see a nice healthy bounce up to 85 all the way through 92, somewhere in that level, potentially to target another short there.
Still very close, 50-50 here in the S&P and the NASDAQ. A little odd.
Now, I would say, like Stanley coming on, probably not.
This is this is a tricky one to come in on. This is a tricky one to come.
We'll make it worth everyone's while. Nobody needs to be timid here.
All right, here oil's starting to creep higher here as these equities are selling off. Buyers jumping in, yeah. So, keep an eye on it.
840.
I don't think the circuit. Well, I wouldn't worry about circuit breakers just now. I think nothing.
Nah, not even close.
This market is a free fall. This is this will not see that. $70.85 new highs in crude. 86 is trade new highs.
I was just going to say, I was waiting for those sixes to trade.
Yeah, it's more sellers here.
Okay, we are at that FOMC high, the FOMC from the 18th. We are at the highs of that. High of that consolidation from the 16th,
FOMC
17th,
highs?
and 18th.
No.
Yeah.
5% off all time. We smoked that level. Nothing on tilt here. Nothing on the headlines. Oof, markets are on edge right now. Markets are definitely on edge. News trade is much different than normal trades. Rips is bread and butter. Hard to fade. Hard to fade the news. Hard to fade headlines. Like this, especially.
Next level I see is 700, 710, 712.
760. 760 evens is the next level to the downside. So if we start to really break these lows, that's where it's going to be heading.
760.
Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
Charles
Next
Chapman,
major
C-Man.
one is
He's talking about 8-hour difference time from Central Time, Tel Aviv, Israel. And got a good point here. Iran will strike after dark, at least another 2 hours. So we got to be focused throughout today at any time.
Good call. Nothing else. These bottom pickers come in, they're just getting smushed. Last trade 19,844 or 845. If we get more momentum, we're looking for a downside target 19,760 downside target.
Yeah, I'd like to see this auction back up to 858.5 and then reject from there. That'd be lovely.
Okay. Perhaps a short 858s?
Yeah. That would be lovely.
P, roger that. Short from 19,858. 19,858, short 5. Risk? Where we put our risk there?
890.
Okay. Short 5, 858. We can get it there.
Yeah, that's a big
Risk,
F.
890. Big F. Yes, it is. Big F.
It's a big F.
Be there in 2 seconds.
Nothing on the tilt. Looking at crude, perhaps crude pops. Equity sell off. ES just, ES, there's just 0 bids. They can't do anything with the ES. ES, 2 points off the lows.
Meta finally turned red.
Yep, Meta is red.
Crude on the move again. And people are looking for
66%
858
long
half.
crude. Yeah.
858
Moving
half.
strong too, Andre.
It is moving strong.
Over the wire here, Fed Cook does not comment on the rate outlook in his prepared speech. So
Sure, Lisa Cook.
Oh, Lisa Cook? I thought it was Captain Cook. Yar. Yar, there's no comments coming out of me mouth today.
Okay, so Brian goes shorting at the bottom after 400 plus points drop.
Oh man, this is
question mark. So how would you say that somebody's been listening to you and they're like, "Whoa, I've been seeing a sell off all day. Now you're looking to get short."
Well, you probably were shorting all day. I hope.
We gonna get these 5/8s, are we?
It is with the trend. Okay, so the question could be like 400 point sell off, and you're looking to get long. Would be a question mark too,
right?
Yeah, then they hit you with, well, you're going against the trend. You're damned if you damn. There's always.
Well, no, it's a question.
It's a fair question.
Let's face it. We have some bright questions in here. Like for instance, Carl Armstrong right now just said, "Rip's dumb AF." Like that's prime time right there. He makes a good point.
Guys, be nice, guys.
No reason to. Rip's dumb AF is a great comment. It makes a lot of sense. I get it.
I don't even know what that means.
They make a fair point.
I don't know. I know when we travel, we label group text messages like, Aspen AF when we used to fly into Aspen, and like Switzerland when we went skiing there as groups, and we'd always use AF. So it's always like a positive thing in our group text when we title them.
Yeah, people just like to hear their name read online. Sometimes I'm convinced.
James Harden. Yes, I do know what AF means.
So strike is expected within the next 12 hours. That's the latest from the White House here and now. Strike is expected in next 12 hours.
How do they know? Yeah.
Slow markets is going to be fun. Me and Nick Vertick's going to have some fun tonight.
All right, Nick Vertick joining Dakota. Yeah. Check it out this evening. Who did pop above $71, $71.02 high of the day, about 10 cents off the highs now. We were looking to try to get in at those 858 halves, Rips, 858 hook.
Yeah, we didn't get
big F.
We're now trading 35s. I want to see 35s start to roll over here. Let's see if we actually get that. Still some big sellers here, testing 35s to the downside.
New low.
All right, I'm going to cover there.
Hello? Who is that? Who's there? Who goes there?
Who goes there?
I hear the door. Did hear the doorbell.
Hey, there he is.
Nice.
What's up,
there he is.
Stanley?
Has
What's up?
What's up, Stanley?
Look at that. What's up?
What's going on, guys?
You're here with the big boys,
What's
man.
up,
You got
Stanley?
Michael. That's Michael. That's
I've not met
Stanley.
you. I have not met you before, and I'm hearing all good things, Stanley. And I did tune in, and I assume your family and friends are tuning in as well, so you get over the finish line.
Yes, sir. 100%. Nice to meet you too, MP. Thanks.
You too. Good to meet you, buddy.
All right, Stanley.
What are you looking at right now?
Yep. What's your account
What do you-
balance? How far away from
Yeah.
the combine?
Thank you, Andre.
500, like just a little over 500. It's like 532, $32.
All right, 500 to go to get across the combine. We are seeing more buying here in the crude. Stanley, we're moving fast and furious here to the downside in the NASDAQ. Rips, you want to talk them through this? We got 500 to go here.
I like this short. It's rolling over right now. I still like the NASDAQ short here. I think that we can target a break of 800s potentially. So I do like this short. This is going much lower here.
All right, let's jump in.
Stanley, this is your trades, though. We teach people to fish the best we can. So,
right.
You are the man.
All right, I covered my one guy
Talk
there.
out.
We took that from 44, so that puts us up $2,100 on the day now in our live account.
Great job. Who was shorting that? Right, Rips? Who was shorting that?
I don't know if that guy who said Rips was dumb AF did, but I mean that person seems to think that the market creates bottoms and then can't create new bottoms.
Oh, is that one?
Oh yeah.
No.
I mean, have you
Go
ever
wherever.
just seen the market go lower? It can do that.
Tom Hogard of Best Loser Wins talks about that. About the, I mean, they're like it can't go any. It can go wherever. It can do whatever. It can keep going to the moon. It can go all the way to zero.
Yeah, you know, Shakira wrote amazing songs about the market. One of my favorite was Whenever, Wherever. It was a great hit about the NASDAQ.
They're going to go hips don't lie, but apparently you did not.
Right, that's the other one. That's a great one. That we use that for cattle when we're trading cattle.
All right. Stanley. All right, Stanley, we got $500 to get you across the combine. We got about 40 minutes left here on Fast Markets. What are you thinking? What are you feeling right now? You're very disappointed. I know you feel like go ahead, talk to us, Stanley.
Yeah, so right now I'm actually short. I got in at 826, stops right below 840, and I'm targeting 800s.
All right. One mini or micros or what? Yeah.
5 micros.
26 as you say, and you said 40s.
Stop at 40.
2650 is entry. Stop at 39.50.
Okay, cool. We got short with you. We're short 5 from 26 quarter. And we're going to put it up at 40.
All right, how's the count? Short
You said
5
40
from
up, 40 flat.
Yeah, 39.50.
Got you.
Right.
All right. So
I like this. Let's get on push. Again, Rips, what was that headline again? One more time. Within 12 hours, imminent?
Yeah, that there's going to be a strike on Israel within 12 hours, as expected by the White House, and the White House is preparing to respond to that strike.
Things are getting escalated a little bit. Crude still pushing.
NVIDIA is now halting development on their latest chip. That's other breaking news here.
Oh, okay.
When it rains, it pours.
Sure does.
On their latest chip. Ooh, we got stopped out. Okay, there's your 40 stopped out. Okay,
Yep,
what are you
got
thinking right
stopped
now, Stanley? You're liking the 26s on a short. You got stopped out on the 40s.
Well,
What
now
were
I'm
you
looking
thinking
to
going
see-
in? Go ahead.
Now I'm looking to see if we can go back to the 60s. Because I like the short around the 80s, 90s level. I didn't catch it. We started kind of tanking from there. So I want to see if we can pull back to these 60s. But it looks like we're kind of just, making lower lows here. So definitely not changing my bias where I'm short.
Got it. You still short right now?
No. I got stopped out.
Yeah, same here. Okay, yeah. I like your talk out. It's good.
Man, here comes more sellers.
So that's why.
So we rejected it again up there at 45. We're again looking for this to take out these lows here of 18. And so we're still seeing selling pressure. Looking for NQ to print a new low here. 815, we have 100 contracts that is likely to be sold into. So any pops that are underneath 45 here are worth shorting into, in my opinion.
There you go. Underneath 45, any pops sell into it.
As long as it stays under 45.
45, that's the key level for rips. I like it. Always good. I always got when I had gold catching a bit of a bit of reversal there. What a $9 pop in the last 10 minutes.
So if we see this starting to break out towards that 45 level, we start to see a lot of buyers stepping in. We would then want to look upwards to 858.5 there. Keep in mind, we do have Euro close in less than 8 minutes here. So there's your 45s. They're showing strength, so we're not seeing a clear rejection. That trade idea is now negated. So we go with the flow of the market here, watching, seeing what happens up at 850, 858.
What news did we have today? I mean, I saw we had the PMI, the jobs openings, but I don't think that's what caused all of this.
No, we had some Middle Eastern conflict news where Iran has vowed to strike Israel, and that is expected. The attack is expected to unfold in the next 12 hours, and we are expected in the United States to respond to that attack. So the market is rolling on that news, Stanley.
Knee jerk, right? I mean, when you start here, I mean, like when it actually happens, if it actually happens, all that kind of stuff. It's not always the same.
All right, AMP, can we get a house account update P&L and Stanley? This will be a P&L for the day right now. Talk to us, Michael. First,
down 1505 even.
Okay, thank you. Down 1505 even. Stanley, we got stopped on those 5 micros. What's your daily P&L right now?
Down 97 bucks.
Oh, $97. Thank you.
Nice job.
Micros is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Watching this. What? Buyers are trying to come in here, but it just seems like it's an uphill battle. Keep an eye on crude, about 9 cents off the highs there on crude. Nothing on the tilt. 70% long in crude, I should say. Sorry about that. Average price of $70.27. Damn, they're $1 in the money. Those longs. Nice job. Yeah, crude. Good on them.
Stanley, where are you trading out of right now?
Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn. Nice.
Brooklyn,
You're a Nets
York.
fan?
Home sweet home.
You a Nets fan?
Honestly, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna get up here and please everybody. Sorry.
No one likes the
That's
Nets.
fair enough. I like honesty.
No one likes the Nets up there. It's so funny.
Oh, let's see.
All right, keep an eye on this.
Kind of just.
All right, so sell crude just strong. $71.24. You'd sell that pop into the 50s, rips.
Yep, we almost hit that 58 on the ticket. The high of the candle was looks like 56 evens. So we missed it by 2.5 points, but that's okay. It's just the way it goes sometimes. We want to be patient, let the market give it some time here. Now, again, if we do have any new news that's coming out in this Middle Eastern conflict, that can definitely change the pace of the market here. I think that the reason why we are sort of in this consolidation right now is because of the latest headline that came out that said that we wouldn't see a strike for the next 12 hours. Now, that's just the speculation. If we did see an actual strike between now and then, there would be a chance that we'd see the market move, as well as, you know, having anything come across the landscape, other countries getting involved, other attacks that are happening, etc.
Okay, Stanley.
In 5 minutes, we've got the London close. Yes.
I like the good jam.
Is that the Clash?
The Clash, yes. Right up,
And
the
just
clash.
an update on my end. I'm long from 834.
834. How many times did Dakota?
Well, I just closed out half. I was long 8 micros.
834, 8 micros. Okay. Pushing higher here. Yeah, trying to creep higher here. NASDAQ and S&Ps. Crude, not seeing much of a pullback at all. Gold creeping higher as well. And Dakota long from Dakota, you long for 34?
Yes, 834.
Okay. Rips. What are you seeing here?
Talk to me.
I'm trying to see, what are we seeing? We're seeing a bit of a push here. We're still looking for those 858s. 858.
Yeah, if we see a clear rejection, it'd be nice if we auctioned over that level. We had a pullback and then a retest of that level, and then we could potentially look at taking that short. Right now, we're blasting through that level, so that trade idea becomes negated.
Yeah, I'm out.
Nice trade there, Dakota. Great trade.
Nice.
So now if we auction back below 858 and we retest that as a ceiling, that would be a good area for a short back down to 30s and potentially lower. Just a little pitch and catch here off these lows. So back below 858 there. Let's see if we retest 858 and see that as a ceiling. If not, that becomes strength. We could potentially look for longs from 858 all the way up to 906. And this could coincide with London close, Euro close. A lot of covering from folks who are trying to get delta neutral on their desks.
Oh, that's right. London. Yep, London.
Hey, Dakota, what got you in that trade?
So a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart.
North Dakota. Little North Dakota.
Yep. It was a beautiful setup.
Coach Jay looking for a close above. Coach Jay looking for a close above 895, then move back up to 950. Okay. Watching. See where they want to take this. These S&Ps, about 17 points off the lows there. 57.50. Last trade low of the day, 57.33.
Someone saying, was this my level from last night? Yes, it was. This is the high of the FOMC, like these 820 to 850. It's a zone. We came down and we tested it on the 20th. And
getting a lot of pressure from Euro close right now, coming in 45 seconds here. A lot of pressure. Seeing a lot of bid to cover coming in here. This could rip right through 900s. We should have some stops perched at 900s there.
Yes.
We're seeing equities starting to rip back up to the top side as well.
Pushing higher
I
here.
can see us getting back up to 20,000.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking at, Stanley? What are you thinking? What are you seeing?
Right now I'm just getting in short. I don't see us breaking over these 900 levels right now. I mean, we are trending higher, so let's see. But yeah, we're pulling right back down.
All right, what price to come?
So
what price, Stanley?
I'm in at 86 and a quarter.
Okay.
86 and a quarter. 5 micros, and then stops at 905.
86 quarter, 905.
I'll join you, Stanley. House account.
Love it.
House account would join you.
I like it.
Let's see.
I like it.
What's your stop?
905. 905 and a half.
Let's see if we get a push here. Push lower. Euro is, London has closed. The tilt, we got 60-ish% long in Q and S&Ps.
Taking
A whole lot
Stanley's
to the
action
upside.
here.
I like it. Got a whole lot to the upside here in the NASDAQ, 19,900. Offered 124 times.
Just over the wire here, Israeli Army radio saying that explosion in the greater Tel Aviv area coming from Al Jazeera.
Oh, all right. Interesting. Tel Aviv.
Our good friend is YT from Tel Aviv. Okay. Let us know if you're still on, why, and if you're okay.
I like a scalp long here through 900. If we can break 900s, we have all the way up to 928 here for a run. We have to break through 906 here. There's a 113 lot at 906.
These 100 lots are playing on the offer now.
Yeah, they are.
Boom. Got it.
All right.
Yeah, I could see
Stopped out.
20,000 coming in.
Let's see.
You got stopped out? I thought you had an 09.
No, 05. I had it at 05.
05. 05. Okay. Cool.
05, yeah. 05 and a half.
Offer did get filled to the upside here.
Did the house account have 09?
We had an 09, so we're still in it.
Okay, there's your 52-week bill auction right there. Looking at the results.
That's your 19,900.
You still like the short, Stanley?
Now I'm gonna wait. I'm waiting to see what happens. If we get above like the, I would say 1920s, then I'll look to see if we can go long.
Okay.
What's your P&L?
Right now, minus 298, so 300.
Minus 298. Thank you.
House is 1920 even.
Yeah, we're trying to get Stanley. I was wondering who is the guy joining us on Fast Markets. That's Stanley. He's Stanley from Brooklyn, New York, trying to get him over the finish line in his combine. He's on a 50K combine trading the NASDAQ. We're about $800 or $700 away from getting him over the finish line. See if we can do this.
So I think that we will tag out this liquidity at 930s here. Just riding this up and peeling out most of my trade right there. That's going to put us up 2,500 there.
What'd you get into?
Nice.
The longs. Same trade I was talking about.
The 1900s?
19,900 up to 930.
Oh, man. 19,009, 16 last trade. 57.58 last trade in ES. London is closed. They're going to try to see where they take this higher.
Hey guys, update the top. I've covered that down to 98. Sold 94s with Stanley, covered 98s.
Pass with the pros. You are watching Pass with the Pros on Fast Markets right now.
Yeah, but if only I had a runner. Story of my day.
All right.
At least I'm not the only one.
And we came back up to the midpoint of 925s there. I'm currently flat. So just watching these 925s. Again, I think that 930 is an interesting area in the market where we could start to see some rejections potentially at 938. So just being patient to see what happens there. The trade that I liked was break of 900s into 906s, targeting 930s. The price action stalled out about 925, and that's where we pulled out.
Again, guys, I'm flat. Thank you. House account is flat.
Pushing here.
Stanley, what are you thinking now?
I'm just waiting to see what happens once we, because right now we're kind of in the middle, so I'm just waiting to see. Don't want to rush anything right now. Yeah.
Consolidation zone right there.
Oh, what are you thinking right now? Let's help Stanley. What are you thinking?
Well, According to the profiles, we have failed downside auctions in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. They're back inside the initial balance. As long as we hold the initial balance lows, I'm thinking long. Of course, anything can happen. If something happens overseas, that can change everything. But just according to the nuances of the profile, we do have failed downside auctions. IB low in the S&Ps is way down at 57.41. That's a lot of risk if we're starting to think about taking longs. But the IB low in the NASDAQ is 19,882. And as long as we can hold above that and show some acceptance back inside the initial balance, I could see this market rolling back over. Now on the 5-minute chart, the 8:30 5 o'clock bar anchored VWAP just got tested at 57.60. That's been holding as resistance the entire way down. If I'm long, I'm thinking maybe I should lighten up a little bit there. There's that anchored VWAP, 5-minute anchored VWAP from the regular trading hour session.
Right.
Above that, we've got the extended trading hour session VWAP that takes us up to 57.68 in the S&P.
And we did just get that liquidity exchange at 9:30s, by the way, John. I don't know if you saw that as well.
Well, that's at 9:30. That's that zone we were looking at earlier, Rips, that, what was it, 9:53 down to 9:34. So we're back up at that area. I mean, if we can get above that, we do have the anchored VWAP for the regular trading hour session on the 5-minute chart, and the NASDAQ up at 19,983. And then the overnight session VWAP up back above 20,000 at 20,049 approximately. So this is a really key level we're at right now. Would you agree, Rips?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I do as well.
100%.
Yeah.
We are rejecting off this downtrend line that we've been put in this morning. I could see us moving back down to the 80s and 70s right now.
Like a short, Dakota?
Yeah.
All right, MP, like a short here. Risk is, what do we like the risk? Dakota likes to do it in terms of price or P&L wise, not in terms of.
Stanley, what are you thinking right now? You're hearing all this. What are you thinking?
Well, we rejected the 30s, so I want to see. I mean, it looks like we're pulling back up, so I want to see if another reaction here. Maybe I'll take some shorts back down
Around the 30s.
Looks like
you're watching how the market responds to these 19,930s. Okay,
but nothing yet.
Nothing yet. All right, guys.
So there's our 938. I mean, we came up to that 938 level. I mean, called 930. We called 938. It's exactly as we called it.
Last trade in the S&P is 57.60.
Come on, I'm colorblind, but it's not that bad.
It's that colorblind. It's that 9:35.
It looks like we got a lot of new chat fanboys in here that are fans of that Leprechaun guy who made $150K in his paper account today. What does that get you in an evaluation? What does that get you in an evaluation, by the way? Does that get you any money? It doesn't, right?
Man.
No?
Ooh, be careful
I know
with
it
that.
certainly doesn't get you as fast cars. It gets you a slow Lambo and really slow McLaren. Starter cars.
I would like
in
to
the
see
big
you
boy
guys
world.
trade head to head. That would be fun.
Are they talking? We got some beef?
Yeah, there's
Still
always
pushing
little
high
jabs
here.
going on.
All right, hey, Stanley, we're seeing some buyers coming in here. I think maybe it might be hands off for the time being for the shorts.
Yeah, I'm 100% hands off right now.
All good. Yeah.
Same with me.
That London closed.
Yep, good
preempted
choice.
that in
Trading is optional. I love that.
You know, Michael, you said shots fired, and I looked at crude right away.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Bad. Yes.
We got to be careful what we say.
Diving on it. Too early.
You just caught it as a point bouncing crude.
Well, ES tracking for VWAP here, about 4 points off VWAP. VWAP 57.67. About 5 points off of that as we try to move higher here.
Any trades that you're looking at here, Stanley, as we are driving up higher here? We're coming up to that resistance level at 960 potentially, so maybe we find a reversal there if you're still looking to the short side.
Yeah, I'm hands off right now. Because even if I were to go long, I would like a pullback before. So I don't want to just jump in while we're shooting up here. I mean, we literally went from what, the 820s, now we're in the 950s in a matter of 30 minutes. So yeah, I don't want to just jump in.
Oh, good. Well, thanks for joining us again, Stan. This trade is by no means over, but awesome. The recovery rally, if you want to call it that, it's pretty strong right now. Dow pushing higher here, ES pushing higher here, Nasdaq definitely pushing higher. ES finally just kissed VWAP.
Anybody looking at the Mag 7? What's going on there?
Question.
Right now, we're seeing Mag 7 just auctioning off the lows here. So Apple, Meta, NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, all bouncing off the lows there.
Where's VWAP? Someone says all roads.
All roads lead to VWAP 57.67 in the S&Ps.
George said that. Where's George?
Where's George? We are brothers. Hey, Mohammed in the chat. Anyone needs any help in trading? Sure, but don't come crying to me. We are brothers. All right. S&P's finally got there. Dow well past VWAP. We'll see if Nasdaq wants to catch up. What's up, MP?
Stanley, the first kudos, like hats off, to be able to come on here, to be able to do this, to be able to talk your trade out, to be able to have your family on here, to be so close to getting funded, all that kind of stuff. Hats off. That right there is what we love to see, because it's traders giving back to the community. That puts it on the line, puts your brass on there, ballsy or whatever it's called, or that kind of stuff. That means bold, Andre. It means bold.
Thank you.
Look it up.
Thank
it
you.
does.
Those playing it off. Oh, look at the 5 up here. Look at this new layout. I like the 5. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So hands down, this is awesome. So the trades that you're taking today, even like not making money today, right now, these couple trades, handling all that. I don't think I could do that as a new trade. How long have you been trading? What was your first trade you ever made?
2 years ago. So it was 2 years.
2 years ago. 2 years.
Yeah.
2 years to me is still very, very new. 2 years in the game. You haven't seen a lot of market conditions, and you're still getting into the psychological part of understanding, or you're now getting the psychological part, risk management part, when in the very beginning it's just like technicals, and I can do this because it lines up.
Right,
and all that.
right.
Yeah. So good to see you here.
I got into futures in April. So.
Oh, wow.
It's even harder.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
What drove you into futures? Watching futures?
I would say, because at first I started off with options, had some small wins there, nothing sustainable. Then ended up making the move to forex. Too much shadiness with that, yeah. So, and then
no disrespect, it's a trash asset class to trade. In my opinion, I think I'd rather stick with options and futures.
Yeah, 100%. I'm more of a like, you can make the money, but the risk is just not worth it, especially with all the shady brokers, and it wasn't working for me. So I was like, you know what, let me find a reputable futures platform, and then I've been with Topstep ever since.
Love it.
I've been with Topstep ever since.
Michael, feels like we've been hearing that transition from forex over to futures. We heard that story so many times, all with the same reasons.
Really quickly, Tilt 73% long right now, 72% long, 70% long at these levels, 19,000.
I mean, if you're looking for longs up here, I think you might get smacked in the face. It's just, I think you're just better off being flat here.
Yeah, we went right up to that resistance level.
I agree.
And,
over the wire here, sirens are activated. Missile launches from Lebanon. Also air raid sirens in central Israel. So this is coming over the wire.
Thank you, Eddie.
And Bostic could see another jumbo cut if labor market deteriorates.
So in options, were you doing trip queues, spiders, and all that kind of stuff, or what were you doing?
No, I didn't even get that deep into it. It was literally just looking at the charts, looking to see if we were doing calls or puts for the day. And like I said, it just it wasn't sustainable for me.
What got you into
like,
the markets? Like, what brought you in there in the first place? Like, what light bulb went off? Like, I gotta check this out.
So for me, I've always been interested in, okay, like how can I make a good amount of money in the least amount of time with like the least amount of work. So, you know, yeah, because people think, oh, trading is easy, but it takes a lot of work. And kudos to all of you guys, MP, Andre, everybody, Dakota, Rips, like it's more work than people think. Like people see you guys sitting behind a screen clicking buttons and they think it's easy, but it's really not. Like it's really not. But yeah, I kind of just wanted to get into something that I could focus on me and do on, you know, on my own. You know, and once again, to something like, you know, trading, it's something that you could do whether you have a 9 to 5, whatever you're doing. It's something that you can get into, and gradually over time with growth, you can end up transitioning to, you know, whatever you want to do, and like, you know, be like Rips and just, you know, go play poker, you know, whenever you feel like it.
It takes a while to get anywhere if you're going to find have a career that or an income stream that takes you away from your primary stream. What do you do right now? What's your primary income stream? If
I'm a data analyst. I'm a data analyst.
Okay, there you
go. Yeah.
All right.
So I do that. But I'm looking to, yeah. So and one thing I've realized too, it's good to have that, and especially when you're starting off, like it's good to have that income that you know is kind of getting there. So that way you can kind of, you know, eat, right. Even if, you know, you don't have the pressure, like I don't have the pressure, like I could, God forbid I blow this account, like I'm not going to sweat it at all. Like, you know, it's just, but
my training psychologist when I was, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, but there's, you know, people that see it the other way. They're like, oh my God, this is, you know what, let me just put my rent money into this. And it's like, don't do that. Like, you know. Yeah, you were saying?
No, my training psychologist back when I did, it's like you make the most money when you don't need it. You know, it's kind of like was his thing. So you have to try to take that away. So yeah, always never leave your day job. Not until you have parked away so much money that you know if you hit a cold streak, you would still be financially fine, family fine, roof over your head fine. And yes, I said roof. Yeah, so
weird. You say
it's very cool. You say it weird, idiot.
Roof, rough. That's what a dog makes. Dog makes that noise. Rough.
I mean, like, you're gonna correct everybody from the South too, Andre? Huh? I don't know.
What? No, never. No, never.
Little farmer.
Let's get that leaderboard. Yes, let's get that leaderboard. 100%, James. We got to do the leaderboard. Definitely get the leaderboard. We got 8 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Again, Stanley's joining us on Fast Markets, turn to Pass with the Pros. About $700 away from passing the combine.
What was your goal when you came to Topstep? Was it have you been funded yet? Let's go with that one. Have you been funded yet?
Yes, I have. And my goal was to come to a platform where I could not only get funded but actually keep the funds and get continuous payouts. And
I call it get funded, stay funded, and take consistent
exactly.
payouts. Yep.
Right, exactly. And I feel like, you know, no shade to the other platforms, but Topstep is really the only platform that has the tools there to help you do that. Like I said, that lockout button, that lockout button was a game changer for me, because I would literally beforehand, I would just, lose. And I'm like, okay, what am I doing? And obviously I'm not blaming anybody else. Any decision you make when you're trading, it's all on you. But at the same time, being a part of Topstep and you guys having those tools, and I tell people all the time, especially Topstep X, I've never seen anything like that. There's nothing else out there. There's nothing else out there that even comes close with some of the other.
Did you ever take a payout? How long did you last at the funded level? What was your high water mark?
I took a pay. I took one payout with Topstep.
Nice.
Yeah, I took one payout.
Yep.
How much?
And then I think it was 1,100. I think $1,100. Yeah.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
So that was pretty sweet.
You started this futures thing in April too? You're already taking payouts? Pretty damn good, man.
Yeah.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I passed my first combine in July. Yeah,
There
around
you
my
go.
birthday actually. Yeah.
Nice. How old are you?
28.
28.
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
28. Yeah.
There we
You're
go.
getting to know Stanley. You're getting very personal around here. I love it. I love it.
blood-
We're all
what's your
family.
blood
We're all
type?
friends.
Yeah.
What's your blood type?
That's
I love it.
all good. All
Love
good.
it, man. I
all
love
good.
it. All right. Well,
Yes.
Stanley, we got some motivation here. We got the leaderboard. Everyone's talking about the leaderboard in the Twitterverse, Xverse, call it what you want. We got the leaderboard. The Topstep leaderboard is the only place to be in futures trading. So, with that being said, JD, come on in. If we got that leaderboard ready to go, we'll have
Get your cameras ready, folks.
Yep,
Here we go.
Let's go, JD.
Can you remind the folks out there that look at this and be like, they only have that many 100K traders total? It's those trading at this moment in time. That means there could have been somebody trading with us and already crushing it and then left and went and opened up their own brokerage account. Happens all the time. Blah, blah, blah. So JD, give us a little like who is on this list and does it mean the forever list?
So, what Rich said earlier was 100% correct. We do not share lifetime balance and payout numbers on this leaderboard. These numbers represent only current, open, and active XFA and live funded accounts. That is it. If you're trading in an XFA or a live funded account and you subsequently lose that account, those numbers will be wiped away and you need to start all over to get back on the leaderboard. Hope that makes sense to everybody. Did I explain that clearly enough?
Yeah. Man,
Yeah.
cool.
Yes.
All right.
I did.
So,
Yes.
not much movement on this board from yesterday. Everyone,
Let's
with
just
the
call it the
exception
right
of
now. We'll call it the right here, right now board. That's who's
The right
trading
here, right now
right
board.
here, right now. Well,
All right. I will get the name changed on there. Hopefully, we'll have
No,
that
you
in
don't
the
have
next
to.
couple of days. Right here, right
New
now.
name.
I kind of like it, though.
Who it is? Right
Yeah,
here,
right
right
here,
now.
right now.
So you could tell by previous day rank right there, second column, not a whole lot of movement on the list from yesterday. Everyone, with the exception of Gabriel down there at the bottom in 25th place, was in the top 30 yesterday. Gabriel is trading in 5 XFAs currently, profited close to $15,000 in total yesterday. And he also took a pretty sizable payout, which we saw. He was on our payout board earlier this morning. Gabriel took a $20,000 payout yesterday. How's that for a start to the week?
Yeah.
You take a $20,000 payout, then you turn around on the very next day, or the same day as you take the payout, you make another $15,000 across those same accounts. So that is an excellent start to the week, paying yourself and adding value to your account balance. But we've got Nick for a tick up there in 10th place. We've got everybody in our top 10 is currently in the 100K club, and some of those traders right behind are building up. Dakota, I'm looking out for your
I
pal.
blew it
I'm
trading
trying.
the house
I'm
account
trying.
yesterday. Sorry.
What happened?
What
I
did you do?
blew everything. I was fading Muhammad yesterday during Power Hour and just blew it.
Yeah. All right. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. Hey, we're coming to.
No, I'm joking.
Then
I'm joking.
Stanley-
I'm joking. I'm
Yeah.
great.
I don't
It's
know if
still
you're
there. I have
something
it.
here. I mean,
You were on our live funded P&L list a little while ago, Dakota. I have you with a total.
Yeah, I made three today.
Yeah. Dakota made $3,000 in profits trading the S&P, NASDAQ, and Nikkei yesterday. So, yeah, nice try, bud. But, yeah, we know the JD here.
all
Yeah,
right.
around
All right.
160.
Well, we got 2 minutes left here in Fast Markets. You know what time it is. We like to do appreciations as we like to go around the board. Stanley, I want you on here for this. You're going to go first. But first, you're going to go after the chat. I want to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday, the first day of the fourth quarter, 2024? My goodness, 3 months left in the month, or in the year, I should say. But without further ado, throw it in the chat. What are you appreciative for? We'll throw it to you, Stanley. Stanley, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
I'm appreciative for a lot of things. First and foremost, I'm appreciative for my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that got me here. I'm appreciative for my wife, my parents, all of my family, my brothers. Shout out to my boy Ashby. It's his birthday today. He just got into trading. I'm going to show him, try to get him into futures a little bit. So shout out to him. Happy birthday. And I'm just appreciative of you guys, Topstep, for really providing this the value to us traders. Like I said, for somebody like me, that means the most to me, because a lot of people don't get these opportunities. So it's the value that really matters, and you guys provide that all across the board. So appreciate it for you guys, MP, all of you guys, Dakota, Andre, Rips, like all of you guys, the whole team, Tim, everybody, Gabe, everyone.
You the man. You the man. Thank you so much, Stanley. I'll throw it to Eddie. Eddie, if you're there, you might have bounced. I don't know if Eddie's there. I'll throw it to Hogue if you're there. All right, Eddie, what do you appreciate for?
You know what? I'm really appreciative of how we came together today as a complete team, the community here at Topstep, the team here at Topstep, regarding the news, regarding the market movement. I think we had a great day today being one team. That's what I'm appreciative of.
Awesome. Hogue, are you there? Hogue, what are you appreciative for? Hogue is there.
Yeah, I'm here as always, appreciative of my God, my family, my country. Appreciative of Stanley, who's willing to come on here and show himself and talk about his process and getting through the trading combine. Always great to see you, Stanley. And of course, I'm thankful and appreciative of everybody in the chat who prays for peace with me every day. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. We'll see more of you. Hey, and I'll throw it to Rips. What are you appreciative for, my man?
As always, appreciative for our wonderful family here on Topstep. And always appreciative to the chat out there, showing support, showing love for everybody who comes on the program here. Big shout out to you, Stanley, for coming on again and trading your combine live in front of everybody. It's no easy feat. Big shout outs to you and everybody who's supporting you through your trading journey. And of course, big ups to the big man upstairs. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. It's been a wonderful session.
Hell yes. Say, throw to Dakota. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
Man, how can I top all that? All the love. Here's an honest and true question for everybody here. If I was to ask you to name all of the things you love, how long would it take until you named yourself? So, yeah. Think about that.
Like that. Michael,
that's
real
answer
for that.
Michael.
Michael said Michael. MP. Oh, was my turn? He looks up. My turn? Yes, Michael, it is indeed.
No, I had to write it down. I had to write it down because he's got
a speech. All right, go ahead, Michael. Let's go to the one shot. Michael, what are you appreciative for?
I'll read this off my notes. Those who put themselves out there, take risk. Those that are being real and helping others along the way. Stanley, you're a great example of that. Thanks for coming on, buddy. Really appreciate it. Yeah. And we will get you to the funded level. Pass with the pros. We're going to help you out. So keep jabbing away.
Just want to say quick, I'm appreciative for Topstep TV. Had a day off yesterday. I'm not going to lie. I missed the hell out of this place. It's itching to get back. Try my best to stay a little bit unplugged, but I caught myself checking back in to see what's going on in the market, see what's going on in the Topstep TV. Anyways, with that being said, we got power players coming up next. Myself, Paul, and Dolby Time might have a special guest joining us. Stay tuned. This is Topstep TV. So much in store today. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
And we are back. He's joining us again for Power Players. We're also joined by Coach Paul in the house, co-star of At the Buzzer. Make sure to check that out every weekday, starting at 3:15 Central Time. Got my man Dolby Time in the house. All right, guys. Stanley here, about $700 away from passing the combine. Let's get him across the finish line. Coach Paul, welcome aboard. What are we seeing here in this market so far?
Well, we've seen a lot of volatility, big drop, obviously on war news that hit exactly on the opening. Hard break. We're trading right on a bit of a recovery here. We'll see if that can continue. I'm still looking to sell myself. And as always, with a stop on an action like today, if you're not using stops, you're probably going to get hurt really bad. So let's see what we can get done in the next hour. Welcome, Stanley. Good to see you.
Thank you, Coach Paul. Appreciate having you on here as well.
So how was your day today?
It's been going good. Down just a little bit over 0.5%. So, just seeing what we can do for the remainder of the day. Today has been very volatile for sure, especially with all the news that came out. But it looks like we might be bouncing back. So we're just gonna wait and see what happens.
Good. So you're trading micros today?
Yes, micros. Usually micros. So, I'll only go for one mini if I'm really positive about my setup. But one thing I've realized about myself, I'm more antsy when I trade the minis, even if it's just one. I'm a little bit more so I just because clearly that tells me that the fact that I'm more antsy means I'm not comfortable and okay with the risk. So I just go down to micros, and eventually I'll get there, but I'm not there yet, and I realize that, which is a benefit for me.
Yeah, that's a great observation.
Wow, kudos to you.
That has to make you as a coach very proud.
Important.
Yeah.
Know thyself. And you said when you have minis on, you're anxious. And when you're anxious, the tendency is to make poor decisions, right? Because it's
right.
Anxiety and fear. So how long have you been trading?
So I've been trading for 2 years now. I got into futures. I learned about futures back in April of this year. So it's been about 6 months almost.
Wow.
All right, let's get right into this. Sure is. All right, let's get right into these markets here. We're watching the S&P starting to grind a little higher here. Last trade 57.69. I got through a VWAP here. Stanley, what kind of setups are we looking for? Anything? I guess again, we got to keep one eye on this news at all times, hitting the wire any moment's notice, and we're always subject to one headline away from the market selling off again. Stanley, so how do we approach this? For everyone tuning in, this is Stanley from Brooklyn. We're trying to pass with joining us. Power Players turning to pass with the pros. And it's around $700 away from passing his combine. So we're going to see if we can do it here. We're going to help him. We got the pros. We got Coach Paul. We got Dolby Time in the house. So everyone give some support to Stanley in the chat. Dolby Time, let's identify some ranges here in the NQ. It's not really a range-bound trade, but what are you seeing on your end there, Dolby?
If you look hard enough, there's always a range somewhere, Dre. That's the beauty. That's
Let's start looking.
Ranges. We can find one somewhere. I don't really have anything on really big time frames quite yet. This weekly, maybe next week, we could get into a weekly range bound situation. Obviously, the daily is very far down, 4 hour very far down. So we're 1 hour starting to get a little bit consolidated. Maybe we can see a Dakota 3-bar reversal on the 1 hour. That could take some time to manifest. I would start saying 15 minute to 30 minute is going to be our core range to look at for this segment. And let's say that is 19,817 to about, let's say 20,000. Let's say to about 20,000.
So we're at the top of the range right now, and we are getting a little bit of a pullback off the top of the range. That makes me feel a little bit more confident that this range is legit and intact. 20,000 psychological number. So we'll see what happens there. But cheap shorts were available.
Yes, they were.
Very
20,000
temporarily.
select. Yes, they were. About a 50-point snap off of that. Hey, just a quick update. Because you guys were wondering where the VIP updates were from Fast Markets. Don't worry, we still have that coming to you. I think we'll get that into you guys during group coaching. We'll have the VIP updates for you guys. Fast Markets was moving very, very quickly. Headlines flying all around, but we will have that VIP update for you in group coaching. So stay tuned for that. But right now, we're trying to get Stanley across the finish line with Pass with the Pros. Coach Paul in the house. Dolby time. Let's go. Got to pull up in the chat. Trade minis, trade micros, trading today. Thank you. Yeah, trade micros and minis.
Tell you on a 1 minute chart in the S&P, we bounced off the 200 bar moving average. This is an area I'd like to take. You just said about small risk, so I'd like this. I'm gonna sell it right about at the 65 level, if we can get there.
65. 65 is in the S&Ps there, Paul? Or
in the
NASDAQ?
S&Ps, yeah. S&Ps, 57.65.
That's as short as 65. All right.
Nice. Put that one in my chart too.
All right, Stanley. How did you think Fast Markets went for your trading?
It went okay. Once again, I took 2 small losses, but I'm comfortable and okay with that because I managed my risk. So losses are part of the game. So
yep.
That's a mature attitude.
It went well.
Do you measure your risk before you make the trade?
I like yeah. So with because I only trade NQ for the most part. So I like to stay between, like, the most is like 20 points. And that's because with NQ, especially on a day like today, some of those 5-minute candles were like 50 to 100 points. So it's, you gotta be very careful. And I'm not one of those people that I don't think you can have a 2-tick stop loss trading NQ. Like, that's just not that's not feasible. But yeah, so I like to stay between 15 to 20 points the most. But 10 is a good number for me. I like that number. But once again, especially on a day like today, like, you could get into the trade and then boom, 10 points. There you go. So immediately. So
that's consistency. And that consistency is going to help you get past this. So great to hear. Your focus seems to be on risk management.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially once you get closer to passing. I don't know why, but once I get closer to passing, it just becomes a little bit harder to actually get over the hump. So that's the name of the game here.
And that's a very common problem. And when you're right near the hump, you want to just get that trade and get over it. And sometimes we can drop our risk management and just take gambles. So,
right.
Like what I hear from you, you're for someone that's been in the market for a relatively short amount of time. That's a very good characteristic.
Getting some wiggle here in the NASDAQ. Resistance off of 965. Batter's starting to pick up a little bit. So I'm kind of curious to see if this is going to end up rejecting down to 840s.
Hey, we got Danny Simple Trades in the chat. I was $100 away and blew it. It happens. It happens, Rich. It happens there, Danny. Simple Trades.
It happens.
Yeah, it happens.
I was a penny away once. 1 tick.
That's right, Dolby. That was you, right? That was
Yeah,
really.
There you go. Yeah.
And
wow.
You were a penny away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you blow it after that, or?
Yeah. Yeah, I put on a trade. I was like, what are the odds that this goes against me and I don't get my 1 tick? Well, apparently, whatever those odds were good enough for me to hit. I was at like 52,000, whatever it is, $999. I needed 1 tick.
You can laugh about it now. We can laugh about it now.
It's hilarious. That's also back when like a trading combine took like a legit month to pass.
Oh,
so I was not very happy about that.
That was the two-step program. I did that about 7 years ago. That's a tough program.
It was hard. Yeah.
Although
You're welcome,
I still
Danny.
see a lot
Simple
of
trades.
merit in that.
So do I. I think
these are the
there's
lessons.
still a lot to be there.
What lesson did you learn out of that?
Out of that one,
I mean,
I would say that no matter what, you have to follow your process over everything. It doesn't matter if you're a penny away, if you're $1 million away, $500 away. All you're ever focusing on is your process. Nothing else matters. And if you happen to pass because of your process, that's good.
Wow,
but the market knows either naughty or nice.
Christmas is coming up.
Finds a way.
There's no do-overs.
Finds a way. No, I mean, that's a good thing too. Like, there are no do-overs, right? So you have to make sure your risk management and your process is spot on and literally perfect, because all it takes is one little slip up and you'll lose everything, and you can't call your broker or to Mohammed to get it back.
Definitely got to see Mohammed in the chat. Speaking of Mohammed, NQ, I see short 19,980. 980 stop 20,000. Target 1 for 19,930. Wait for a short, not now. Waiting for a short. Thank you, Mohammed. All right, Stanley.
Yeah, we rejected. Yeah, we were going heading for looks like almost a 2000s, and we kind of rejected from there. So I want to see what happens because it looks like we're in between on the 1 minute. We're in between this range from like the 40s back up to the 20,000s. So let's see what happens.
We're in a nice range on this 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's tight too. It's between like 950 and 965. 15-point range since 11:14. So about 6 minutes of 15-point ranges. Just, we were talking like, I think Hogan and I were on a while ago. We were saying, hey, what's the hardest trade to take right now? I feel like it's long, and the long trade seems by far the most enticing.
Think so. Okay.
Just something about it. It's just not doing a very good job of going down right now.
No, it is not. I do see that as well. Hey, we got 69% long in the ES, actually up to 71% now. 71% long ES and 71% long in NASDAQ. Average trade in the longs for S&P is 57.65. So right here at entry, where we're at right now, looking at the NASDAQ, 71% long from an average price of 20,003. So taking some heat there.
I mean, I'm gonna try a bid at 954. I have to put my put the money where the mouth is. Right? It's not not good enough just saying you have a feeling. You gotta put a little feeler out there. So we'll see if we can get a
tilt
pullback.
right now. We've got NASDAQ and S&P 71% on the long side.
Yes, we do. Average price 20,006, I believe. 20,003 and 57.65, respectively, in the ES. All right, we are trading a little bit sideways right now. Stanley, you came on. I wanted to give you a little bit of feedback, Stanley. You came on in fast markets. It sounds like you were not necessarily fully in tune with what the news was coming out from the Middle East, and that's a big reason why we moved down. So I want to make sure that you do have some. What are you looking at for news in terms of gathering news? Whether it's CNBC or Bloomberg, it's just something, just a website or financial news. You got to have something up so you can see what perhaps is moving the markets in real time like that.
Yeah, I usually look at CNBC.
Okay,
I usually look at CNBC.
Make sure you have that.
Also Yahoo as well.
There you go. So yeah, make sure you got that up at all times, because especially now with what's coming out of the Middle East now, it seems like the escalation, it's getting escalated. Last thing we heard is that a ballistic or a missile attack from Iran is imminent within the next 12 hours. Hey, Coach Jay, watch TopstepTV. Oh yeah, watch us for news there too.
That's right.
Stanley, thank you, Jay. Duh, right? Watch us for news. We're all over it. But yes, make sure you're in tune with the news.
News from Eddie.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, make sure you're always in
Thank
tune
you
with the
very
news, and you'll see like when it's a news trade, headline trade like that. Typically, it's a one-way trade. You can catch it for. Thank you, D. You can catch it. You can catch the move to jump on. Kind of close your eyes and get on board. But yes, make sure you're in tune with the news.
Okay.
Here we go.
I just sold the S&Ps here at.
Oh really? I'm
to
long.
risk 5 points. S&Ps or NASDAQ?
I'm long NASDAQ 2 at 948. Risk at 40 evens.
Okay.
We're just trying to buy the bottom of this 5-minute range. That's the entire strategy.
All right, let's update the board here, Coach.
And the NASDAQ. Are you liking the volatility that's starting to pick up? We got Coach following along. We got, I'm looking at shorts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, but I feel like we're kind of still in the middle of this range here. I mean, so 'cause we're literally right in the 950s. We were down to the 910s, then we rallied up to the almost to the 20,000s, and then now we're right back in the middle of the 950s. So for me, I'm kind of hands off because I want to see what happens, whether we go down and break this low or if we're gonna break this high, and then from there I'll probably be able to have a better bias.
Awesome. Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout out to Grant watching out in Lawrence, Kansas right now. Thanks for tuning in, Grant. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. All right, these guys are looking to take perhaps a trade. I think we got Paul. Paul, can we update your position, please, for the board?
Short S&Ps from right in this area.
Right. Dolby time, you are
price there, Paul, and how many times?
I'm short.
Short 1.
Short 1 at 62.
Thank you. And then Dolby, I got you already. Appreciate you, brother.
Long 2, 948. Thank you, sir.
Now I'm putting in a stop at 1 ATR. Right now, the ATR, 2 ATRs, so I'm risking 5 points.
Okay.
$250.
6. There's the NQ ladder is really getting crazy. I think we're gonna get stopped out on this one. It's just getting real fast, real slippery. We're only risking 280. A lot of upside to the trade, though.
Yeah,
that's all you can do, right?
That's all you can do. That's why I'm going to say it again, Stanley. You're on the right path.
Yep.
Risk management. It eliminates that 4-letter word, hope.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
This is not a place for hope. And I've blown a few accounts in my 40 years, and every one of those was, when I blew it out, was hoping that it would move my way, or confident that the market was wrong. So that's when I come back, I'll preach risk management. It's,
all right, we're out.
A loss can be a good trade. That's one thing I think a lot of people, when they come into this thinking a loss is, it was a bad trade. A good loss is a good trade. Okay, we're starting to move a little lower. I'm going to add to this. I have a VWAP on the 1-minute chart from the low of 33. And this minute, if we close below this VWAP, and we're right at it, we just didn't close. That VWAP I have it is 57. I'll sell another one.
Right. We're going to add into this. Starting to see some sellers here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ, like Paul was just saying. Not seeing any headlines out. Again, typically like to watch. We are seeing a bit of a bump higher here in gold. Nothing that's significant. Stanley, so when we got this headline trade, right? Typically, this is how we like to look at things. Like in the morning, on that open, like Paul was talking about, we saw some heavy selling in the equities right on the morning. Typically, what we saw, and what you also saw, you saw a big pop in crude oil, right? So when there's Middle East conflict, when it heightens, when it increases, when it accelerates, and escalates, I should say, in the Middle East, typically you'll see oil pop, right? You see oil pop, you'll see gold pop as well, right? Safe haven asset, obviously risk in the Middle East, you'll see gold pop or a crude pop as well. So you see those two things popping, rallying right off the open. Consequently, we did see S&Ps and NASDAQ just get hammered. So we're constantly watching those four markets, see if they're moving in concert together, to see if another headline has popped, because typically the market will beat us to the punch before the headline actually hits the wire. We're constantly watching those crude and gold markets to see if something has happened before we actually catch the headline. So it's just something to keep an eye on moving forward.
Right. No, yeah, that's a great confluence.
Got it.
Sure.
I don't see anything right now. Paul, talk to us about this trade right now.
Still hasn't hit my stop. We're holding that VWAP from the 1 minute from the low at 57 and a quarter. I'm still short. If I'm leaning on I'm using the 1 minute. I usually don't, but in this short time frame, I'm using the 1 minute with a 200 bar moving average, which is sloping down. It gives me a place that I don't have to give it too much time.
Right.
If it's going to work, and I should get 3-1. If it's not, I'm out. I have a 5 handle stop. So my stop is at 67, and I'm comfortable with it.
Nice.
Right, sounds
I
good.
prefer to trade the S&Ps over the NASDAQ myself.
There you go.
NASDAQ's a little fast. A little bit fast.
It is.
As Coach J, it doesn't respect levels. I mean, by the way, it really does not.
Just pure disrespect.
It disrespects that, and I'm not that disciplined. I'll fight it, and so I'll trade it with micros. Right now, I'm flat. But I prefer to trade the S&P, and that goes back to if you're new to trading, you really need to know yourself, because if you're trying to be something other than what your core is, it'll come out in your trading. I also coach basketball.
What do you mean by that, Paul?
Any sport.
What do you mean by that? How?
In any sport.
What do you mean? Well, how about in trading? In particular, in trading.
In trading?
Yeah.
Okay. From my personal experience, I was brought up I grew up in the 60s and 70s. When I played sports, it was about being tough. You got to tough it out. In trading, being tough to me when I first started was I can take a big loss. I can take a loss. I refused to take a loss. I blew up. So with that, I avoided taking good losses. I'm not right yet. It leads to all those things, and it took me a couple of years. And I had to have a mantra of I don't know. And it takes a while to understand that you don't know, and it can be really liberating that oh, here we go, we're breaking.
Yeah, we are. I think sirens we're hearing about sirens in Israel. Yeah. Sirens also in Jerusalem. Headlines coming out now.
Oh, there it goes.
We just broke that.
It has been happening.
So I'm adding to this.
Happen. Crude popping, gold popping, just like we talked about, Stanley. You see this crude popping, gold popping. Now we got the equity selling off here.
Yeah.
I bet on peace and lost.
Yeah.
That was rough. We had a nice little 1 minute range forming, and I was hoping that we would continue this little uptrend off 920s and get up to 20,000. Apparently, Twitter had different plans. So
new highs.
Yep, tough, man. That's why I have a stop loss in place, though.
This is tough. Man.
That
it's
moved
a
down
tough trade right now.
Real fast.
Iran shot a missile. Iran shoots a missile. Thank you, Yarden.
There it is. Yeah, launched into Iran, into Israel. It's just hitting the wire.
All right, Stanley, you see how that happened? See how the markets got it before the headline hit? That's a telltale sign. The markets will get it before the actual headline hits for whatever reason. last. There you go. That's.
Let's see. Okay.
Very hard. Very hard. Very hard to have anything of any kind of runner in these markets.
Yeah.
Due to.
All right. So I added to that. My net short position is what? By the way, I only use markets. I'm different. If I want in, I want in. If I want out, unless it hits my stop. So now I'm basically short from 50, 59. 2 contracts.
Nice. Nasdaq's already recouped 50 points.
Right, and you see
What?
that's
And then
exactly what
some.
I was talking about.
Yeah.
Because
Now
I
we're
was
back
waiting
to
for the
entry.
break.
Phew.
Yeah, I was waiting
Off,
for the
man.
break of this low to get in. I got in and got stopped out immediately. So, it's just, like you said, like I was saying earlier, these wicks on NQ, but once again, you have to once you get in, like as long as you accept the risk,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
That's all you can do.
Well, that's, key. You just said it, Stanley. Accept the risk or don't take the trade.
Exactly.
So,
All right, the IDF
what was that
speaker
news?
speaking now. It says Iran attack has began. It's game on now.
What's the crew doing?
Yeah, it did pop. It's up.
We had a new high.
Yeah, now it's like 50 cents off the highs. This is very tricky. Like Stan was saying, you got to see money. Anything. You can't hold anything for very long.
No.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is a headline trade all day. All right, Stanley, wait, did you say you took a trade and you got stopped out there?
Yep, immediately. So I was waiting for the break below the 910s, like I was saying earlier. We got it, so I got in, and then I got stopped right out.
All right. What's your update P&L so we can update the board?
Minus 552.
Minus 552. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good discipline. Good risk management.
Crude, we made a new high and a
course.
huge pullback here right now.
Yeah, we did, man.
All right.
Yeah,
I got back.
I was waiting
a little bit.
What'd you get, Adobe?
I did like short 960s, covered at about 940s for like 300.
What was the duration of that trade, Dolby?
Nice.
How many seconds? How many seconds was that trade? Just to give
Not
Stanley
long.
Yeah.
Not long at all.
Heads up, gold pushing here. Gold pushing higher here.
Yeah, it was 13 points, 12 points.
Yep.
It lasted 6 seconds.
Okay.
Wish I held it though. It's kind of moving down a little bit more now. But we got back a little bit. So nice little scalper Rooney.
Yeah, I'm short here
maybe
at
you could-
938.
All right, Stanley. 938? 938. Stanley short. How many times from 938?
Let's see. 5
we
micros.
go.
Yeah, we're pulling back. I just got out. So we just got some. Got some back.
Nice.
All right, let's update
These-
P&L.
So we're at 491. Minus 491.
All right. I like the grind it back here.
Let's see. Yeah, this is more of especially right now, it looks like more of a, like Dobie said, not holding on to anything.
These hits are nice in these types of environments. You can establish tight risk, try to get 2-to-1, 3-to-1 on a trade, and if you can go to 2 or 3 contracts, maybe you let one run. But base hits are nice on days like this.
All right.
Paul, are you still short?
I am still short.
How many times?
I'm short 2.
All right, thank you.
I am up a little bit of money. I'm
selling off
holding
here.
this.
Yep.
I've moved my stop down to. I'll move it now. To 62.
62
of course, in
trades.
hindsight, you always wish you had a runner on.
Yeah.
You get extra, 10 points in the hand. This is another 50 in the bush.
Yeah, maybe you could call them up and say, "Can we break that trade?"
Yeah, can we undo that one? That's speaking to Stanley about trading micros, that's the advantage of being able to trade, micros. Maybe you size down from one lot, but you go down to 10 micros. Now you can play that game where you can start shaving trades off. Mm-hmm. Actually, I probably even should have done that right there on that one because, my size is my risk is a little bit rich right now. So I could size down to micros and kind of play that game.
Right. Here we go with buyers back in crude again. This is a complete roller coaster rodeo.
Well, the fundamentals in crude are interesting here. The U.S.
Gold on a new high also.
Oh, so this is gaining traction.
Yes, it is.
Seems like it's getting heavy.
Yeah.
It's getting traction. All right. It's not smooth.
Break the 27 handle in gold here. Very close to it, knocking on the door.
Yes, we are. Last trade 26.92. Thank you, Eddie. Eddie, keep an eye on the gold and crude. Gold and crude seem to be catching the headlines first. Yep.
I got my bobber in the water. Looking at bobber.
Good. Appreciate it. All hands on deck. Everyone's watching.
Bob away my blues.
That's right. All right, Stanley. Nice call, MP.
So, Stanley, what are you thinking?
Right now, like I said, originally I was looking at the 910s, but the news kind of invalidated that my whole trade idea. So I'm kind of waiting to see. Right now, we're kind of in between the 60s and then these 900s here. So I want to see what we're doing here.
Yep.
Before I get into anything.
Good.
They got some big sirens going on there right now with that link that Michael posted.
Yeah. Did you click on that, Eddie? I haven't read it.
Yeah.
Or I haven't really been able to listen. Okay.
Let's see if I can try to pipe it in on my end.
All right. Yeah. You're on leader on the mic. Launches are underway. Chop your out.
Yeah, we spent the last 5 minutes in the S&P under that VWAP from the lows, which indicates to me that buying is either exiting or feeling some heat. So I think this can build up some momentum to the downside, especially with that headline news.
Explosions now.
All right, I got it piped in here.
Cool.
It's just
live in Tel Aviv here. Whoa! Something else just came down. We're seeing things come down in explosions.
This is from the.
This is unbelievable.
Newscaster in Tel Aviv.
Yep.
Yeah, stay safe, y'all.
Where are they located? They're in Tel Aviv right now, Eddie?
Tel Aviv, yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah, this is not.
Yeah, so they're hitting. It is dark, as C-Man did mention.
I can't tell you what's going on right
now. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this.
Whoa, look at this.
Can't really see
Things
it.
are just coming down.
Just to get an idea of what's going on over there, I'm going to put it on pause. Let's get back to your trading. But I will keep an eye here on this right now.
Appreciate it. Yeah, so it sounds like this is really happening. This is going on. CNN saying this is a major attack. Lots of missiles, intercepts showing on TV. Keep an eye that everyone's watching around the world. So anytime you see something, all right, some more selling coming in here.
Okay. Yeah, but we're breaking the lows from the move.
Markets are moving here.
Yeah, I got some micros on.
Well, what do you got there?
3MNQ at 19,911. Short.
All right.
Trying to look for TPs around 19,820, 840, 860.
Okay. Yeah, in the lower right-hand corner, we do have video being fed from the Middle East. I believe we're looking at Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv, yeah.
Keep in mind, the rest of the market and world is watching the video as well. So you see, when they see something, the markets will see something.
We can get below 887. I'll move my stop to break even just to avoid any insane volatility. But it needs to get lower. There we go. Is that low enough?
Yeah, there goes a push.
That's low enough.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see new lows coming real quick here.
Yeah.
All the buyers off the bottom are
they're going to get they're going to get the. It's very thin. Here's another hard line, 19,880 bid in the Nasdaq. Let's see. I'll take a look at the ES here. It's very thin ES. Even the algos are gone in the ES. This is it's a very tricky trade right now.
Yeah.
I mean, do we have any levels like super far away? Is there anything around like 700s in NQ? I mean, how low can this go? I guess is the real question. What's the midpoint?
Yeah.
Depends how long
and that's and right there, that's the risk. If you can't define it, think about what's going on. This is serious news.
I'm going to target 708s to the downside. It's like the midpoint of a previous consolidation, which has kind of been targets before. So we might see buyers come in.
More sellers. Anytime the video
Okay, the Nasdaq has gone through every level of support that I have.
Yeah.
My last one is 19,888. And we have a actual range today of 513 points versus an average true range of 300. So when we ask about support, it's been obliterated, and now we're double the average true range. Market makers are going to start backing away. And what I mean by that,
why, Paul?
they're going to, because the volatility in the short term is doubled, right? So the average true range was 300. We're trading the actual range of 513, so that there's a large imbalance in the market. So market makers are probably getting hit. So what they'll do is pare down. So if they're 100 lot, they're now 50 lot. So think about if you want to take the buys, what are you going to ask for? You want more room.
Right.
Or you're going to go smaller. Or you're not going to take it unless you sell it first.
This over the wire here. Iran launched over 100 ballistic missiles at Israel. It's coming from the Army radio. Eyes are open here. We're going to see what we can do as far as piping that in best we can. So eyes on the prize. Anything else that we do see in the community, by all means, please share it. Make sure it's a reliable source before posting. Thank you.
Well, video's video, so I guess. Yeah. It's tricky. It's wild, Stanley. Trying to pass the combine.
Yeah, no, yeah.
With all this going on, man.
Right. And this is so wild, but that's what
Stanley,
that's
if
what
you
we
traded
sign up for.
long enough to see events like this, this type of stuff does not happen all that frequently, and it's not something that we all get exposed to, and it does require repetition to be able to trade these markets if you elect to trade the volatility. Is this something that you've seen before or experienced?
Right. No, not necessarily. It's funny you mentioned that. I was actually speaking with my friend, and I was mentioning to him, this is my first election year trading. I've heard, that, elections, definitely, especially like right now we're in the last quarter. Today's actually the first day of Q4. So I'm just going to approach this not necessarily hands off, but definitely lowering my risk, because this is, for me, this is new territory for me. So Q4 was pretty good last year, but this year is an election year. So depending on what happens, who knows how the markets will react. I definitely don't. So that being said, just to get the experience, I'm still going to trade this entire quarter, but I'm definitely going to be lowering my risk all across the board.
Wow.
It's coming over the
They're
wire
always
here. Loud
teaching us, doing a good
explosions
job.
heard in the Jordan Valley. We're getting some more here. Retaliation? Possibly. Yep. We'll dig into that a little better.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm going to look to sell on pullbacks if we get them at 888 and 899. And I'll just, if I can get filled on those, I'll just keep a really tight stop. But I'm just looking for a pullback and a rejection. Just a way to try to get more size in like a reasonable way. It's like you do want to try to find ways to size up in these types of conditions, just because the volatility can be pretty good. So now we're at break even still, so we're short 4. And this might just end up coming all the way back. It's a pretty big bounce. 30 points almost. Yeah, I'm break even.
Yep.
I'm out. That was insane.
Right. Yeah, that was quick. Yeah. I might lock it up for the day. I'm down just a little bit under 1%. So I might just, and I'm completely fine with that. Down 1% on the day is okay. So I might just lock it up, especially with everything that's going on.
Yeah.
That's
so
a
to
very
everybody
smart
that
idea.
Yeah, to everybody that, wanted me to come on here in full port, I'm really sorry. I didn't get to put on the show. Really sorry, but yeah, but
don't worry, man.
Yeah,
this is different. This is a different beast. This is this is your first time election. This is a different beast. Headlines. You see these headlines. At this point, these headlines flush through the market in about 15, 20, 30 seconds. And we see a snapback like we're seeing right here. So it's going to be, I'd imagine every time you see some new footage or something hit the wire, it's going to be a sell-off. It'll be short-lived. Then you see the buyers come in. Every time the new stuff hits the wire, sell-off. Then here we go. Here we go. I live in Jordan. 102 missiles flying over my sky on their way to... Sheesh, this is crazy.
Prayers are with whoever that is.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be praying for you and your family.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we came here on an open mic and the Rolling Stones showed up. So, I mean, that's how important we have to sort of change direction on, what we're looking at, how we're reacting. And that goes with our tip of the week, adapt. I think we adapted very well today with direction-wise information, news, and conversation.
Yeah.
Markets are on edge. Stanley, probably wise there, Eddie, or Stanley. Markets are on edge right now. It's very unpredictable. What's up, Paul? You're still short?
I covered when we were talking about 3 minutes ago, I covered at 43 half the ad I had on. And now I'm keeping my stop. I'm up about $800.
Ooh, nice.
And I will put a stop in at unchanged. It's unless or I'll cover 1 minute close above the 200 bar moving average. So it's not too far away right now. But I want to commend Stanley. That a very mature attitude, recognizing the situation, shutting yourself down, because the number one priority is to preserve your capital. On the hierarchy, everything else is below that. So I just got to commend you, Stanley. You've got really good instincts.
Thank you, Coach. If you guys don't mind, I do have 2 questions for you, Coach Paul. Wanted to ask you.
Sure.
So I know you said you've been trading for like 40 years. So how has your trading strategy evolved over the years? And then my second question is what would you say is the biggest misconception about trading?
Great
Okay,
questions.
the first one, the biggest. Okay, the first one was what have I learned?
Oh no, well, how has your trading strategy evolved like over the years?
Oh, great question. My trading strategy when I first started, I was going to school and working at the exchange. I just covered, by the way. So I'm up $500.
Nice.
A little under that. So I came up as an economist. Training. I was going to school part-time, working at the exchange part-time, and I've studied I started in the soybeans. I knew everything about soybeans, from how they grow to where they're exported, and I gleaned that from that information where the market should go. So I was young. I was 22 when I started trading. And with that attitude, and we just mentioned it, is that I would put on a position because I was right. Because I did my study, and it was all based on fundamental information. I had no risk management. Basically, my thought was, I'm right, market's wrong. They'll figure it out soon. Yeah, that didn't work. So with that, I had to learn how to trade. So with that is, I don't have to be right. I have to trade right. Because they're in, and after that, what I figured out.
You got 1 minute, Paul.
Obvious. The only certainty we have in trading is uncertainty. So with that you have to have, number one, risk management and take good losses, which I see in your trading. Second question was?
I asked you, the second question was, what would you say is the biggest misconception that people have about trading?
Oh, glory. That you just get into this, make the right trade, and and the Lambo's coming. I'll take
100%.
2 red ones.
New high
So
in
that's
crude.
the biggest. It's extremely hard, as anyone can tell you that's really traded. So that's the biggest misconception.
100%. Yeah, a lot of people come in here to get rich quick. Yeah, new high in crude. Starting to see some of that pop though on the equities there. Great question, Stanley. Great answers, Paul, as well. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Group coaching. So everyone's watching from the Middle East, please stay safe. We're thinking about you. We're covering this live here on TopstepTV. Again, hey, Stanley, thank you so much for coming on. You will be back. Dolby time. I'll see you later. Anyways, this is TopstepTV. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Stay safe, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Ben today. Of course, there's a lot going on in the world right now, so we'll try and keep you up to date on that as much as we can. I think we have a link that MP wanted to share to some other channels where you can watch some of this playing out live. Stuff is happening quickly. We don't have anyone on the ground, so we'll be learning as you do through the news wires and trying to go to the reputable sources. With that aside, Ben, otherwise, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well, Jack. I've got some positive personal news, I guess. I know that some people have been tracking along. I'd broken my collarbone a week ago. I've been going back and forth with doctors and am going to be able to avoid surgery, so I'm very thankful for that. It means a little bit of a longer recovery, but happy I can avoid that process and heal up naturally. So very thankful for that. Feeling a lot better. Pain subsided. So overall, I'm doing much better. So thanks to everyone that has been checking in. And I'm feeling a lot better with that news. I know there's a lot of much more severe stuff going on globally right now. And, I'll continue to pray for peace. And it's good that we have our ears to the ground and the wires out there to monitor the situation and what that means for markets. There's clearly been a tremendous amount of volatility that's come about with this news this morning, and equities, basically every asset class, oils, flying off the page, all sorts of things that are happening. So I know it's easy to get FOMO as a trader, especially when you see massive moves like that. Oh my gosh, it was a straight up or a straight down move. If I just sold or just bought, it's easy to say woulda, coulda, shoulda in those situations, but there will continue to be great day trading setups that come out of these developments. Obviously, there's a very real human impact that we want to be considerate of, but from a purely trading standpoint, there will continue to be opportunities. Today possibly, and certainly throughout the week. So don't beat yourself up, and certainly don't do anything rash when it comes to trading, just because you missed a move or you're looking for something else to happen. So. That's my PSA about trading the volatility, Jack.
Nice.
Do you have something to throw in there?
First, are you able to put your own shirt on now, or is that still?
No, still getting assistance from my fiance with that. But the type of shirt that I can wear is expanding slowly, so that's a blessing. Yeah, slow and steady, especially since I'm not doing the surgery. The recovery will still take a decent amount.
Looks very nice. Nice shirt today. And just a general risk management shout out right now is when you have the headline risks like these, please, if you must trade, reduce your size, expand out those stops and limits. All right. And just absolutely keep your head on a swivel. We're down now, but we are nowhere near as down as we can be if certain scenarios play out. So our best wishes to everyone out there. Hope you're all safe. And with that, Ben, our traders, what are they up to?
Yeah. Speaking of the live traders and their operations in the market today relative to the volatility, some people have taken good advantage of it. Some people have tried to and hit their daily loss limits. But we'll rattle off some quick updates. I know Rips looks like he was seeing the markets pretty well this morning, up a good almost $2,600. Live accounts, Deanna down modest $270 at the moment. Dakota up $608. I think he's been relatively cautious, which I love seeing. After having put up considerable profits, over the past couple of days, when there's this massive volatility kick, to have the discipline to not press into that, not lean into it, not take a trade that isn't setting up for you. Really commendable on his part for staying cautious through this and not giving back some of the profits that he's have been well earned over the last couple of days. So good on you, Dakota. Raul took an unfortunate U-turn, was up 2,200 this morning, ended up hitting the daily loss limit. But got some big winners. Faye is one of our live traders who we featured a number of times as a gold trader. Obviously, there's some volatility in gold today. Looks like she took advantage of that, up $10,700. Augustine up $6,000. Shiftan's up $25,000 currently. Been really taking advantage of the volatility today, obviously. Eric up 7,800, Uday up 6,200, Alexis J up 4,000, and David A, after not trading for most of the morning, up a cool $12,482. So David A was patient, saw something that he liked, and took advantage of it. So yeah, lots of big green on the board today, but obviously quite a bit of red as well. People trying to chase moves, catching the wrong side of things, trying to buy the bottom, sell the top, that sort of stuff that goes along with this spike in volatility. So again, don't beat yourself up. Try and study and try and see, what you can take out of these higher volatility conditions. I think the easiest adjustment that can be made is like what Jack was saying, just scale down, cut your position size by a fifth. Give yourself more breathing room in your trades, and that can help you still participate and not get blown out multi-directional fashion. So with all that said, we can move into the trading cards if you're ready, Jack.
Yeah, and as we move into the cards, I may seem slightly distracted. I'm trying to keep as up to date on things that are happening. Just an update from the sources we can. Nearly 200 missiles were launched into Israel from Iran. That's according to the Israeli Army radio. Iraq has shut down its airspace according to its state news agency. We will keep you up to date as we get new information. With that, what is our first card today, Ben?
Our first trading card today is someone we just talked about, actually. It's Shifton. So we can pull up the trading card for Shifton. Shifton's someone who has been very gracious, very communicative with the risk team, with several teams here at Topstep, always kind of tweaking, tinkering with the account and the strategy. And, for all that can be said, obviously the win rates here are a bit on the low side relative to risk reward. And there's a slightly negative average daily P&L, but that will turn into a positive average daily P&L as long as Shifton locks in, a $20,000 day or greater for today's trading performance, up currently right around $25,000. Believe may still have a position on. So, we've been in communication with Shifton, talking about, cinching up those profits as you go along. That's really, really important when you have a big day. You can't be up $30,000 and, only walk away with $2,000 profit or go red would be the worst case scenario. So we've been in communication about that. Good to see him, finally crack one off. This is a trader who likes swinging for the fence. There are a lot of traders in our program who try to do so. It's not something that we generally encourage, but ultimately, if you can manage your downside well enough and for long enough, Jack, you can hit those dingers. And while there is a lot of variability in that P&L curve across time when you're swinging for the fences like that, if you can really minimize those troughs and maximize the peaks, that is a way that you can grow the account balance. That's probably the most positive thing that I can say about what Shifton's done in this account so far. He's been in the account for 32 trading days. Today is the 33rd. Shifton's been in good communication with the risk team about his risk parameters. He's changed his mind a handful of times, but generally speaking is leaning towards, hey, I want a $1,000 daily loss limit in my account. That's why, Jack, you'll see that average daily loss, average losing day being roughly $2,100. That's because we have, flip-flopped to a degree from 1,000 to 3,000, kind of depending on, the levels of success Shifton's seeing in this account. I like the notion, and, every time Shifton's reached out to us about lowering it, it's always a very positive conversation. That shows the mentality that he's trying to protect the good things that he is doing in this account. He's had some big days, up $30,000 previously. He's actually eclipsed, that was the closed P&L for the day, that 32,000 or so. He eclipsed that P&L intraday today. So again, anytime someone breaks kind of in an intraday fashion, those previous records, that's something we take note of. That's something we increase communications with our live traders about. Because that's breaking new ground mentally and emotionally in the live account as well. Whether you have done that in a personal account or not, it is a prop account. There are specific rules and guidelines you have to follow, and obviously you have the risk team that you're engaging with throughout that process as well. So Shift Han has been receptive to all of the conversations we've had. Overall, it's been, like I said, a highly communicative relationship, but he's done a lot of good things in this account, primarily requesting that we structurally reduce his exposure, his ability to lose. And then he has, on occasion, days like today. So the next step is, I believe he's got 2 more days to work to achieve qualify for a payout. Shift Han could qualify for and take a nice, $40,000 payout or so, depending on how the day finishes out. And we'd love to see him do that. That would be massive for himself personally, I'm sure, as well as for, how he continues to operate in this account going forward. Because thus far, outside of the $10,000 payout, there's been a lot of just, swinging for the fence, trying to run the account up. And when you have those big leaps forward, that's when it's most important to, ratchet the risk up higher and ultimately take a payout as you go along, as we seem to talk about together every day, Jack. So that's, kind of the high level overview. We can get into some more of the statistics, but is there anything that questions you have about this performance or anything that's really sticking out to you that you've seen so far?
Hey, we got real quick here coming off the wire. Iran shutting down airspace. Jordan shutting down, closing its airspace, and over 200 missiles have hit Israel. Launch attack missiles, explosion in Jerusalem. So it is continuing as we speak.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, with that, and we'll keep you up to date as we go here. What I'll say about Shift Han is that if you mentioned he's up, what, $27,000 today?
Yes, roughly. Like I said, I believe the position's still open, so there's a level of fluctuation that can occur based on the last report of that.
Let's say he closes out for that right now, and suddenly that average daily P&L flips from negative 62 to close to $1,000 positive a day. What I like about, I only see one boo-boo day, and a boo-boo day, by definition for me, is when you're up a good amount and then swing way more than your DLL. He was flattened up 5,000 on August 22nd and hit the DLL. One thing that I like that I don't see in a lot of our swinging for the fences person is he is far from the club DLL. In fact, the vast majority of his losses when he has a losing day are like $1,000 or $1,500, which I do like to see. 13% winning days is tough, but it makes it a lot easier if you're not losing the house, so to speak, on every day that you don't end up in green. And besides that one boo-boo day, on his 2 other huge days, he had a $32,000 day and see if I can find it here. $32,000 day, and I could have sworn there was another one.
$20,000.
$20,000 day. I like with both of those that his high P&L flat was maybe $1,000 more on each of those. So good at protecting some of those big days. Yeah, I would encourage him to get to those 5 days profitable. I like what you're doing as far as risking a little bit less. And I would say don't risk the daily loss limit until you get those 5 days for the payouts. You're living by the razor when you do that. As you can see in the stats right there, negative 62. After today, it'll be plus 1,000. There's a lot of movement in this account for the average to be minus 62. It's sort of the iceberg under the water, so to speak, that there's a lot of fluctuation going on here.
Right.
So focus on those down days. Maybe take some days that aren't 20 or 30K winners. Nothing wrong with a 5K day. Nothing wrong with a 10K day. But you've won to an extent. Let's get a payout. Looks like, Shifton's taken some payouts. Well, no. Yes, just one so far, but you can take more out of this. Just get those winning days. But an interesting card, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like I said, I'd love to see close near P&L highs again today. If that's 25 or 27 or $30,000, whatever it may be, to walk away at that level and, take a $30,000 or $40,000 payout, right? Take a pretty close to a max payout. That's what, when we were discussing Rafa yesterday, is so commendable about his performance. You know, he aggressively pays himself pretty much at every opportunity. So it's important to do that because you never know when market conditions change. They could be a line of demarcation for, you know, significant changes in market conditions over the next couple of weeks or months potentially. You know, you never know when things will shift on you, and it's really crucial to pay yourself along the way in order to capitalize on that in the biggest way possible. So yeah, the $10,000, if Shifton were to take another 40,000, that would be, you know, $50,000 in payouts in a live account over, you know, 35 or so trading days, you know, maybe 40 trading days, depending on how soon he can qualify for that payout. That's massive. You know, 50 grand and 2.5 months of trading is really, really fantastic. And, you know, it's easy to kind of continue setting your sights higher and higher and extrapolate higher and higher. But I think that's the fool's errand. And I think that's what trips a lot of people up that start getting into this stratosphere of performance in their accounts. You know, you can get kind of the Icarus syndrome, you know, and ultimately fall to the ground. So far, Shifton's doing a good job. Again, love the fact that he's keeping that DLL tight and reaching out and communicating with the risk team about those parameters. So, yeah, good on you, Shifton. Lock in profits today and take a big old juicy payout here in the next couple days. Let's
juicy payouts. Yeah, we'll move to the next card now.
Imaginable.
Just a little bit of an update here. Looking at the New York Times right now, there are no immediate reports of serious injuries in Tel Aviv. Of course, this could change rapidly, but that is what we have to work with right now. We'll keep you up to date on that, but hopefully that remains the case. Who do we got for our second card, Ben?
Second card, yeah, we'll keep it brief. This one's really interesting, and I think we've only spoken about Eddie maybe once before, but has been a very, you know, he's been featured a number of times on intraday, you know, live trader updates, talking about good P&Ls from Eddie. Very interesting performance in this account. The longevity is impressive to me. He's been in this account for 7 months, essentially. 50K live funded account that started on March 1st. So 141 trading days completed here. And lots of interesting components overall. You know, the winning day percentage and winning trade percentage, you know, are what they are. There's a tremendous amount of trading activity that's happening here daily. You know, he's scalping for, you know, usually a few minutes at a time. Taking 31 trades per day on average is a pretty high trading volume. But, you know, to not have any edge at all, you would be, you know, losing the account significantly quicker than Eddie could potentially. But he's traded well and traded for a long time in this account. Only taken $5,000 in payouts thus far. That's something I'd like to see change. And he's got 48 winning trading days in this account. So several times over qualified for a payout since the last one back in March. And, you know, it will, I would like to think, most likely, I don't want to reach too far, but I think that Eddie's probably not in a position where he needs profits from this live account. Otherwise, he would have been taking some along the way. And that's a great position to be in. And I think that's something that really helps with your ability to trade well in markets. You don't need that money. But at the same time, you know, if you're never paying yourself from it, then there's, you know, not a lot to gain from it. You're essentially playing a video game. I'd like to see Eddie take another payout. You know, we've been on a pretty steady losing streak, 8 daily loss limits in a row. A pretty big hit to the account, you know, given where the account balance was at the start of that losing streak. So we're in a precarious spot, you know, inside of $10,000 in account balance now. So things could go south and the account could be lost. I would love to see Eddie just request a payout, preferably a significant sized one.
Yeah.
You know, there's no reason that he couldn't request a full balance and, you know, walk away and take a break from trading. That's entirely acceptable. You know, we want to see people better their lives through trading at Topstep, not just, you know, stay with it, stick with it all the way through forever and ever, you know, and lose all your hair from stress kind of thing. We want you to pay yourself. We want you to do what's right for yourself. And, Eddie's met that criteria quite a while back of that 30 winning trading days of $200 or more to take the full balance or take a larger than 50% payout. So I really think it would be good to see Eddie do something like that. And you never know. Obviously, we're in a losing streak and kind of a rough one. So we need to find a way to turn it around if you are going to continue trading this account. Obviously, we got to get back on a winning streak. And one of the things that can really help you out is taking a payout if you haven't in a long time, especially if you qualify for one. So I think that could be a nice pivot point. Even if it's $500, take something out, pay yourself, go to a nice dinner, treat yourself or your family, and see if we can't get back on the winning streak. But yeah, it's been a pleasure seeing Eddie, across time and across this year be on the live trading boards. Been green, he's been red, taking some payouts and ultimately kind of floating around there. But recently we've seen a losing streak, and I want to either capitalize on the remaining account balance and pay it out, or get him back on track and on the winning track, so to speak. So anything here that you capture from this trading card, Jack?
Yeah. Take a payout right now. You've earned it. And then let's cut that daily risk limit back down to 1,000, if not less. You're clearly just not seeing the market right at the moment. And there is no trading organization in the world that would let you hit your risk limit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And you said there was another one today? Is it 7 or 8 times in a row?
Today was the 8th. Yes, today was the 8th. That's correct.
At a professional firm, they will, you have a risk limit. We had daily loss limits. You hit it once, that's, bad times. Maybe you could hit it twice in a row, 2 days in a row, but that would be not looked at as very good. Certainly, you wouldn't even have to make the decision. Whoever ran your group or the risk manager, certainly after 2 days would say, hey, you're not losing more than this today, and you'd have to build it back up. By day 4, 5, 6, 7, that's just stuff that doesn't happen. You got to, and there was one boo-boo day in there, flat up 3K, and then hit the loss limit, which I presume is 2K, but then a little bit of slippage. I feel like that's the most common and correctable problem we see, is like trading is friggin' hard, but there are certain things that you can just absolutely do. It has nothing to do with your skill. And it's these long losing streaks people have of hitting a loss limit. And we haven't talked about Susan, but your loss limit is not right if you hit it 10 times in a row. Then it's just, I don't know. Stop losing that much. You gotta be dynamic with these things. And it's not all, it's not all crap. I mean, if you're killing it, you can increase that. That's when you increase. If you had 8 straight days of making 2,000, I'd be like, hell yeah, open it up. But more often than not, we see loss limit, loss limit, loss limit, loss limit. You got to make those corrections. I've said before, you can't control whether the trades work out. You can't control how much you make. One thing you have absolute control over is how much you lose in a day. So use that information. But good trading. We've taken some payouts. We'll take another one. You've won the account, Eddie. So hope everything's going good in Zionsville. Love you, brother, and keep on keeping on.
Indeed.
Oh, by the way, people ask what happened to Susan. When we were on Shoulder Tap, I think it was Friday last week, Susan was up $7,000. And I checked in with the risk managers, and she did indeed end the day down the $1,000 daily loss limit. So, alas, we will see. Come on, Susan. Let's do it.
She needs to tune into TV. I feel like use some positive reinforcement from the shoulder tap segment and from all of the people in chat encouraging her. She's right there. Yeah. It's not for lack of skill, obviously. She had one of the most incredible single day performances I've ever seen in a live account, or any account for that matter. So it's not for a lack of talent. It's simply a discipline thing. hopefully Susan gets her books her winning days and takes the payout. So that's what we're all rooting for.
Yeah, it's like if you win the lottery jackpot, you don't just keep playing the lottery, presumably. If you hit a big jackpot, one time it happened, and she could be good too. She could be up so much money instead of having that $41,000 day. If you look at her average where she was like high and flat on the day, she could be up so much money in a much more responsible way. I want to see Susan conquer worlds, dominate trading. We'll see. But Ben, thank you for hanging out today. We're a little bit late already. We got group coaching coming up next with JD and Hogue. Checking the wires real quick. Nothing new that I'm seeing right at the moment, but stick around. We'll keep you updated all day on what's happening in the Middle East as best and as truthfully as we can. But in the meantime, stick around. We'll be back with group coaching just after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to everybody's favorite time of day. That's right, it is group coaching time. I'm JD behind the curtain. You're looking at Coach Robert right now with his Topstep X platform open, and we're looking at the live NASDAQ market. We've got your questions. I believe the form is still pinned in the chat at the moment. Go ahead and throw a question in there if you have one. Maybe we'll get to it. Hopefully we get to it. But thank you to everyone else who has already submitted questions. We have Jack in the background also. He's keeping a close eye on the news, and we will keep you apprised of any new news coming out of the conflict in the Middle East.
Yes, I am here. According to Israeli spokesman, authorities no longer identify additional aerial threats from Iran, indicating the barrage is over for now.
There you have it. Headline risk is on today, so make sure you keep an eye on the news. Thank you for that update, Jack. All right, before we get started, Coach Robert, we were kind of busy during fast markets this morning. We brought Stanley on to try and complete his trading combine evaluation. Didn't quite get there, real close, but there's a lot of moving parts. We were getting headlines out of the Middle East. We had a guest trader on. So there was a couple things that we missed. How do you feel about doing just a little bit of house cleaning, and we can take a look at what our VIP traders have been up to so far?
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'll get those graphics right there ready. I see them popping in right there. Sure. Yeah, let's run through that, and I'll take a look at a couple of questions coming in. So sounds good.
Cool. Here's our overall board. This just shows you the number of trader each team started with. We've got Coach Jay's Lunatics, Coach Ray's Stop Hunters, and Coach Vince's Market Makers. You could see Coach Jay's team started with 51 traders. Elimination, 10 traders. An elimination occurs when a trader passes the trading combine, moves into an express funded account, and then proceeds to lose the express funded account. Once you get to the funded level and you lose your account, you're eliminated from the challenge, or experience, I should say. That said, Coach Jay's Lunatics still have 40 traders eligible for funding, one currently trading in an XFA, who has taken a single payout for $1,000. Next, we have Coach Ray's Stop Hunters. 54 traders, that's the number he started with. 13 have been eliminated, 37 still eligible for funding, 4 currently in XFAs, total of 2 payouts for $3,836. Then we have Coach Vince's Market Makers. He had another trader pass through the trading combine just the other day. Started with 53 traders, 11 have been eliminated, 38 still eligible for funding, 4 currently in XFAs, and his team has taken 2 payouts, a pair of payouts worth $1,945. Here's a quick look at the overall leaderboard. So we've got Monique on the Stop Hunters trading the XFA. She is the first trader to have taken a payout in the VIP experience. Then Travis, Daniel, Travis on the Lunatics, Daniel, Andrew, and Rishi all on the Market Makers. Market Makers currently dominating the top 5 right now. Coach Vince's Market Makers currently have a pass rate in the trading combine of 28.3%. That's pretty impressive. We can take a look at some individual stats. Here's Coach Jay's leaderboard. Travis, Dana, Jack, Joshua, and Johnny S. One trader in the XFA. A lot of traders trading the NASDAQ products. Micro NQ, Mini NQ. Current balances. Travis, nearly $3,000 in his XFA, probably getting pretty close to another payout. And then we've got a couple more traders knocking on the door of passing that trading combine. Dana with a balance of $5,363, real close, less than $700 away. Jack's right behind, $4,169. All right, here is Coach Ray's Stop Hunters. Got a couple traders in the negative here, but 4 traders overall in the XFA. XFA moves you to the top of the list automatically above the trading combine traders. We've got an ES trader, 3 micro NASDAQ traders, and a gold trader. Jeremy and Raffle had a tough go at it yesterday, sitting slightly negative in their XFAs, but looking at those win rates, hopefully they'll pick it back up going into the end of the week. And then we've got Coach Vince's Market Makers. 4 traders now sitting in the express funded account. Top trader Daniel with a balance of $1,486. 687 for Andrew, 658 for Rishi, $580 for Scott. And the next closest trader on the market makers coming up to pass that trading combine is James with a $2,503 account balance currently. Got a little wood to chop there, but with a 59% win rate, could be coming pretty quick. All right, there's your VIP update for today. We're going to have all our coaches on throughout the week, too. We'll be talking more about VIP every day this week and every day in general. So stay tuned. We'll have those guys on talking about their teams for the rest of the week. All right, Coach Robert. How are you feeling today?
Doing good. Crazy morning for everybody. So I know we're sitting behind computers and a lot of people have it a lot worse off than we do. So I guess we can be appreciative for that. But, we wish the best for everybody. So I put this globe up here.
Yes, we certainly do. As Hogue says.
And I tried
every morning.
Yeah, I tried probably 7 or 8 times for my background here to not use, I put a title on it instead of group coaching. I had tried to add the title group living, and it just, for some reason, the AI's 7, 8 times simply would not put the title on there. But I don't know, whatever it is, we'll move on. We'll keep everybody, like we said, we'll keep the news coming in, unopinionated and just sticking to the facts of what we're hearing going on, and just wish the best for everybody.
I will echo those sentiments. Thank Coach Robert. All right, questions. Again, we have Jack in the background, watching the news, getting ready to jump in with anything new that pops up. All right, thanks, Jack. First question comes from DC. DC says, how do you find a trade on a trending market like today? Would it be wise to just sit out or find potential scalps instead? I know we've talked about this in the past. You really don't know a trend day is a trend day until after the trend day has established itself. As far as picking tops and bottoms when a market is trending, yeah, it's what a lot of people like to do. You really need to keep your risk super tight, though. If you're trying to buy in a downtrend, stops will be hit very fast. The wider you put your stop, the more potential you have to lose very fast. But what's your take on trying to get a piece out of the trend on a day like today? Holding back, waiting for that pop to get in short, or just kind of sitting back and doing nothing?
Yeah, this is the way this started off. Who knows what's going to happen. I made this screen a bit larger here so you can see what's going on. I'll pull the ruler out just for a moment. This is the overnight, 114 points swing on the NQ in the overnight. So this drawn in volume profile begins at 8:30 Central Time. So if we make this a little wider to show the entire overnight prior to the 8:30 U.S. Open, 120 points handled. We are now having 100+ point swings in just a couple of minutes in the NASDAQ. So can we qualify this as a trend? Sure, but when did it become a trend, right? Just like you said, JD, if we're just drawing some lines on this, it's not a trend at just eyeballing levels here. It's not a trend at 20,233 because it basically just broke through support. And then we have a second eyeball. This is a little line break. Then we have a second previous day support. So now we hit this one, and then we have yesterday's low. If we're seeing a trend roughly in this particular area, it's at 124 around 8:40 a.m. Is that really a trend at that point? It's 10 minutes into the market. I think everybody here probably knows that I can't stand the first 30 minutes of the U.S. market, and this is why. We can dump onto this, and here's a trend day. Great, it's wonderful. But now we're having 100-point swings top to bottom. So now do we qualify that as a 100-point range? And then how long is that range going to last? Well, if we look at the 100-point swing range here from 8:45 a.m. to 9:10 a.m. roughly, and then it dumped out of it, do we now call that a trend? And then how often are we going to switch trend day and range day? It's a guess. It's a crapshoot. We can only look back and see it. So now, at this point in time, do we now call it a range? If we do call it a range from 9 a.m. until the present time of roughly 1 p.m. Central Time, we are in, our trusty ruler here, we are in a 130-point range. So how do we identify that ahead of time, it is super hard. All we can do is look at it and say, yeah, okay, well, we are ranging. Well, what was the range yesterday? We were in a 30-point range yesterday. Now it's 130 points. So if you're buying the top, selling the tops and buying the bottoms and trying to get lucky with those, maybe it's not luck. Maybe just you can see this. I'm just going to put a short right here. How far do you know to take it down? And what happens if that's the end of that range and decides to go up? You say, I was caught in a trend. The answer would be yes, but you don't know. Someone's like looking at higher time frames. Cool, we can look at a higher time frame, but I don't use time. Right? How do we look at a higher time frame if we use something like this? Show me a higher time frame. So I don't want to get caught up in all the cliches. How do we identify it's a trend? Well, you can look back that it's a trend when you can look back and see that it's a trend. How do we identify it's a range? Well, we have to map out ranges. And then when is it a range? Not a range when it becomes a trend. And they just go back and forth. So what can we do? We can try to take the trends between the ranges. Yesterday, we were looking at trends of going 100 points. And now we have a range of 100 points. But could we take potentially a 150-point trend here? Let's say we didn't get the bottom quite. We didn't quite get the top. Yeah, that's a 100-point trend within a range. So we have to be careful and just identify what we're actually seeing, what the market's doing. That's kind of a long way around to answer, like how do you what do you do in a trending market? It's trending once it is. Now, is it going to continue? Who knows? Is it going to range? Sure. How long? And then how far? And then if it's is the range getting wider and wider and wider and wider and wider, making that, that flute thing, that horn thing, or whatever it's called. I can't remember the name of that horn, right? As it gets wider as it goes. Is that still a range? Or can you look at it and say, no, it's a trend bouncing up? So just be careful of getting caught up in the words. Yes, it's a trend day. Sure. But is it right now? I don't know. It looks to me like we have about 150-point range from top to bottom, swing high to swing low. 100 points is a long way. One contract is $2,000. That's a daily loss limit gone if you get on the wrong side of it. And it's moving very, very, very quickly. It's starting to subside down a little bit more. So what's the tip of the week is you need to learn to adapt. Well, we need to adapt. We need to adapt if we're into a trend, and then we go to a range. If we're in a range, we break out to the upper downside, and it becomes a trend. When does it start? How long, how far, how fast? You just have to adapt to these and try to look at it with what you see and what the market is giving you and presenting to you. Because we just don't know. All we know is what we feel, what we want to do as an entry based on our own rules and our own criteria that we feel is a good entry. And we know what our risk is because that's number two. We need to identify our entry and our risk according to that. And maybe we hold off on the entry if the risk is too far away. We don't know the target. We have a potential target. I said it a lot. We don't know. We speculate. That's what we do. We have to also speculate if it's ranging or not. And do I trade ranges? In my opinion, you should learn to do both. Some are going to work better for you than others. The markets range more than they trend. Why is that? Because they trend, they consolidate, becomes a range. So if you're pretty good at the ranges and starts to trend, you have two options, right? You can just like, wait, hold on a second. It's going to break out, but did it just break out the range? It's going to come back in. We could look at these areas that I'm showing on the chart. JD, I do want to spend some time on this, a little bit of time on this because it is really important. And we have a lot of new traders and all right, so here we have, I'm going to circle it. Yeah, sure, that's a trend. Okay, we're talking 9:30 roughly a.m. to about 10:30. Okay, so great. We trended for an hour, but did we? Or did we really say, hey, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to short the top, and I'm going to go to the bottom because I believe it is ranging. I believe it's consolidation. And then you take it out here. You take your at 19,886. You take it your position off because you shorted. I'm at the bottom of the range. This is great. And then it goes nearly twice the amount that you just took. And what are you going to do? Beat yourself up to say, no, I left money on the table? I hate that phrase too. I left it on the table. No, you didn't. You did exactly what you wanted to do. You shorted the top and you waited, speculated that it's going to, it may come down to the bottom of the range and you took your profit out. And then you look at it, it went even further. You can't kick yourself in the butt for that. You can't beat yourself up. You did what your job was. And then you look at the bottom where we are at around 10:15 at 8:19. And then you look back and say, oh boy, this thing trended all the way down from 19,961. It's like 100 points I could have taken out of that. Well, yes, but it's hindsight. So be careful when it goes that. So DC, Where do you find a trade in a trending market? Wasn't a trending market until it was. So you just trade your style. And when I hear traders looking for the trends like that, I want to get into the beginning of the trend and find out. We just simply don't know. That's looking for the big win. So if you're looking for that big win, the big win everybody wants, I get the big P&L, I get the big money. You have to be willing to sacrifice big losses. There's not a lot of room to do this. If you're super, super good, you have some of these traders that are on the leaderboards, sure, it's not easy to do. Trading isn't that, it's not that difficult. I mean, it's not that easy. You know? It's difficult, but just don't make it any harder than it needs to be. Try not to, we speculate, but speculation, it's kind of a guess, but if you're guessing, there's no real process to that. So that would be my suggestion to there. And the second half of that, JD was that, it would be wise to sit out and find potential scalps. Sure, that is always an option. There's only three. There's long, short, and none. There's no harm in sitting out and waiting for the market to make more sense to you, to slow down. It was really hard today. It was really hard. So Stanley was on. We tried to get him through. It was just a really, really hard market. It's hard right now too. It's like what is it going to do? Is it going to stay around right now? Is it going to take off? We have no idea. So play it safe, manage your risk, learn to adapt, and hope for the best. Whew, here we go, JD. I wanted to get all that out because I hear that all the time. You hear those terms like, "Oh, you're catching a falling knife." Well, guys and gals, it's not a falling knife until it is one. We don't know that. I do that all the time. It's like, hey, look, it hit its target. It hit. I'm going to say a bounce off VWAP. I'm going to play a bounce off the 200 moving average. I'm going to take a bounce off the bottom. Next thing you know, you lost 3 trades in a row, and you get a hard time for saying, "Hey, you caught a falling knife." You don't know it is one until it is one. Just keep that in mind. Don't beat yourself up with those things.
Very comprehensive answer. Thank you, Robert. And great information there as always. Hope everybody was paying attention to that. All right, next up, we've got a pretty interesting question here about passing the trading combine. Grateful Granny says, I have a 50K combine. Yesterday, my profit was $1,499.72. Today's profit is $1,500.34. Will my account be closed and not eligible for funding because I broke the 50% profit in one day rule? Interesting question. Coach Robert, you spent some time in support. I know you've probably come across this before, but is it safe to say that if Grateful Granny opens a support ticket, if they catch somebody on a good day or the right day, they might be pleasantly surprised with the outcome of that conversation?
Yeah,
what do you
JD,
think?
Those support days, Grateful Granny, you're gonna be okay. There's a little buffer zone that's in there that we'd be careful with for going over. There is a little buffer there, so you don't have to get to $1,500 to the penny because there it is right there. You got $1,534. You'll be completely fine. There is a buffer, and they just look at things also and say, well, what is this buffer like? And look at other historical information as well. And that is in there. If you go, you're pushing it too far, it's not going to make you ineligible and close you. It's going to adjust your profit target a little further. So the amount that you made, $1,500 is 50% of 3,000. So that would be your profit target. But let's say you made $1,600. Well, your profit target would now be 3,100. Yeah, 3,150 because it's going to be $3,050. It's going to be 50%. It'll make your day 50% of your profit target. It's not a bad thing. It's not a hard thing. You have a little bit of room in there, and you're going to be perfectly fine with that 34 cents. And congratulations for nailing it in 2 days in a row. That's good for you. It doesn't happen a lot, so good for you.
Nice job, Granny. Keep us apprised of your success. We're looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, we got time for one more quick one. Yarden says, hello. I'm always wondering what moves the ES. I know it follows the 500 big companies, but what does that mean? If, for example, all the big companies sell off, but all the big players buy, what is more weight? And how does it work with micros? If someone is buying 1,000 micro contracts and someone is selling 100 minis, what happens to the price on the micros? Thank you. Well, these products are all derivatives of each other. You have the underlying asset, which is the cash market of the S&P 500 futures. Then you have the futures, I've said the S&P 500 futures, the actual S&P 500 index. which is comprised of 500 stocks. Then you have the derivatives, the S&P 500 futures, S&P 500 mini futures, and S&P 500 micro futures. Lots of different products to trade. A lot of derivative products to trade. You also have options on all those markets. As far as what's moving each individual market, it is market orders. More buyers than sellers coming in and out. I know that's the classic joke answer that Eddie and Hogue like to give. But yeah, as the underlying asset moves, so move the futures markets. What's your take on it, Coach Robert?
Yeah, quick answer. Out of time here. Real quick answer. JD, you hit all of them. One thing I want to make sure we're clear on is if somebody's buying 1,000 micros and someone else is selling 100 minis, it's not the same thing. They are, in fact, different products. The minis are out there, and the micros are just a 1/10 size of those. The second part of that, you talked about the Yarden. You mentioned about the big companies and the big players of the buyers. Who has more weight? Well, they don't in there. The NASDAQ ES, they're not weight based, which is why NVIDIA can do something, move one direction, take the whole market with it. 100 stocks in the NASDAQ, 500 in the ES, so it's a little thicker market, takes a little bit more to push it around. But something like the Dow, which we were trading, it is price weighted, so you can't take one company, one stock, and take the entire Dow with it, even though it's only 30 stocks versus 100 stocks in the NQ and 500 in the ES. It's not going to make those giant moves, so it's a little bit safer in my opinion. Moves like it moves similar to the NQ, just not as wild, not as rapid, and they're $5 a point versus 20. So keep that in mind as well. That's a price weighted index.
Yeah, if I may throw out, because this is my jam, the S&P 500 cash, it's a market cap weighted. So the price times the number of outstanding shares of all the companies in it, right? That's where it comes from. And yes, the minis and the micros can move independently, but they won't get that far, because if they did, there would be arbitrage opportunities between the two. And with the computers in there, arbitrage opportunities do not last for very long at all. So they will always move together. Similarly, with the cash market, if it got out of whack, there would be arbitrage opportunities. So basically, they all move the same direction. The only difference is with the futures, the further out they are, the more of a premium they have over the spot market, because there is time left for stocks to go up. I'll go back to news.
I love it when Jack pops in with some truth bombs for you. What a great way to close out group coaching. With that, we are out of time, folks. That was another quick half hour. Coach Robert, thank you for joining us once again. Thank you for answering these questions. Thank you to all of you for submitting questions. If we didn't get to yours, we do apologize. Maybe we could sneak it in tomorrow if there is time. Stick around. We got a little more action coming your way. Pass with the Pros is up next. Stephen A. is here to pass his trading combine and get to the funded level. Stephen A. is going to be joined by Andre Dolby and the Hogue himself. We're going to try and trade Stephen A. into the Express funded account. Stick around. Lots more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
1. And we are back. It is the second edition of Pass with the Pros. We got Stephen A. courageous enough to join us here on TopstepTV. We got Hogan lower left corner. We got Dolby Time upper right corner. First of all, I'd like to welcome Stephen A. Stephen A., welcome to Pass with the Pros. Let's get right into it. Tell us what account, what combine are you trading, and what is your account balance right now?
Currently, I'm on top at 50K and 51,834 is the. We are looking to try and get this $1,200 today.
$1,200. Excellent. And he trades the NQ, and currently we are moving higher, Hogue.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we've taken out VWAPs and one time frame and higher for now. I know Stephen was looking at a little area up here around 20,040. We'll see if we get any opportunity there. It seems to be kind of weaning out a little bit here as far as the move to the upside. It took us to value high in the S&P, and it took us to value high in the NASDAQ, currently holding above session value high in both contracts. See if we can hold up here. Trying to see if we can find something we can agree on here for a possible house account. And let's see what Steven has in mind here. So I'm more of an S&P guy. Steven, you're a NASDAQ guy. So we'll focus here on the NASDAQ. What are you thinking?
I'd like to see it stay below this level, 20,040. Maybe a wick above would be okay, but I really like to see the body start closing below 20016.
Nice. And Steven, are you more of like a range trader, momentum trader?
Ultimately, say that again.
Sorry, I was just going to say, what kind of trader are you? So, therefore, what kind of trades are you looking for? Do you want pullbacks to get long, momentum to the upside to do a buy stop? What kind of strategy are you trying to implement?
I guess you would call it, I'm a price action trader, and I trade based on ranges and time.
Okay.
I devote a lot of my trading to time. So
Great.
like on my screen, where the areas are shaded blue, that is generally the times that I'm looking to take trade. So you can tell right now over where current price is, it's in the white, and it's printing in white. And I'm generally not looking for trades. This is more of the time when I should be already running in this trade. The trade for me would have been here. Would have been
the price?
Putting off the price of 19,877 was going to be the trade coming in. Would have been coming in. Nerves a little bit didn't want me to just get into a trade before coming on Top Step. Wanted to hang out with you guys in case a mistake happened or something like that. I want to be able to have the show.
Nice.
So that would have been my level. So on my chart, all my indicators, I code them myself. Everything that's here is based off of things that I've learned in the market, but then I decided to get intimate with the market and learn how to create these drawing tools, more drawing tools rather than indicators, how I like to refer to them. And so I have multiple ranges that get built over time as you scroll back through price. I'm looking for distribution away from the box and then back to it.
Okay.
Using candles below to try and find those quick reversals.
And what kind of stop do you have for your trades typically in the NASDAQ?
I try to get around a value, so about $300, so 15 points with a single
15
contract.
points. Cool.
Okay.
I'm willing to scale and be aggressive. Yeah, tap the level there.
Yep, 20,040 coming up to last trade 20,035. Look at the tilt, 59% along in the NQ. Nothing really doing there. All right, Steven. So we come up to these 40s, right? If we get up there, what are you looking to see as we approach that?
So up here at the 40s, if price were to continue up, I would look for the pullback and the rejection. Ultimately, to stay bullish, I want to see it get to 20,088 if we continue bullish. But at this point, I'm waiting for this level to reject and show me something that tells me we can go back down a little further.
Okay.
If we have an end of day run, bearish, all the way down into the 700s.
All right. Hey,
so I'm looking at this almost like a bullish trap.
As a bullish real quick. Hogue, sorry about that. Hogue, you got anything on Delta that we can help perhaps make some decisions with Steven and the house account for that much?
We've had Delta negative pretty much all day. The Delta in the S&Ps is negative 2,900, but in the NASDAQ, it's still negative 5,600, almost 5,700 negative.
Whoa.
We are extending, the range above value. So if we start bringing value higher and we still see negative Delta as we continue to push higher, this could squeeze those shorts to even higher levels. And that's what it's like starting to look like to me. Here's your 40 level, Steven.
Pushing through right now.
Yeah,
50s trade.
Like butter too.
And that's fine. And that's fine that it is, because it's just not giving me what I want to see. It's fine.
What you're looking for, right?
Now I know where my target's going to be. Is going to be 20,088 if I flip bullish. But first, I need it. It's only one candle. It's got to prove it to me a little bit more to get that. And then another target above that would be 20,138. 138. Looking for resistance on the 2 dash line near my cursor here.
So we leave a wick up there. Is that a signal to short?
To me, it's still closed above. So
still closed above.
I like this match with my moving average here.
See Dakota short from 20,050. Looking for a test of 20,000 even. Here we go. 57s trade. S&P's moving higher as well. Let's trade the S&P's 5780. See a bit of a sell-off in gold as well.
Gold's about to give up that VWAP on that 30-minute chart.
Yeah, I think if we can get over this 56 level in the NQ, we are destined to go a lot higher. To me, that would be acceptance back into the previous range. Yeah. So I see what Dakota's doing. It's a cheap short. See if momentum ends up switching into short's favor. That just looks so bullish off of 843s.
Yeah, the negative delta.
And I think we haven't had news in a while either. So I wonder if value buyers are just coming in and like, hey, water's warm.
Yeah.
And they're just starting to bid this up. And shorts don't have a reason to short right now. There's no more news coming out.
Yeah, it seems as though what we're seeing on the wires now is the attack has stopped.
Yeah.
At least for now. So
they said there's going to be two waves. We had the first wave. So is the second wave going to bring back in selling pressure again? Same the same way, or is that news of the second attack already baked in?
Question.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Very good question.
It's tricky. Steven, have you traded traded headline markets before? Markets that are hypersensitive to headlines.
Yeah, I have some favorites and I have some enemies that I stay away from, and some that I do play. So CPI, PPI, I'm comfortable with. I don't trade through it, but I'll trade after it. FOMIC, I won't touch it. That's the day I sleep in, go fishing in the morning or something like that. Try to catch something maybe in the afternoon.
Catch a fish instead of a trade?
Beforehand, yeah, because like even pre-market is real manipulative, and then the open is real manipulative, and then you might get a little bit of trending or a higher range consolidation that you could read a little better and work with. But then leading into FOMIC after whatever liquidity run it pulls, the day's over to me. Because then he's speaking, and then you got seek and destroy type action. And I just don't want to be anything to do with it. So yeah.
Okay. Let's trade 20,038, now 39's trade. Keep an eye on this 20,040 level. I know Dolby was looking for a test of the 56s in the NQ. Yes, pulled back a little bit as well. 57.77. Yeah, we kind of rejected off of it for now.
Well, here we came up, and we came back down and rejected. So now I'm waiting for the proof. Now I'm waiting for the proof that this is actually rejection.
And what proof do you need? A pullback into a 40s?
Between these highs.
Okay. And then market order or limit order?
I'd probably market order in. So when I enter, I have a specific rule of entering on when I'm on the 1 minute chart. Is I only enter at the very last 10 seconds of a candle, or the very first 10 seconds of a candle. If I can't make the decision, then I gotta let it roll. I gotta let it go.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because where the candle is in at that rate. So if you think about the dynamics of a candle, it goes up, down, power of three theory. In the first 10 seconds, it goes here, and in the last probably down here. So if the candle's green and I'm looking for a short, and the candle's green, and early in that candle, then I'm expecting it to turn to be that flip and be that to go black. Because then that puts me in the wick. So now I'm in the wick of that candle. So now if it distributes down and breaks the new low, where my stop, I'm over here. My stop's around maybe the open of that, and either I take it down or I get stopped.
Yeah.
Depending on the size of the move. Something similar to that. So I seen the rejection, but I'm not the guy that's like, yep, let's go. I want it.
So, Steven, within the last 10 seconds of the candle, what time frame candle are you looking at when you're doing that?
The 1 minute chart.
1 minute. Got it. Okay.
Right.
So this is the end of the 1 minute, right? So now we have for this.
Because
you're looking for 10
obviously
seconds here.
the internals of the candle is the body, right? So if it snaps up really fast, and then I get in the candle and it decides it wants to turn around, because I think it's bullish and it makes that bullish move, it's kind of a mental trick that we all see all the time. It makes that one little pop and you're like, yeah, it's going to go, and then it'll manipulate on top of it, and it's kind of to attack that. So now you see here, so keeps me calling down here. Here's my old range, which would be my target, because I'm looking for it to move away from it and then come back to it in my. So I built pretty strong rule sets about when and how I take trades. So if I come into this time window and it's just not there, I just try to just walk away and try not to take any trades.
Yeah.
It's just not what I'm looking for. I try to be as specific as possible and run under the impression you only need one good trade a day, right?
Yep. Ideally. Man, this momentum is feeling pretty good.
Patience to wait for it, and good things can happen.
I like the solid rules.
Yeah, rules are good to have. Back in touched 40s. Now back up again to 46s. This higher lows is really, really nice so far on this 1 minute.
That little consolidation you got there?
Yeah, I'm just watching these higher lows on the 1 minute. That's really it. It's like a little bit of a consolidation up here up top. We're kind of extended out of the consolidation I was looking at, which was the 30 minute. The thing that I'm looking at now, though, is this bigger time frame here on the 1 hour, where we got this 20,060 level, had a really big candlestick that kind of touched down. So now I'm trying to see if support's going to become resistance, and if so, then I think we're back down to like 840s. If it breaks 60s, then I'd say we're probably back up to like 200s or 300s. I think this is a really kind of important area right here to figure out if those longs want to cover at 257, because they took a lot of heat already, almost 100 points of heat if they were, long-term bulls. Volume's coming down.
Yep.
Almost a little baby
short.
Dorito. A little baby Dorito. Like
what minute chart are you looking at, Dolby Time?
I'm on the 1 minute, and there's a little baby Dorito of lower highs and higher lows. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Doritet. Be one of those.
Pattern.
Well, we got 40s getting touched now, so now we're back within the 40s, which you were looking at. Steven,
It's
so
very
is there
focused right now.
I want this to, now that it went above, we want to see if it holds and break these highs. So it wasn't enough for me to hold it. Didn't break the highs after I went down.
Nothing on tilt.
if larger shorted here, and we're selling these, say, if larger players were selling in those three candles, then they moved it away so fast that by the time you decide if you want to get short, they're going to come back against you, make you think you're going long again. Oh, there's the rejection, and then they run it on you again. So like I was saying 5 minutes ago or so, I wanted to see it come back to the line. I wanted to see it come meet the line.
Again, watching Pass with the Pros here, joined by Stephen A. About $1,200 away from passing 50K combine. So the price action right now, again, 20,040. I'm stuck on that price in the NQ. Quick recap in the ES last trade, 57.76, now 77's trade. YM pushing higher, almost high of the day. Last trade there, 42,628. Crude pulling back. High there, $71.94. Last trade, $69.92. So nice pull back there. Look at the gold. Last trade, $26.82. Today, $26.94. Back to the NQ here.
I feel like back 10 years ago or something when gold was $1,500. Keeps feeling like that was just yesterday.
Should have bought some.
Could not pop 2000s. Once we did, there's no looking back.
No.
All right, 50s trade now in the NQ.
Wow. Yeah, man, bulls really came in strong there. Yeah, I got a 5-minute range between 31 and about 60. 3, yeah. I mean, do we like shorts? I mean, Hogue reversal challenge, long or short right now?
Yeah.
I'm long.
Long?
So
he said, I'm long with the trend. Stay with the trend.
I mean, it's good for it's good for a pulse check. You know, you got to see where you're at in the market, and if you have to get into a position, you know, what does your intuition say?
Delta is back to even in the S&Ps now after all of that today. NASDAQ minus 5,000.
Okay. We are still short in the NASDAQ.
Holding above value. We're not really getting
Dakota's still short in the NASDAQ? He's still holding his 50 position?
Well, let us know, Dakota.
We've had 8 green 5-minute bars in a row. There's a lot. Long's get a little bit expensive up here, though. That's the only. That's a quick trade. If you want to hop into a long, it's a very quick trade. But man, if we get back down to 30s, Hogue, I'm gonna have to nibble with a little MNQ action.
Coach still short. Coach DBA is still short. Not a big position, but yeah, he's still short it.
All right, let's try some micros.
All right, go
to micros. Trying to chase me out.
Did you get into trade?
He's believing it's going to just chase him.
What's chat think? Is chat bullish or bearish?
SMA in the 5-minute. Not having much luck getting over that. We do have a Doretet going here, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, if we sell off here, I'm going to look for it to reverse right at the 20,000, specifically 19,998. That would be the hourly opening price. Sweep up, though, there's a little bit of open fair value there. If we create into that and show the right price action, I'm looking for a long from right at 20,000s back up to 20,040.
Okay. Fair value, you said. Is that an IC term? ICT?
ICT term, he didn't create. I can't say he created. It's just the gap in the where.
Right.
These are the fair value. These are the fair value gaps. So
right.
There's no when there's no price traded behind it or back down through it. Fair value. Yeah.
Yep.
It's just what I've learned.
It's just it is.
Man, this dome.
It's thin.
It's thin and it's moving. Got some size down here though. You go down to like 30, 35, 36, 37, you start seeing some 30s, 40s, and 50s. What's on the upside? 60s? Yeah, it's kind of the range that we're just talking about. That's kind of where all the size is at.
In the 50s now. Got that negative delta.
Yep.
Use them higher.
Negative 4,900.
Starting to peel a little bit.
Going up faster than it's going down.
Let's break out that or eat that on the S&Ps.
5-minute range.
She's trying.
Very strong.
Yep.
If we can break above 88s, looking for a target from Steven in the 138s. Got to get above 88 though. Current trade 20,057.
Yeah, 80s are interesting. The 60s is interesting. So if you go to 80s, 20,080, that was a 1 hour candle at 9. It's a 1 hour candle high at 9 o'clock. Might be some stops sitting above there.
Interesting area.
This is a very interesting area. This is like one of those areas that you look at on the chart and it's like, who wants to win the day today?
I do.
You do?
Always. Seize the day.
We always want to.
Yes.
Bulls or bears?
Chart.
Okay. Here we go.
Keep
65s.
Keep squeezing.
Are these shorts cheap enough, Hogue? Are they still too expensive?
I'm still if I'm in reversal challenge, I'm still long.
Yep. What would get you out of your trade, Hogue? What would get you out of longs?
2,108.
108s.
I like
108s. There we go. Okay.
That was the level that we were looking at on the way down to try and get short. We did not do it. It was a wonderful level.
All right, here we go. Buyers in. Here we go.
Talking 100s. I was talking 108s. We had confluence in that little area there. It would have been beautiful.
Yeah. Take a little note here.
Yes, pushing higher.
Oh, perfect.
82 last trade.
Level.
Weights. Yep. I got 80s too. No ranges right now. Everything is broken out to the upside.
We do have the 100 session simple moving average on the 5-minute chart coming in at 78. We got Coach Dakota saying looks like we have room until 75s. Well, we're there.
We're there. That was quick.
Testing those 78s.
Man, this just seems all right. Pullback time. What pullback do we like for longs?
What do we like?
I like the 88. I like the 88 to the 50. 88 back to the 50 because that would be a pullback in part of my model and what I expect to see.
I'm gonna see if we can get 66, 58, and 50s.
You're looking for
longs.
Long at the 66 level? Cool.
Yeah. 66 and 60.
All right.
And 54s. A little range. We're going to work a range and see if we can get resistance into support right at 60 evens.
All right.
No.
Sure. MNQs, though.
Okay. It should never surprise us how resilient these equities markets really are until they're not. Until they're not.
Okay. We're long. We're long one here. 20,066 and a quarter.
Micro?
Yep.
Okay.
I went short.
Did you?
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
All right, Stephen A. Tell us, what do you got?
Short a little lower than I wanted, but I'm going to scale in here and average my price if it taps it, but I don't think it's gonna. I'm short 20066.
66?
Now I got another limit at 76.
All right.
Everybody get out and push. Let's get Steven through his combine today.
Yep.
It's in.
Okay, I know you went one way, you seen one thing, I see another. Doesn't mean we both can't make money. You have to add at 50. I'm trying to get to 50. So It's a small trade. Maybe $300. We'll scoop on this one.
That was good Momo for you right there.
Here we go. All right. It's short run from 20,006.
I'm still trying to
scale
add.
in, Steven.
So I'll swap with you.
Oh no, I'm only gonna scale if it comes back towards these highs. My cursor. I got the highs. I got another limit. So if it wants to come up in pressure, it looks like it's gonna go bullish. I'm still expecting it to downturn. I'd like to carry it further than that. I could bring my screen up. So I did the share wrong. So once I bring my screen over, I'm going to lose my charts that I am actually watching my trade on. So sorry.
All good here.
So what's your target?
See my
50? Your target's 50?
My target's 52.25 would be the target. But when we get there, just before maybe we get, I'm going to roll it out of the way and I'll roll my stop in front of price, in front of manager.
Nice.
And allow it to go further, maybe back down to 20,000 would be, if it wants to keep falling, that'd be, falling to 20,000 would be the target.
Well, I hope that happens. Would love to see. Okay, this was good. This was good.
Almost tagged me.
Short. Yeah.
My trade's covered now. So that's how I have my limit sell set up. I have my target here. Looking for the shift in price action, and I really wanted to get this in. I jumped in a little and I got scared where I was going to put my limit in there. A little time
nice
to trade with that. It was a little sloppy, and ultimately, other people, this like a buddy of mine and some other traders. This is I would tell 10 micros on to trade the full position. This is
let's go.
This is when you take them and let the other just take the money that you got and let your runners do the rest of the work. Right now, I only have one play with the run.
All right, just to recap, Steven. So are you still short? Or did you cover?
I'm still short. My screen's up.
Cool.
I'm still hoping for. So at this point, so now you're at your. So now I'm hands off, and I come for these scalps. If my runners end up getting clipped, I want my price action to go long here. So now I'll go. If it comes back and gives me a test, my screen out of me.
It's a good trade.
Be careful with
comes back and gives me a test. Yeah.
Pull up in the
if
chat.
It comes down and gives me a test, just like it did. You see how this previous
would you be
candle
short from 66 long? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this previous candle here went down, touched the bottom of my range, which is over a tick. It turned around and went back above. It's not closing in that range. So really, for here, it's kind of like I'd like to see the long because we haven't reached that 88 level, and that 88 level I still think wants to book. As long as we stay above this blue moving average line right here.
All right.
We could talk more about how that's coded too later. But that small, those are generally the scalps that I'm taking. That's it.
A good trade, man.
Sure. Okay. Starting to see it's a little bit of selling.
My
here.
runners would still be safe. If I had some runners, they'd be safe because I would have taken full, 8 micros off, let's say, and I would still have the 2 minis floating up around my entry.
Right.
Still would have been safe.
Sellers
And
coming
then
in.
we watch it go without me.
All right. Are you flat? Wait, Steven, are you flat right now?
Yes, I'm flat. I'm up 182.
Thank you.
Nice, bar reversal here.
Yep. And I'm
Now, if it keeps
accumulating down
going,
here.
If it keeps going, same trade idea in the opposite direction to 19 or 20,000s. And if it bounces off this hourly open, there's another key level at 006. I'll look for it to come back up to 42. 20,000 to back to 42 would be my next play that I'd be looking for.
Nice.
So I'm just playing this range.
And I'm long 10 at 44s with a stop just below 32s.
We got a North Dakota reversal here.
Looks like a South Dakota then.
Well, I think we should be North Dakota if we're going down, South Dakota if we're going up.
Yeah, right.
The reversal on the high end would be North Dakota.
I gotcha.
I guess we can watch here like this.
We'll see.
Yes, the White House will be speaking at the top of the hour. Eddie, can you confirm that? Or keep seeing that?
See that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
More specifically,
Have
speaking.
that. I'll watch it.
that's the kicker.
Yep.
What's your average price, Toby?
I'm long 10 micros at 20,044 and 3/4. I've take profit at 60, 65, 70, 75, and 80 for the first 5, and then we'll let the other 5 run. I'm trying to get out of these so I can get my average lowered because I added 5 down by 44. So I want to see if I can start scaling off some of the contracts I got at worse pricing so I can get my average lower. We're doing a decent job. I would love to see 65 or 70 start printing.
Yeah, it was.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Right now, I'm chill, and I'm happy that he's making money. Just like when I said I wasn't scared to go short when he said I'm going long.
Yeah,
I'm scaling in. So I was definitely that didn't mean nothing to me to my short. It's just giving him a better price. So he's looking for a better price. I'm looking for profit.
It was great.
Yeah, you were the liquidity.
So now I want to see it hit that 88 for sure. That'd be great. It'd be beautiful.
Yeah. If we can get the 65s, cool. Let's go to break even. So we got, I think we're at pretty much all of our 5 down here at the bottom now. So now we kind of have the entry at the bottom of the range. So kind of where Steven got out is where the house got in.
Is this house? Okay. All right.
House is in. Yeah.
Gotcha.
House account. It's a live account.
Okay.
Gotta put some orders out there, Dre.
Yeah. Hey.
It can't just be
Nice.
Steven. Just, Steven's working the market. House account will
Yeah.
work the market.
Nice
Steven
job,
got some
Toby.
money.
Nice
House
job.
account will get some money.
Like that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so hard. Now we're in the 52,000 range. Only 1,000 to go.
Man, look at this.
Up
This
to the
is
next
such
step.
a
Hit the
process.
next level of it.
Flat. Nothing.
Yeah, I'll have days
Nice
where
range.
I make a little money, but then I realize, I crossed over 52,000 in this combine, or I crossed over 51,000. It was a rough day. Coming back mentally the next day with that 51,000 in my brain when I'm used to looking at 50,000, just thinking back, like that's a win, and you win your brain. Okay, next level. Okay, let's see if we can get it up to this next level, up to 52s,
So what's the next trade you're looking for? I'm flat. You're flat. We got nothing on right now. What's the next theory?
Since we're near the same levels and the piece of price action that I have circled here, near my cursor, that was pretty key. So I don't even want to see it touch the blue line again.
Price
it does. Then we're going to keep going. I anticipate it to continue down.
See if these sellers want to keep going here. Just a little tug of war going on right now. And NQ and ES can't really get it going one way or another. Perhaps we're in a holding pattern until press conference. Anything can't happen.
Yeah. I mean, do you like try to trade these ranges? I mean,
Say that again?
so you like trading these ranges, so we'll just scalp a ruse, 10, 20 points. Is that kind of like
and it's the technicals of the way I trade are, I guess you'd say they're minimal to mental way that I trade. I focus. Okay, so everybody's doing EMA, SMA, stochastic, whatever, blah blah blah, hourly high. People are looking at the hourly high. People are looking at the opening price of the market. Everybody's looking at that. And the general consensus is that everybody fails. So I want to look at things that nobody's looking at, different things. So I came up kind of with an arbitrary method to kind of negate that. and create a range just based off of one candle. And the candle is the 21 candle of the hour. So every hour, I'm watching that candle print, and how it plays that specific range.
Really?
Over time, the market has, well, that's like, if you look at it in an hourly perspective, that's the first third of the hour, and it's power of three theory. You know, that could be the lower wick, the lower manipulation of that hourly candle, especially if I'm watching on an hourly higher time frame chart, and right at the hourly open, it dips down, taps a key level, and takes off bouncing. I can expect that it's going to want to keep going bullish. That's that turtle soup thing, or swing, whatever. Everybody's got a different name for different things. Head and shoulders, the deep, swan pattern.
I like this.
So I try to just negate some of the too much thinking on the technical side of it, because after a while learning and going through all those, I've went down all the pit holes, that you can, and I can see it working here. I can see this moving average. If I just buy off this all the time, I'd be fine. But where is it going? A million questions still come in. Is it going to fall through this time? That's just too many questions.
You don't know until you bet.
Oh, I'd like to see it. See if I can meet it, or go above. And depending on where I am with my range in the time of day that I'm looking for the trade, if it comes together, it comes together.
Man, this range has gotten
And
really
it frequently does. And it frequently does. So it's over a lot of back testing and time of what times I'm going to trade these windows. I'm even on the 7-minute chart.
The setup will always appear.
You will find it, yes.
Or yes.
Setup will always appear if you wait long enough. That's
I like the ones that
And
find
that's another part that people don't have. That's the patience, right? That's the people are
100%.
patient, wait for the trade, and then it eats them out. And I still struggle as well. I'm not a perfect trader.
It's hard. The market makes it enticing. The market makes you want to get in, advertises low prices for a couple seconds, and it's like, oh, this looks good, and then it runs price back up on you. Vice versa.
The circled area on my chart, mentally, what I'm looking at is everybody's seen it is falling through these lows.
Right.
And right there when it distributed back up and it bounced at the levels that I'm looking at, and it bounced really hard. Who thought about hitting long at the bottom of that? Who was thinking long right there? So
you have that box too, so now we're back above it.
People should be down there. I'm anticipating only smart traders, big traders, the ones that are running it right now and moving it where they want it to go. They're keeping it away from theirs. My current kind of way I'm looking at it, because we came back down into that area and it took off again. And who knows? It could be as simple as a trap now, because it's tapping so many times that it's going to do it again. It's not. And then you finally make the decision to get in, and it goes so fast. Some freeze.
Pick a direction, yeah.
Direction is sideways. That is the direction.
And the direction is sideways.
Yeah. I mean, the 5 minute.
So some people may be head and shoulders
range. Yep. Finally got a good 5 minute range. Land of cheap scalps.
My higher chart. So looking at things, I try to look at the things that people aren't looking at. So I look at the 7-minute chart instead of the 5. And I look at the 17-minute chart instead of the 15.
Interesting.
I find correlations because I use fair value gaps as targets, because the market's always moving for liquidity, right? Fill gaps, take liquidity. And in my mind, that's a point of liquidity itself. And after you watch it for so long, and people don't pay attention, so there's this little sliver here. There's a little bit that's not open, but your brain, that's open.
Move, come
on. And
on.
the market will crash down to it, take it, and then reverse, immediately. Right? So I'm looking for different things like that.
What do we got here? Perhaps back to the 40s.
Yep. I mean, do you see value? You see value in longs around 30s? Is like a value trade there, like a value long, or do you prefer?
That's value high for the session this time.
Oh yeah, I just mean like a cheap trade at 30s. I shouldn't say value.
28 could be a cheap long. I would go, into it full risk and just have a really tight stop if I were going to do that, and it gave me the right action at 28.
Rest are started. Is that true? Keep an eye on that. Eddie, if you got it, just keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I've been sort of searching, looking on the internet, trying to find something. If somebody else has a link or some news regarding a press conference.
Well, Jake Sullivan is speaking right now at the White House.
At the White, yeah, but we were talking Biden before, so that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that they're. I mean, we have like a news-driven market now. We have no news, so I wonder if everyone's kind of waiting around. It's like,
I checked this morning.
Yeah. I mean, it's really gotten slow in the NASDAQ. And typically, this is what the 1 p.m. segment is not full of volatility. I mean, honestly, we're kind of grateful that we even got that little bit of a run as soon as we opened 1 o'clock. But the last couple times, 1 p.m. has been kind of a slower distribution sort of segment, whereas the power hour will start moving ranges up and down a little bit. So this is a thing, right? So if you're a range trader and you notice this behavior, you could very easily just dedicate yourself to trading a 1 p.m. segment and just rocking ranges, buy low, sell highs, and that could be your entire day, just scalping 10, 15, 20 points. If you can predict what the market state's going to be, that gives you a huge leg up in confidence in placing trades.
Big time.
There's only 10 minutes left of that.
Yeah, it's just trading sideways right now. It's all right. We will remain patient. Forcing trades right now. And real, just a quick recap. S&Ps, those that are strictly listening, last trade 57.79. This range. Last trade in the NQ 20,058. Everything just trading sideways right now.
Really is. Yeah. Frustrating stuff. Looks like crude oil's come back a lot too, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
We're trading up to 72s, and now we're back down to 70. That's wild. That's a very, very big move in crude. So if you don't trade crude, that's 10 cents a tick, and 1 penny in crude. 1 penny, 1 tick, $10. So that's about $2,000 move in just one mini SL or CL contract.
On a one lot. Yep.
On a one lot. Yeah. That is
nothing on tilt right now. Hey, Hogue, anything on Delta? Last time we checked, minus 4,900 about 23 minutes ago. Anything pop
minus 4,800 in the NASDAQ now.
Wow.
Still hanging in there.
Lower. Yes, they are.
IM, ES, NQ, just the tightest 5-minute ranges. All of them. Across the board. That is what a 5-minute range looks like.
S&P Delta is positive 1,000 right now.
Oh, is that right? Interesting.
Real quick here, coming from the White House, we do have the Karine Jean-Pierre talking from the White House, as mentioned before. Just taking questions right now, but have not seen anything regarding the president. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Trying to sell off a little bit. If we've seen these prices all. Here we go. Did try to take a peek into the 30s.
Yeah, they are just starting to fall out of bed here. Let's see. It's got to be that good long, right? No, it's not. At least
I don't know who's happier right now, Bulls or Bears. And I don't know if anyone's happy right now.
They both got to be like, yeah.
Very confused traders. What was our total range today, top to bottom?
Well, you know, Stephen,
almost 500 points.
Next time we have you on, Stephen, we're going to order a little bit more volatility for you.
I mean,
all right, sounds good.
It's all good, man. Yeah,
this
it happens.
1 p.m. slot is just
we got
volatility.
Yeah, we had for range. We had 468 just in New York, from open in New York to lunch, and then if you include Asia, another 109 points. In London, I think consolidated inside Asia most.
Well, here's the bottom of that range. If anyone likes if anyone likes cheap longs, and they
Yeah,
have
but,
and they have the cojones, here it is.
Going with it?
I'm
I'm
not.
down real close to that 28 level.
Yep.
28's incoming. Here we go.
It's digging in.
Go.
Now you want either jack, hard jack.
30 points away from 20K too.
Oh,
Yep.
Wow.
I want to see it be a green candle. Otherwise, I'm not
Yeah.
liking the move.
Green candle, okay.
Either way, I don't like the move as long if this doesn't close green, even if it's small and black.
I mean, they came in pretty good, actually.
But it's
kind of
came in
surprised.
hot and then got in. It was perfect. It was perfect for a limit spot.
Yeah, a little limit order at like 28s, 29s. A little stretch down. Ooh, stretch up. There you go. Are you in on this one or no?
No, I wish I got it on it though. I wish I did.
That's what those limit
Yeah, I
orders are
wish I
for.
did.
Set it and forget it.
Did you get in?
No, I was definitely looking at it. Definitely
Oh,
looking at it. We only have like 5
Yeah,
minutes
we were
left.
calling it too. We were calling it just ahead.
There's only 5 minutes left. It would be a good trade
Nice,
to get, maybe target 15, 20 points. And then if you're really optimistic, you could get 40. And then that's all still within range, right? You're still within the 5-minute range, buying the low, and you could get 40 points, at a relatively an easy access for the market because it just traded there. It's not like he has to do something different to get a bunch of ticks. So in 30s is cheap trade. You're already up 20 points, well within range.
Real quick before you guys call it here, thank you, Johnny. Israeli military and the Air Force will continue conducting powerful airstrikes tonight and throughout the Middle East. So this is just beginning to sort of take a topper for what's happening here. So we're going to keep an eye open. I said anything in the community you can share, by all means, please do. So we just had Corinne Jean-Pierre, press secretary, talking about it right now. They're talking about the Helena right now. Helena, back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie.
All right, Steve. Yeah, we'll try to have you back on here, maybe a different time slot. We are going to move on to Power Hour here. I want to thank you very much, Stephen, for coming on with us. And the courage to do this, indeed. Please keep us posted and updated. Everyone's going to be following your story. We'll have you back on for more Pass with the Pros, if that's okay with you, Stephen.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I'll see you at Mars.
These guys know the spots. Anyways, coming up at the other side of this, we got Power Hour coming up. I think Zach B will be joining us.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on the news, the headlines here. Markets are in a tight range, but we'll see what happens on Power Hour again. The markets are on edge right now. Again, Stephen, so thank you so much for joining us. Power Hour coming up next. Here we go, back for Power Hour on Topstep TV. Markets are a bit of a holding pattern, but before we get started, we got Zach B joining us, man, in the middle. What's up, Zach B?
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Yeah, not bad. Let's get
Doing
right
good.
into it. How's the trade been so far today?
Not bad, man. Trying to survive these wild markets. I was pretty much flat in combines. Been working with the Black Sheep YM. Made my way back to YM. Been trading Dow really longer than everything else in CFDs before coming over to futures. So ES, a little bit difficult to work with. Trying to get away from just zooming in too much on ES. Was looking short as we were coming down towards this 10 a.m. red folder news. Didn't want to jump in right here. That one would have played for me. This one I did not take either. We had pretty serious stack of orders down here right at the 250 level that I was watching on Bookmap. We got within like a point or so of that. So I was waiting for us to come down, fill that, maybe get some kind of a reaction, and then jump in for the long. So not quite missed trades here, just kept myself out. And been looking at getting better at doing that. You know, if I don't have something that sets up completely, I don't get all of my entry criteria, just sit back, let the market do whatever it's going to do, wait for the next opportunity. So I'm flat. I think I'm $12.50, something like that in a combine. But 50K XFA loaded up. We'll see what we get for Power Hour here.
All right. In the chat, they're saying, how about the third guy? Hey, third guy. I believe that's my
Third wheel.
partner. That's Dolby. That's Dolby time. You guys know him. Just on with us during Pass with the Pros. Dolby Time's got the keys to the house account right now. House account currently flat. You can look at ES or NQ. I know Zach's look at the YM a little bit. Dolby Time, what do you think here for house account Power Hour?
I'm all about this 5-minute range and pick your indice, but NQ, YM, and I believe less YM. But definitely ES and NQ are very range bound on the 5-minute. It's one of my favorite setups. So all eyes on this range we got right here.
Okay. Yep. Last trade in the NQ 20,052. ES 57.77. Same prices for about the last hour or so. All right, Zach. Any trade ideas? Any price levels you're looking for? Prices of interest, if you will.
Yeah, just checking out ES as Dolby made that comment. I'm going to stick with Dow since I've been really testing and watching that one coming into this week. I actually am watching this thing for a long right now. We kind of pulled back, broke above, pulled back. I got some discretionary levels marked on my chart. This is coming off of the open here, the 9:30 a.m. candle. Maybe we get a push for Power Hour. I know we've got some chaos going on in the world. Praying for peace on that, as you guys like to say. I love that. I love that comment. But maybe looking long coming into Power Hour here. I want to see how this 5-minute candle forms. I like to zoom out a little bit more on Dow. It's just more of a monster. The 1 minute, the 100 tick can get a little bit fast for me. So I'm going to see what this looks like and potentially be looking long. We did just tap these highs right around the 42.560s. Kind of rejecting there. I want to see if that continues back up or if we are going to start to just trail lower.
All right, Dolby time. Might be YM time.
YMs we could trade.
All right.
You see a trade? We're in. We are in. Very interesting setup here. We got this 42 kind of like 560. It offered itself up as resistance before, and just on this 30-minute candle offered itself as support. So maybe resistance becomes support, and that can carry us to the upside.
560s. All right. Last trade in the YM, 42,591. Keep an eye on that really quick before we get into the trade. Markets get moving again. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, see hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Is some cool stuff you'd like for us to share with the community? Again, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. Okay. Or perhaps 42,560 in the YM. How's the count
Yeah, we
down
got this
a little bit? Go ahead, Zach.
Sorry, go ahead, Andre. House count.
No. Just do a house count recap down like, I don't know, 1,800 or so.
Yeah. Not bad.
Light trading this morning. Yeah. Go ahead, Zach. 42,560. That's the number.
Yeah.
That's the level I have written down.
Yeah, I'm watching that. I was going to make a comment. We did come up into what I have marked as another zone above price. It's pretty wide. It's not a hard level that I've been looking at, but these 660s, we kind of turned there. So it is an interesting spot. If we can find some support, maybe sweep these 560s again and then start to push back up, I'd be looking long. We get some kind of pattern here, but I don't want to jump in just yet. If we are going to start to sell off harshly, back down towards VWAP, don't want to take that L too quickly. So I'm going to give this thing just a few minutes. But these markets are tricky, man. You know, they're always tricky, but it seems like over the last few weeks, month and a half, it's been pretty difficult to work with stuff on the US indices. Now, that's just my opinion, but I think a lot of guys have been getting caught in fake outs, choppy market conditions, trying to make progress. And you really just got to wait for your setup, try to put risk on when it makes sense, when it's presented a good opportunity, and, let those probabilities play out in your favor. But yeah, it's been tricky the last few weeks, man, to say the least.
That's where experience comes in handy, because some of these market states you don't get to see all that often, maybe even at all during the year. You have like a big headline driven market, and so the longer you trade, the more screen time you get, the more reps you get, and more extreme market states. And then hopefully, the next time it does happen, you're prepared and ready to take on trades for whatever that market type might be. So it's important, even if you're not trading, just to kind of sit in front of the screen and kind of feel what's going on in like news driven markets. It hasn't really happened all that frequently, but it's a different vibe that happens.
I agree. It's just like you said, headline markets, got a lot of geopolitical stuff going on. Like just coming into today, you got that strike. It's, first day of the month and quarter, election year, we're only a couple weeks out from that. And just, it's like, what headline do you want to talk about? So yeah, like you said, if you haven't been through some of that stuff before, exercising some caution, having clear risk management in place to make it through whatever losses you're going to take. But market will die down, get real quiet, and then move really quickly, really violently. So it presents good, double-edged sword. A lot of risk, a lot of reward. But structure your risk, know your game plan. And like you said, if it's something that you haven't experienced or you're just not feeling it, you're not in the pocket that day, just sit and staring at the charts, being ready to trade, but stay in cash. That's valuable, 100%.
Big time. Yep. Screen time. Can't replace screen time. Especially in markets like this. Oh, ding dong. Who's coming in? Who we got? Hey, hey, you. What's up?
So,
been a minute.
Are you muted? Oh, yes, you are, sir.
Uh-oh.
There's a 5.
No, he was just warming up. Leave him alone.
I got you. Yep.
Still muted.
Maybe not.
Does it get exponentially more expensive the more times he tries?
Messing with us. You messing with us, Hogue?
What, $30?
Dime every syllable.
No. There it is.
There it is. There it is.
I have a very unusual chart pattern on the S&Ps right now. If you want to show my charts, I call it the Dolby's cat pattern.
Oh, really? It's a new one.
There it is. So you see the tail, the legs.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
yeah.
The ears.
Wait a minute. How'd you do that? Look at that.
There's the Dolby's cat pattern. I guess kind of a cup and handle in a way pattern. I don't know. Cat just stuck its tongue out just a minute ago here.
That's pretty good, Johnny.
How'd you do that?
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Just trying to be creative here.
Ankles on that cat.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be talking about my
That's having
cat's
fun.
fat ankles. That's
I
those are
gotta
fighting words.
try and figure out how to stop this crazy thing.
Jane, we'll get a hold of Jane real quick.
How do you stop this crazy thing?
All right, Hogue,
mind
I
of
got to
its own.
ask you.
That's it.
Yeah. What's up, Zach?
It's a mind of its own. It's in. The monster's loose.
Yes.
2,000. I read those 42,560s last trade 556. What do we think? Anything going?
Yeah, I'm staring at this
Delta's
one
still
for a
negative
long.
5,200 here
Sorry.
in the NASDAQ. I mean,
I still would try
I'm
longs.
still,
As insane as it
I'm
sounds.
still not, I'm still not hitting reverse yet on my long here in the reversal pattern here on the close.
I still like the
much
long
liquidity.
trade.
I still like this thing long. I've been paying attention to this edgeful stat. We were talking about it one of the last times I was on here, this power hour breakout. And it essentially is saying it's not likely across a lot of the U.S. indices, because I've been paying attention on Dow, that a new high of day or a new low of day is made in the last hour of the session. It's like really strong. Only 25% of the time over the last 1 year has Dow made a new high of day. Only 14% a new low of day. So I don't love to shoot for a new high of day or low of day in power hour. But right now I am still eyeballing along. Just want to see if we find some support right down here, kind of around this area that we came up and tested. We're below that 560s area, testing these 40s. But I'd like some kind of pattern, some kind of price action to show me buyers are stepping in.
Very thin in ES, Hogue. Not seeing pretty much double digits, pretty much 20 up in the SPOOs.
Yeah, there's one spot here that I don't know if you can see it on your dome here.
Yeah, what do you got?
Look at it 5770. 9,300 contracts traded there. That's really sticking out in the volume profile. And it was an ICE sell order. 9,300 contracts traded there, 4,158 traded on the offer. So there was a pretty decent seller there. I'm thinking maybe that was maybe some profit taking from somebody buying it lower. But we just traded right back down to that level, and we seem to be holding above it, at least for now. And it's back inside value for today. We're back inside value in the NASDAQ as well. Negative 5,300 in Delta. S&P Delta flat, minus 64 right now. 48 right now. So,
all right.
I'm looking for this. If we're going to see this thing push to the upside, I want to see it reject today's value area highs, 72 quarter in the S&Ps, 033 in the NASDAQ.
Right here.
Dolby, you were thinking
Like
about
'em?
looking for some possible longs down around that 30 area, weren't you?
For NQ, absolutely. Yeah. My only thing is that we're only 30 points away from 20,000. So I think there's a possibility that it runs down there. So we would have to like size in a way that accounts for a run into 20K. It's just so close that I could just see it whip down real quick and try to snag some stops before it moves higher. But I do think there's really good value between like 25 and 20. Sorry, 25 and evens. So 20,000 to 20,000, 20,000 20s for longs until it really breaks below 20K. But without new news, I'm a little bit hesitant to go short, to be honest. Because indices have a bid typically if there's nothing going on, and we haven't had any news in a while.
If you're gonna long anything, it's the Dow.
Dow? Oh, sounds good to me.
Take a look.
Oh yeah, I like that
Take
level.
a look. I mean, here's the opening range. You want to go on my charts here. We've taken out the high of the opening range and the high of the initial balance already in the NASDAQ. So, I mean, here's the IB low. Here's the opening range. The market broke, of course, as all of them did. But we've already taken out the high of the initial balance and extended the range higher. I mean, we didn't extend the range below. We did in the S&P and the NASDAQ, which failed down at auctions. So, I mean, obviously the Dow, if you're going to be long anything, is the thing to be long.
We are.
But of course, trade location is now gone.
It's not. We're long 42,570, Hug.
Okay.
I'm also long.
How many times, Toby?
I'm also long 566, guys.
Only long one. What's your stop?
I'm at 516. I'm just going to run this as a nice 50 tick and point stop.
Okay, that'll be 275 for us. So 2 to 1's about 42,680.
I was kind of long from 570. Zach, you are long from 66. What'd you say?
Yes, sir. 66.
Cool.
1 mini. Yeah, I'm okay with just a test of these highs. Maybe stop loss to break even if we start to get some momentum. But I like the way we're starting to get a little bit of a reaction here. I'd be okay letting this thing come against me, do the classic Dow, just dance around. Price action on Dow is tough. I'm more of a structure guy. I really do like structure. I like levels. I like tops and bottoms, looking at that type of stuff. Dow on price action, I think, is even tougher than ES, in my humble opinion. Kind of, just kind of hard to quantify that, but it pulls these wiki moves. It pulls these back and forth moves. And I find that if I really, really actively manage my stuff, I'm in and out quickly. I end up cutting good trades short and just not giving them the room that they need to breathe.
Yeah, well, so far it's really good.
Yeah, it is a thin market.
It is.
It's not a very thick market, so it's going to be wiki.
It's a fun market to trade some size in, though, because it's only $5 a tick, and it moves pretty slow. So it can be a nice market, like a nice starter market if you're trying to trade like size and E-minis. We're going to add a tick above our entry, as well as 60s, 44s, and 30s. So we're going to try to accumulate within the bottom of this range here. And that will get us to 5 contracts. Our stop is at 515. So light risk. Probably the most we'll risk on this will probably be about $750 if we got filled on everything.
All right, Zach, what are your thoughts?
Nice. I think that's solid. I like the approach. I think Dobie's got that way of scaling in for the cheap trade, right? Just capitalizing on the opportunity to the upside, limiting risk because you got a hard stop in place. If it gets down to a certain point, trade's done. For me in this XFA, I'm probably going to keep it just at the 1. I'd like to see a push back up. I think if we move up with some force, we got room to go. Might be one of those odd days where we're putting in that high of day, but I'd be cool. Taking some profit up around that high. But I'm with Dobie on this one. I like Dow. You could trade the mini. It's not as crazy as risk wise and volatility wise, at least right now, compared to something like NQ or even ES when it's really moving. So I like it. I like to be able to get jumping in with a full mini here.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So let's see if buyers can take this thing higher. Watching the book, watching the Dom. Nothing crazy that I'm looking at on Dow.
Everyone get out and push.
Do it.
Let's go, guys.
Get out and push.
All right, average price, Dolby. Long 2 from
571.
571. Okay. 2 from 571.
Yeah, I mean, there's an opportunity to tighten up on stop. You could say, I want this thing to push from right here, and you could go stop to 536, just below the low on the 5-minute. Really not survive any kind of a movement around that area. I'm going to leave mine where it is for right now. I'll let this winner turn into a loser if I have to. Again, 516.
Oh, okay, cool. Right. We're at 515 here, so we're about the same. And then you're done adding into this trade, right? You have 1 and you're good with the 1?
Yeah, I'm not going to scale into this one. Maybe on a day with a better entry and where I really don't want to let it come against me at all, I'm okay scaling in, stop loss really tight, or stop loss at break even. It's not a bad play just towards these highs, but I'm just going to let this one run for right now. We get close to these highs, I'm going to go stop to break even, and I'll probably grab this winner if we move in this direction up around these highs. I don't know that I want to hold into MOC and
that's the fun one.
and let this thing run.
Yeah, MOC comes out in about 24 minutes. MOC.
It's a wild ride. MOC is a wild ride, right? For better or for worse.
So we're about 1-to-1 right now. So I got this. We got these two, right? We got these two in the house. We're at 536 for a stop. What would be like your TP1? So you only have one contract now in your account, but let's say you had two, like we do in the house account. How are you parsing off one of these?
I'm probably going just below these highs, right around the 640, 42, 640. Maybe grabbing one right up there, just in case we find some resistance. Have to just turn and come all the way back down. Maybe a case to be made right at these lows, kind of just above where we're at in like the 612-ish area. You could peel off some there and make it risk-free. But I'd be looking at this thing if I'm in with two, take profit before the highs, holding for a break of the highs, into MOC risk-free, that we're not going to come back down and grab it. But yeah, right now in with one, again, I get comments all the time. You shouldn't let a winning trade turn into a loser. I think there's different styles of trade management. I talked about this, last time I was on taking trades. I've got a level. It's discretionary. I got an idea. As we come up towards this level, I'm stopped to break even and, taking profit. But again, I think given the trade a little bit of room to breathe, if you're not that far into profit relative to your initial risk, for the most part is warranted. But it's interesting. Trade management is a personal thing. There's obviously stuff that makes sense based on your system and your approach, but it's a personality thing, and you've got to kind of fine tune it. If you're going to be discretionary with it, you got to be okay with being wrong. Like every day, you're not going to pick the best management, and it's tougher on your psychology, tougher on your mindset. But if you have the confidence, the experience to do it, I think it's a benefit. For some guys, I think maybe a fixed like stop loss to break even at 1-to-1, targeting, half off, and then targeting a 2-to-1, something like that. Very, very nice structured way to do it. Again, completely based on your style, how you're entering trades, what your initial take profit and stop losses look like. But not a wrong way to do it, man. Not a wrong way to do it.
There is no wrong way to trade unless that way involves not managing risk. Then it's definitely wrong.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Hogue, I want to touch on something you said. You said out of the three that you're looking at the Dow as the strongest. Obviously, you can see because of the prices, but technically or fundamentally speaking, why is the Dow the strongest of the three on a day like today? Why would you think, at least?
Well, because it's already taken out the high of the initial balance in the opening range. So just in that, I mean, it's already performed better than the S&P and the NASDAQ. Here's what I'm talking about here. So if you want to here we go. Okay. So, here's the opening range in the S&Ps. That's the first minute of the regular trading hour session. We're still all the way down here. What about the NASDAQ? All right. Opening range. That as high. Where are we? Still down here. Dow. Opening range. First minute of trade. Where are we? We're up here. We've already taken out the initial balance high. We're already extending the range to the upside. Is that inertia that might help us to continue to this push to the upside? But if we were to compare this to the S&P and the NASDAQ, we're down here in the Dow. But no, we're not. We're back above the IB high. We're back above the initial balance high. If we can show some continuation and acceptance in that direction, then we're sitting pretty with these longs. We also have negative delta, and I don't really focus that much on delta in the Dow, but it's negative 2,744. That's pretty deep for the delta in the Dow. We're holding above value high. We're rejecting value to the upside.
Starting to get some action.
So if we're long anything, it's the Dow.
What are you seeing, Dolby?
Something. Ladder's getting real
wiggly.
Real wiggly.
Yeah, it's coming
so
off.
we're still
a
long
little bit,
to. We're at about break even. I would love
again,
to.
guys, I'm going to leave this one on. I'm going to leave this one on.
Yeah.
I don't love the reaction right here. I could see the turn. If it has to be the L, it's the move down, and I think it might be violent to the downside, back down towards VWAP. But I'm okay with this one. Again, my entry's at a spot where the trade's still valid for me. Retesting and even just cracking these lows the way that Dow will still do, it's still valid. I still want to be long. If anything, I might want to add right there. I'm not going to on this trade specifically, but this is still my invalidation point.
Would you come in and support your entry with a bid?
I don't know that I would. If anything, with this type of a movement, if we really did find some support over here, we pulled one of these moves and came right back up, I might be much more inclined to add on the way back up and move stop loss right below the lows, or even tighter if we got some new level of structure here. Put a nice little double bottom in. We cracked back up to the upside. That's more of my style for something like this. Adding in profit with a nice way to structure risk. But again, I'm discretionary with it. So as more data prints, I'll manage the trade as we go. But for right now, I'm leaving this thing on. I can see the case where we just dump on this, but that's worth the $250 in this XFA to see if we can hold this level of support right here, just retest, create a nice little higher low, and then continue the upside. So it was at 330. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you on sticking with it. Like, the structure needs to break before this trade is invalidated. I mean, I'm looking to add at 44s and 40s with a stop at 32 to see if we come down and fill these and then get support and bid back up.
Just a
almost
warning. I mean, there's still a lot of chatter going on with the Pentagon. There's still a lot of things being discussed as to U.S. response, what happened, how it went. Pentagon is currently saying they're working to prevent a wider conflict. Of course, they are. Still a lot of chatter going on out there. So, ACH, guys.
Anything could happen. Anything could happen. It's one of those markets. Put your risk on when it makes sense. Put your stop on. Accept that risk. Let the trade play out. That's all you can do, right?
Yep.
Is that a new headline, Hogue, or is that just a general?
What acronym? AC? Oh no, this is just being discussed right now. Major General Pat Ryder at the Pentagon is currently talking, and that's on their Chiron right now. Is Pentagon is working to prevent a wider conflict? Yes.
Okay, I'm sure the algos are just scooping that up and just starting to press the sell button.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming to these 20,000s here in the NQ last trade, 20,004.
We're getting really close to the bottom of the 5-minute range too, so we might end up getting a little shoot down below 540 and then a perk back up. But this
NASDAQ's back to VWAP and below.
Okay. This might be a stop out, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're going to see how this one plays. Now. I want to see a turn from here. Support found. Buyers coming back in. Crack the 610 level. At that point, I'd be stop loss to break even for the push back up. But if we are just going to sell off, I'll take the L in stride.
Right. So all we're doing is just playing a setup, and then the odds behind it that we think we have are favorable.
Yeah. Simple market structure, price action for this one. That's it.
Yeah, selling off a little bit. Still above VWAP. Well above VWAP.
NASDAQ below VWAP.
NASDAQ below, correct. Yes.
Weakest.
Yeah, YM's having a hard time catching bids. I can't really remember a time when, the indices we're selling off into close versus just slowly rising. So maybe the market is taking some of this stuff a little bit more seriously.
60% short in the NASDAQ.
And we're out. So minus 400 in that one. We did not add. It was just a 2-lot the entire time.
Yeah, okay. Flat. Zach, you're still in?
Still in. Hanging on by the skin of my teeth here. Let's see. Again,
You know, like you thought 22s? What?
16. 516.
Oh my goodness.
So,
okay.
you know, it's the theory there is maybe we just need to wick down below here. I don't like the way this price action is forming. Yeah, it's going to come down to tag me, it looks like. But, you know, surviving a wick down.
There it is.
No wick to the upside. Yeah, there it is. No wick to the upside on that last 5-minute one. Wick down below and then a crack back up. But yeah,
here we go.
To the downside.
Yeah, here we go. All right, pushing lower. Now we got beneath VWAP as well. Last trade 57, 63. Looks like sellers are going to keep pushing this thing lower. Timber says Wahoo in the chat. Yeah, happening.
Yeah.
Is the Pentagon still talking there, Hogue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Consulting Israel on next steps.
All right. Hey, shout out Dakota, up 25K today.
Wow.
Dang.
It's incredible.
Doing his thing.
You go, Lost Trader. Fast. Shall receive.
Billy S says the cat has barfed.
The cat has barfed.
Yes.
Balls everywhere.
Hair balls. Yes.
Hair balls. Yeah.
Oh. Last trades. All right.
Yeah, so this one's gonna be interesting. I want to see where we go from here. We back down to VWAP, and we're gonna go test like the 400s in YM. Like, are we gonna make it that far down, or are we just kind of gonna chop around here?
So it's finally back to value high, the Dow.
Into the 70s now.
42,450 is the midpoint. So maybe we get down to 42,450 and then bounce from there. Hard to tell though.
Yeah, could see something along
Well,
those
that's
lines.
VWAP, isn't it?
Very thin.
Nothing. 468.
And Q got anything going here? Very thin there as well. Looking for some sort of
Little bounce.
in the
We need a bounce off the 20s. 20,000 just rolling. Yeah, that was kind of that line in the sand too that we were looking at for NQ. It's like, can we bounce a 20 or are we just going to roll underneath? So if we get underneath 20,000, then there's a lot of room to the downside.
Yes, there is. Looks
The
like they
market
want
doesn't think this is a $20,000 sort of indice anymore. Oh, please stop. Sorry, Gus is rolling around in front of my keyboard. He's about to claw my monitor.
64% short in S&Ps, average price of 57.64. So right here, entry.
I mean, YM's catching the bid.
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm looking at NASDAQ, looking at ES. I see them retesting some levels of structure here. That might be the wick down before pull back up to highs.
The one.
Dow. Oh, Dow.
Look at that.
Oh, did it run? Yeah, a little bit.
I gotta say, we got over
crazy,
3,000
but-
people watching Power Hour right now. Hey, click like, click subscribe. I missed saying that yesterday. I gotta get it out of my system right now. Click like, click subscribe. Coming up on 120.
I said it a few times for you, Andre.
Good. How'd it go? How'd it feel, Hogue? How'd that feel? Did you ever think
I'm no Andre, but it was fun.
It's better. Better than that. Yes. 5 years ago, Hogue, if I told you you'd be asking for clicks and likes, you told me I'm crazy. Here we are. 122,000 subscribers later. Here we are.
What are we doing here, indices?
Trying to figure out what to do.
Clicks and likes, ticks and wins. What's the difference? You get that? clicks and likes, and ticks and wins. Did we lose Andre?
Yes. No, I'm right here. I'm right here. Yeah.
Oh,
he's right there.
I thought you froze.
Looking. No.
Kind of like longs and NQ. I wonder if that was the run below 20.
Zach, what are you thinking?
I'm trying not to jump too quickly back into this thing, but I still like it long. I like buying it. I think we're gonna be.
We're in. Here we go.
I'm gonna be sitting here waiting for this, but that's the nice wick down. I like the rejection on the 5 minute. I see it testing, this little level of structure over here. If we got to come all the way back down, I could see it, but I still like it long. I'm getting ready to try it again. Just giving it a second here.
All right, we're long one, 2004, 20,004.
Nice.
Inside of 10 minutes on our MOC.
Thank you.
Very decisive.
Nibble on something at like 75s if we can get back down. Then we'll get into 2. Then we're risking 12 points on the second one, so maybe like a grand all day. A little bit far away. But I think this is where our stop just has to go. It has to be below at least that 5 minute candle.
All right. And Q long from 20,004. 04.
04s.
Oh, you're long in Q?
Yeah.
Oh.
You said buy him.
We're in this.
Close.
Which one did you want? YM?
Well, that's what you were trading. That's what I thought you were probably going to do.
Before. Sorry.
I'm getting long YM in a minute here. If depending on how this candle forms right now.
Okay. Hey Eddie, how was MOC yesterday? Remember or recall?
Oh, it was crazy. We had like 2 billion for S&P, 1 billion for NASDAQ. Yeah, it was a huge day yesterday.
Buy side or sell side?
Hamana.
It's all right. We got the number down. Fair enough. Got it to about 7.5 minutes. We got that MOC.
I think it was buy side because we were long yesterday with
buy side. Yeah,
with Mohammed. I think it was long. I think it was buy side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a little help in our community. I love you people. Thank you. I'm getting old. I can't remember where I slept last night.
All good. Here we go.
It's 20Ks. Let's see what we do.
VWAP at 09.
So are we still looking for highs of that YM range, Zach, or like the 650s for your long?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, man.
Okay.
Want to just see if we don't dump right back down on this nice long wick to the downside. If we don't, we hold this like we're doing. I'm just about ready for it. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this one. Nice. Join bid right in there, and I'm long again. Stop loss just below this wick. I'm not going to survive a crack below that. Make that
what
about
price did you
$300
get?
worth of risk. I am long from 52. 52. That's going to be my last trade of the session here. Yeah, I like the risk structure on it.
52 in the YM.
Not getting anything on this, are we?
Oh. Yeah, I'm going to go. I'd love to make it into MOC on this one. I really would.
Yeah.
But don't know if we're going to, guys.
Let's see if I can nibble at 75s and 70s.
Are you're buying more down there?
Mm-hmm. The range is still good.
Very decisive.
5 minutes till MOC. Bit of a muted power hour.
The Dow
go ahead, Hogue.
Here? I'm just asking how the Dow is doing here.
Yeah, it's not loving the move up. I'll tell you that right now.
Great, huh?
Oh, man, it seems like something came across. Let's just nibble with one, not two.
If U.S. is targeted, we will respond.
There's more headlines. It's just algos digesting news.
Yeah. Yeah, they're done now, though, I think.
Got a poll up in the chat poll. And does NQ close above or below 19,800?
19,800. Whoa.
Well, I'm hoping above.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's below low of day. Low of day,
But we don't get to
19,818.
choose that, do we?
Sure
No,
don't.
I'm just answering a poll question. I'm going to say above.
Yeah.
Let's see. If we can get a higher low, that would be pretty sweet.
Nothing on tilt. Yeah, keep an eye on that delta. NQ delta still pretty negative there, Hogue. Minus 5,000-ish.
Yeah, it's negative 5,900 now.
Okay. Let's see if they get squeezed. Zach, take a look at the YM here. Last trade, 42,517.
Yep, watching this thing. Not loving this price action. Again, like the buys, back towards the top of this move, just following some of this back and forth, big structure to the upside. But you're just drifting lower on this thing, man. I'd like to survive this move into MOC if at all possible. See how that prints, but I don't know that I will.
It feels weird being long and not being confident because we're trading the indices. It's like it's so strange. And like,
right.
I know we have like not great news coming out, but just being short indices just seems so sacrilege recently. But like this headline news changes everything.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's that anything can happen market.
Yep.
It is.
And that's why it's it's so important to have a really good personal daily loss limit. Because like if you don't get exposure to these days all the time, like one day like this and you're not ready for it, you could ruin your entire
you can be
account.
done.
Yeah. All it takes is one day you've never seen before, and if you don't have good risk management, you're totally toast. All right.
Been there, done
So
that.
Yep. So we have one at 70s for a bid and the stop at 63. So we're looking for this just to basically touch the bottom here, have buyers step in, and then have this shoot higher. Let's see if buyers come in at all. And we're only risking like 6 points on this second contract. Okay. Look, getting a little bit of bids.
Working 70s.
Got about 2 minutes to MOC.
Yeah, just
We need a lot of help.
2 minutes.
We need a lot of help from MOCs here.
We do.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a different way to like size into a trade. Some like doing it with momentum. Some like dollar cost average. I like dollar cost averaging more personally. Man, the sellers just keep coming in.
Grinding.
Yep.
Wow, but buyers just
Slow
equally as
grind to the
responsive.
downside.
It's so interesting. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to happen fast.
No, yes, it is. 60 seconds. Everything just waiting. Holding pattern right now.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, Hogue and I are like, ooh, 5 points in the NASDAQ. Look at it go.
Any little uptick. Oh, there you go.
Yep.
and it's sold off.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Very short-lived there.
Come on. Come fill 70 in reverse.
Tilt 50-50 across the board. All the markets right now. Just waiting right now.
There's our 2. Now we're long 2 at 87s. And that only increased our total risk by about like $150.
7.
Yeah, that's the power of scaling in.
Trade
That's
location.
coming down,
Now
right?
if we can get to 87.
Here we go. Go. Boom.
All right, 10 billion.
All right.
We've got
Buy side?
S&P 341 million buy side, NASDAQ 830 million buy side, Dow 45 million buy side. Mag 7, we are a complete 539 million buy side, no sells. Once again, this does change, and keep an eye on it. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Again,
Oh, come on.
about 1 billion, just over 1 billion buy side there.
Nothing
go.
huge.
Let's go. We got our ridiculous fill. Let's get our bounce.
We were green for a second.
Yes, we were.
Oh, I mean, like typically how this works out. Like if you get a fill like that at like 70 and it goes in your favor, it's such a good feeling. Because most of the time you just get stopped out so fast. But this might actually work. And we have the momentum that we need. This could end up
What's
being
the target
a really,
we're looking
really
for?
good- I would say like 20,080s at least. Maybe do one at like 30 and the other one at 80.
All right.
But we got the immediate price action is the exact price action that the house account wanted or any long stand here wanted.
Yup.
80. My goodness, that's very aggressive.
We'll take it. We'll take
I like it.
Move our stop
Let's
ups.
go, guys. Everybody get out and push.
Oh, we're gonna need help.
Everybody
Yeah,
get out
for
and
sure.
push.
We're going to need, yep. Hey, Death Knight wide receiver in the chat. Next match, me versus Algo, LOL. Hey, speaking of that, we will have the Algo specialist, Tom, joining us on Thursday in Fast Markets. See how the Algo does during Fast Markets. Man versus machine a little bit. We will
This will be a fun segment.
I think so. See how it goes. Never really done something like that with the Algos. Trading in Fast Markets.
Got 8 minutes left, huh? It's not a lot of time.
I'm still alive by the skin of my teeth. Hasn't come down and swept this 5-minute low.
Yes.
Trying to figure out what it wants to do, but
you and me both.
I'm gonna hang
House
on.
account also barely staying alive here. Got that nice fill.
Right near break even
We
there.
just need this upside move so bad. We need like a 40-point run to the upside.
MOC 183 million
So
S&Ps.
do you have any big
Sell
upside
side.
targets here other than like say
Sell
80s
side?
in NASDAQ? Is there anything really? That's
We got 55 million to the sell side S&Ps.
I think top of range
122
is
million
probably
buy side
sufficient.
NASDAQ.
Buy
Dow
side,
13 million sell side, and still at Mag 7. And you got a complete 381 million buy side, no sells.
We good? You guys hear stuff? I can't hear anything. Did I mute myself?
I can hear you.
What happened? Yeah, loud and clear. Share. We can go to, we got some hashtag power hour submissions we can get into here with about 6 minutes left. If that works. James, come on in if we want.
Yeah.
I'm back.
This
I fat
trade.
I can do
fingered.
it. Dolby, you hear us? Okay, good.
Yeah, I fat fingered my mute button.
That happens. We got leftover fast market content from this morning in addition to power hour. So here we go. From Ron Chamberlain, this is his average trading setup. I think this is one of the
Whoa.
longest screens I've seen in a while.
Pretty.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, good stuff. So yeah, thank you for DMing us that. From our Facebook community, Jason, 4 days down on the current combine, really trying to maintain focus on patience for the entry on trades and not letting my greed take over. Looks like you're doing a good job so far, so keep up the good work.
Well done. Keep it going.
Okay.
Dakota Trading, back funded with Topstep. Hope I'll keep it longer. Aiming to take 4 payouts a month, 2 green days in. I like their dashboard. Dakota, we like you.
Nice.
You got it. Keep on going. You'll get those payouts like you want.
We got
ALN
stopped.
trades. Oh, here, let's take a look at that really quick.
Heartbreaker. It's
Stop
indices
it.
are
That
rolling
happens.
hard. Indices are not playing around today.
Not playing nice today. Not playing nice.
We tried though.
All right, real quick. ALN trades. Last week, I was down $866 on the Topstep 50K funded account. I was over trading, not waiting for setups, and close to willingly blowing the account. Instead, I calmed down, Scaled down from 1 mini to 5 micros. Promised myself to wait for my setups. Lo and behold it. If you can really tell, but
Very
his red
nice.
graph. Yep. Had that nice
Look at that
recovery.
comeback.
So
Love the comebacks.
Nice
Good
job.
job.
Beautiful.
this goes to show if you're at the edge and you're about to trash your account on purpose, take a breath, switch to micros. All hope is not lost.
You'll be a better trader for it.
100%.
And then Angels Capital wanted to share what is possible when having the discipline to use only one contract.
Yes.
For that. A single contract, get you all the way there. And then finally, you see him in the chat all the times. You might have heard him talk about it this morning, but Dan had a really rough day. I want to say it was the end of today or this morning. Lost 5 XFAs. But, he came back. Final win for the day. Bought some new combines. He's halfway through the 50K. He says it's been a battle with massive losses and fighting back, but he's going to come back stronger. He could use the help of this community. It's been a long road. Dan, we are here for you. We all feel this. We've all been there. And we love having you with us. So keep hanging in there, man. Keep trading.
Yep. You got this.
100%, man. 100%. I saw that
That's
last
what I
tweet
got
from
for you
Dan
guys today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that one. And for anybody that needs to hear this, not in a I'm trying to sell you something or join my community type of way. If you're in a dark spot, trading related, I've been there before. My DMs are open, man. Feel free. I think if you have the balls to share that stuff, for lack of a better term, excuse me, the least the community can do is listen, right? Like, I'm lucky to have family and friends that are supportive and, always supporting whatever, I'm going out and doing. In trading, I know a lot of people don't have that. Family doesn't understand what it is. They think it's gambling. They frown upon it. Friends don't know what the hell you're talking about. I encourage you guys to support each other. It's not that you have to hug each other and hold each other's hands and, lead each other blindly down the path of, just blowing accounts. But someone like that's doing really well and just has a really, really blow, to their progress, losing a whole bunch of accounts. That stuff is tough, man. And sometimes just voicing it, venting it, being able to kind of articulate what went wrong and why, and have somebody else that's been there before, maybe listen to you.
100%.
It's helpful. So anybody struggling, man, feel free, hit me up.
Awesome. Yep. It can be very lonely. That's what we're here for. It's not always the easiest to do this. Hogue, this trading thing is tricky, man.
It is hard.
It's all right.
100%.
Yep. Tomorrow. Right now, a bit of a muted power hour. Looked like we wanted to go lower. We got a little stop run there. It'll be time, but hey, more coming up. Don't forget at the buzzer. We got more
might have
coming up.
gotten stop run. It might have been a stop
Oh,
run.
yeah.
We'll see. It's still not like bidding up super hard, so I don't feel as bad, but it did seem like that's kind of what it was doing there.
Just went right to last week's low, 953 on that one, and just popped right back up.
And that's something I'm starting to look at a little bit more with these like consolidations and like these breakouts, right? So you have like a nice range that you're looking at, and sometimes just trying to buy the low of the range is not sufficient. You have to kind of look to the left or to the left and see, is there another level nearby that might be sort of magnetic outside of that range? And so
Maybe a little longer time frame level.
Yeah, maybe a longer time frame. Just want to like get your entry in and look left and then see where it kind of sits. And then if you're playing a range, see if there's an area of interest around that range that might be an easy target to go and touch and then flip back. Because you still need to find buyers who are willing to become sellers and sellers who want to be buyers to get like the move you really want in the market. So, part of that is identifying, is there a level around the range that might be attractive?
Here we go. Last 30 seconds of the trade. I got the ES ladder up right now, looking for some big orders to come in. Still nothing really coming in this ladder. Maybe a little bit more to the upside, but nothing. Maybe you'll see some big size come in. Right now.
Well, get used to it, folks.
Right down to the minimum, the mid.
May be like this for a while.
Indeed. Yep. Again, so make sure you stay tuned into TopstepTV. Keep the news coming your way. We're all in this together.
Stronger together.
Wild day.
Yep, here we go. And my man Eddie's going to take us out of here. Yeah. Wow, it was quite the trade. But hey, thank you, Zach, for joining us. Hogue, Dolby time. Get him back tomorrow. And Zach, thank you so much. I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
All right, my friends. Thanks for being with us today and all our guests. Really appreciate it. And speaking of appreciation, like I said earlier, really appreciate how we came together as a team with all this news hitting us from the left and the right, and then markets going a little crazy. We got through it today, and hopefully that you'll learn something. Whether you had a good day or a bad day, we're going to be moving forward as a team here. So keep that in mind. Tomorrow, we got some early stuff kicking in. OPEC meeting at 6. Is that 6? No, 5 a.m. Central Time. We got an OPEC meeting, Dallas Fed PCE early. I think when we start kicking in here, 7:15 is our ADP non-farm employment. So keep that in mind. That is a big number. So it's at least it's not saying 7:30 here. It's saying 7:15. So just a reminder. Also, a little later on in the day, we'll have our crude oil inventories at 9:30. And scrolling down here at 10 o'clock, Bowman is going to be speaking, Michelle Bowman. And that's probably going to be it. We've got Barkin at 11:15. As far as economic numbers, that is it. So we're going to end tomorrow with speakers and taking a look at our menu for tomorrow. Who are we going to have on for Wednesday, the second day of October? I'll be here early. Hogan, myself, is going to fire up the machine. We got Nick for a tick. We got Rips. We got Coach Jay coming up here for Fast Markets. Also, Aaron Trades. Got Aaron going to be with us for Power Players. Ben on Shoulder Tab. David Green going to join us for group coaching. We got Sean Sawyer. Remember, we put that the form. If you had any questions for Sean, I'll post that again after we close it out. If you got any questions for Sean, he'll be on at 1 o'clock tomorrow. And end the day, we got David Green, Coach Dakota, for our Power Hour. And yes, folks, now it's time to sort of log off. Do your thing. It's your time now, right? Your time. So let's energize. Let's re-energize. Let's relax. Okay. Go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Another big day tomorrow. And I tell you, overnight, we might be seeing some really big market movements. Let's John says, say a prayer that things are cooling off a bit, but it's really tough to say that. So I want you, orders from headquarters, I want you to stay safe. I want you to stay healthy. And I want you to have a fantastic rest of your day. So until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.